It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
Tons of regions around the world are already in process of sending their competitors to the Montreal Major, but because Latin America only has one participant, there's still plenty more rounds we have to get through cage match after cage match that's required to figure out which sole Latam participant is heading to Canada. I'm Jacob, he's Gibson, he's Whippet. Boys, we're back in Latin America for some more shenanigans, and funnily enough, at least in Latam South, we are actually still no closer to figuring out who's going to playoffs because of how tight this race is, Gibson.
It's actually so much fun. Obviously, we know that Alpha Team are going to go there because they've been the best team, but after that, everybody except Malvinas still has their hat in the ring and still has an awesome chance to make it to a major. As like you said, in Latam, we're still going because we know what the people want. More best of ones in a league format.
Listen, this is what I love about this though. We're coming down to the last 2 playdays of the regular season and we still have 3 playoff spots on the line for teams to fight for. Every single point matters. If a team goes to overtime, that could be their stage done and dusted on these next 2 playdays. So everything counts for these sides, and with the run of form some of these teams have had, there's maybe a lot of upsets brewing in the background.
We'll just catch you up on what Playday 8 had in store. The big one was obviously the upset when Alpha Team in APAC South, wow, wrong region, Latam South, were not able to claim what a lot of people just kind of base assumed was an easy win, but T-Rex got back there in the end, and everybody else had relatively close games with the exception of Match 4. That was when Lycus Empire only managed 1 round against TSG. But across the board, what this now means, at least in the context of Latam South, is that everybody is only within, what, no more than 4 points between first and second, and no more than 1 point between plenty of other spots. Whippet, it's kind of getting close now.
It really is. The big thing for me though is that T-Rex result against Alpha Team. It's launched them, and just look at how close our standings are in this. Everything matters at this stage. T-Rex could launch themselves up. Now remember, we only send the top 4 teams into playoffs, so you want to avoid being in 5th. Malvinas already guaranteed can't make it at this point. So sides like Vasco, who have had a shaky start so far, in combination with Knights, who've been on a little bit of a inconsistent spree, might find themselves in a little bit of a danger zone if the results don't go the way they want today. And Maycam evolve in a great position after a very shaky beginning to this stage. They found their form and they're finally getting some points on the board.
I think the team that you really got to look at as saying have got a fantastic chance to guarantee their spot through is Vasco, because they're playing Malvinas, right? They've got that game that essentially, it's cruel to say, but it has been a gimme for nearly every single team over the course of the rest of the stage. Whereas Maycam Evolve, they've got to play the teams that are in and around them, which I suppose you could say puts their own future in their own hands too.
At least it's close, meaning that these last couple of playdays are going to be meaningful for the most part, except for this first matchup, because we have to still play games with teams that have been eliminated from playoff contention, and that's exactly what's happened to Malvinas at this point. One's a Titan in this region, especially when everything was split up, but it wasn't Mexico combined with the rest of Latin and Central America. Now Malvinas is one of the first teams that is not out. They cannot make the bracket, but their opponent in Vasco was a team that we highlighted as maybe being vulnerable when they played in Playday 8, and now they're in a position to get as many points as possible, unless Malvinas actually decide they want to show up today and spoil the party, because Gibson, they still only have the 1 win.
Yeah, it's not looking good for them. They've got 2 days left at this point. They might just try to play spoiler and ruin everybody else's fun, which, you know, some players, some talent members, some coaches revel in that. Like, we've seen it in the past where teams who have nothing to play for will go out there and play their best siege because they know they get to play spoiler. So this is no, you know, this shouldn't be a straightforward game for Vasco. I think Malvinas should put up a fight. But at the end of the day, if things go wrong for Vasco, it really does blow the door open for T-Rex later on.
Game number 3 for me really stands out, of course. That's going to be the Knights matchup against T-Rex. Knights, again, the second half of the stage, they've been very shaky. A lot of results not going their way. They've not been the team that we saw, especially during stage 1 and the opening few games. They've looked vulnerable and they look like a beatable team. T-Rex had a big result, a string of good results now. If they beat Knights, Knights are going to be looking at all the alarm bells going off against them for this one. So T-Rex, that game number 3, big opportunity for them to have a massive upset result here in the region.
Yeah, again, the only team that has their spot confirmed in playoffs right now in the entire region, not just across divisions, is Cruelty, being the first team in Latam North. Everybody else is still fighting for their spot. So we have the last 2 games of Latam South that actually really matter for something today, but let's just start off with a warm-up in Malvinas and Vasco. For Vasco, this was a game last week where we thought they were probably going to have a better edge, but instead ended up looking really, really vulnerable against a Maycam Evolve team that took advantage of them at almost every turn. That was a 7-4 matchup, but with it, hopefully they're able to muster something a little bit better against Malvinas, who they did beat last time they played in the round robin.
To kind of lean back to what Gibson said, Malvinas at this stage, they can't make any more progress in this, so they might not have come out with that energy they wanted, and Vasco might be able to play off that one. Now, they could be vulnerable to a spoiler result from Malvinas, but this side has been very good on their day, and that's my keyword for it, on their day. They lost Dante during the shuffle in the summer, they brought in new players that have looked fantastic. Nachoto have been fantastic for this team, but they've lost a little bit of the identity that they had during stage 1, and they're beginning to rebuild that, but they do look vulnerable and they look very shaky these last few play days. A lot of results going against them, so even though we might build this as a very strong advantage for them going up against Malvinas, it's still important for them to get out, get this done in regulation, and shake any skeletons from the previous results.
And I think that Vasco are one of the most exciting teams to watch. You know, even when they lose, it's usually an exciting game. I think the biggest problem this roster has is an inability to play boring. And what I mean by boring is they always play on the front foot, right? They try to be aggressive and have fun, but sometimes you need to be boring to win games. And, you know, Jacob, you come from the region that's king of boring, Siege, so like it's all good.
Yeah, whenever you're a player, if you can play slower and systematically, all the other S words that you can use to describe how North America plays, sometimes you kind of need to learn to play in that direction. Vasco, if they're able to, might get them more wins, but they may not need to worry about that nearly as much because they're playing Malvinas, who are ranked at the bottom of the league in almost every statistical category. And the question I have mostly, Gibson, is whether Malvinas themselves, what's their motivation to show up today? Do they actually want to play for the revenge because Vasco beat them 7-1 on Consulate earlier in the stage? What specifically are they going to be looking to do in this match?
They spoil the party. Like, that's their job for the rest of the season. They're not going to make it to playoffs, so at this point, all they can hope to do is ruin everybody else's fun. And it's like I said a little bit earlier, when you've got yourselves in a scenario where you can't benefit yourself, some players love being able to detract from other teams' chances to get success. And the thing is, again, Malvinas, the problem they have is consistency. You have 5 players here who are talented enough. They earned the right to be in this league. They earned the right to be here playing with the best teams in Latam South. But we've just not seen that consistency where even 3 of the players have an impact on a round. That's the problem. It's usually just 1 or 2 players popping off at any given time. You need to have at least 3 players impacting most rounds if you want to get a win.
I mean, for me, it feels like this side every single week's come out with the mindset of they want to make improvements, but they keep slipping into bad habits. And that bad habit is they play like 5 individuals. They very rarely have interconnected strategies where they rely on each other. And even then, their utility usage has been very poor. And that just leaves a lot of questions. And again, when you go up against sides like Knights, like Vasco today, you're going to be picked apart from it. And I do expect to be, unfortunately, a similar story here against Vasco. I think they have a great opportunity to get 3 points in Malvinas. Maybe for the big thing is from personal pride to go out swinging for your, your second last performance here in stage 2, because you may as well, nothing to lose.
So you could play for revenge on Consulate if you wanted to. We'll throw map ends up so we have an idea. You could go for something completely different, but the goal here is it's Vasco's game to lose. It's Vasco's points to lose because they need as many points as they can possibly get. They sit in 4th. They're only 1 position above T-Rex, who have the same amount of points as them at the moment. So it all depends on where we go. And it's Labs. Consulate got banned out very early. Vasco said we're not worried about it. Gibson, what do you think of when you look at Labs?
I think it should be pretty fun. I think it's a map that you can get a lot of structure in. Like, I like to say Labs is this perfect little mix of Clubhouse with a little bit of maybe the new Consulate in there as well. You know, you can see the aspects on different sites of what makes other maps great. And I feel like it is a map that Malvinas should be able to take concepts from other maps to get to their advantage. But at the same time, it's a map where we have seen Vasco either be incredible or awful on. They haven't shown their ability to just put together a mixed bag on this map either.
The thing that scares me a little bit though is Malvinas starting on the offensive side. This map has leaned in favor of the defense for a very long time, and I think Vasco have been very much enjoying their defense so far. They're a side that has a very core identity with fighting the entries and making that a difficulty to get in the building. For Malvinas, their lack of structure and I think their inability at times to play as a cohesive five is going to punish them and leave them open for Vasco to find gaps in that offense, to get 1-2 picks and remain untraded. And you let that happen on labs time and time again, you're going to find yourself a very painful opening 6 rounds on that. So I think Vasco have a great position from this, and we saw them play Nighthaven Labs for the very first time in Latam in stage 1, and they were able to get a 7-1 victory from that. We went all stage for that in stage 1, and they made a very short game, so I think they're going to aim for a recreation of that one today.
Malvinas are currently sitting as the bottom attacking win rate percentage team among all 12 teams in Latin America at the moment. Second worst on defense. The only team that's worse at the moment happens to be Lycus. And they're also not that great on the entry. Bottom ranked there in terms of overall entry conversions. So if the numbers don't look good for Malvinas, Whippet, dare I say, can Malvinas just come into this game trying to have fun, or is that sacrilege?
I think the best thing for them is to play fun, as you mentioned. Listen, the stage is done for them at this point. Mathematically, there's no playoffs for them, so go out there and try your best to play, fun Siege, be a little bit outrageous, and maybe upset Vasco's flow. Listen, you pull something out of the depths of a ranked strat book, Vasco might get caught off guard from it. You never know what might happen from it. Listen, there's always a puncher's chance in a matchup like this, but Vasco will still be heavy favorites, even if Malvinas do play with that more loose, relaxed, ranked style with a little bit of fun. That's what I want to see from them, though.
Yeah, there's 2 options for this side going into the game. You can play for the YouTube and the X clips, that little montage where you can show off, or
sure,
the other option is to just play for the win. Go deep into the strat book and do your best to just finish the season strong. I hope they go for the other one, because if they try to play a fun, crazy game up against a team like Vasco, one thing's for sure, there will be a hell of a lot of clippable moments.
Again, for Vasco, this is your game to lose, because if you do, then you're giving T-Rex the opportunity to vault above you. And if, let's just say, in the hypothetical scenario, Malvinas pulls off an upset, whether it's in overtime or regulation, then T-Rex could go into their matchup later on and suddenly get above them with even more opportunities to get points on playdate 10. So, for Vasco, let's say Malvinas do play like loose, ranked style as if it's fun, which, to be fair, it kind of seems like they've been doing for most of this stage anyway. Let's say they do play that play style. If Vasco have a semi-decent defensive half, then it stands to reason that when they shift over, they should be fine. But if this first half, for some reason, doesn't go well, then do we start ringing the alarm bells?
I think so, because we were all in the broadcast last week when they played T-Rex, and we were like, you know what? At the halfway mark, you're like, they're in a good spot. Vasco should go on from this point to win the game, and the wheels came off. So we know that this team's shown the propensity to be in that scenario and throw a game. So I think that they need a really good half to kick things off. And as Whippet always likes to say, that first round after the side swap, their first attack, I feel like they got to set a marker down in that round as well.
They really do for it, but for them the goal is not going to be, it's going to be like a 5-1 half. That's probably the goal for Vasco. It's going to be a lofty title, but again, I think they can get to that point from it. Malvinas with that disjointed attacking win rate just to me means that Vasco might be able to pick them apart at that. But again, overconfidence can be a nightmare for these teams. Vasco can look at this going, okay, it's an important matchup for us. We don't have a lot of playdays, a lot of opportunities to get points. If we fumble it here, we could be out of the running for playoffs. But we're going to look at Malvinas' record and maybe not take them as seriously as possible. So there is that potential as well. Hopefully, fingers crossed, Vasco do take their opposition seriously for this matchup, considering the stakes on the line for them. But there is always that little thought in the back of my mind when I see a matchup like this happening in the latter stages of a season.
So Vasco are doing what they can to try and break the current 4th-5th points tie that exists. If they were to get all 3 points, then they vault themselves up into 2nd place, which is probably where they think they belong. But Malvinas are right there to turn the party on its heels. Gentlemen, have fun. We're going to Nighthaven.
Thank you, Jacob and Whippet. Here we are on Nighthaven for a game which could make or break Vasco's season. This team, just a few months ago, were only a few rounds away from competing at the Manchester Major, but they were knocked out by Team Cruelty. Malvinas on the other side, a bunch of players, Whippet, who I suppose You could say the benefit is they've had a full year now. I know it wasn't this exact roster, but they've had a full year of playing Tier 1 Siege, which should put them in a really good standing going into the future. But all in all, two teams with incredibly different, realistic expectations going into the start of the season. But the expectation for both these teams in this game is to finish the season strong.
Operator bans rolling out here on Nighthaven Labs. And Gibson, I always thought, words, they're difficult sometimes, right? Monty's going to be banned away, and this is actually what I wanted to bring up, is that shield. It's been one of those things that we've seen teams be hit or miss on here in Latam. Latam, if the shield is going to be brought out, even if left applicable, Vasco are going to have that banned away, and I think that's going to be a great one, with Malvinas having a poor attacking win rate, taking away what is going to be basically a crutch operator, is a very smart ban coming out. Maverick's going to be taken away by Malvinas, and their very first defensive ban will be the 2 morale. Not really too shocked with these ones.
Not at all. Final defensive ban getting ready, and really you've got tons of options, but it's Vasco. So you're not going to ban somebody you want to play, which is a good position to be in. So they're going to ban you. So you cannot cast anymore. We've got to get Jacob in, but I'm going to throw a question out to you. If you were obviously watching some Europe earlier, and one of the things that we saw was a team that were starting the game on defense banning Legion, because they were like, you know what? We're good on shields, we're going to ban Legion, and there's nothing you can do about it then when we bring them. Obviously, we're not seeing that today, but is that something you think we might see a lot more of going forward?
Funny enough, Gibson, I actually didn't watch that game. That was the second game on Europe, and I didn't watch it. I went to
that's
bed,
the one where you were like watching all your brain rot and saying all the things that...
I went to bed so I could be nice and alert for Latam. Because why wouldn't I be?
You had a nap? Are you telling me you had a nap on a Monday?
Listen, the fact that it's a Monday, all I know is it's Latam Day, and that's all I really care about, Gibson. Funny fact, Gibson. You know you were playing ranked earlier.
Yeah.
The game is still running. Are you queuing? Are you trying to queue up some games, get some elo while Vasco go up against Malvinas?
I promise you I'm not. So please tell me I'm not in the middle of a game. Could you imagine I open it up and we're 3-0 down and I'm the last alive, like uh-oh, hold on guys, I'm gonna go finish this round. But no, I think the one thing I will say, and this is to give the viewers at home an idea of how much this region means to you. Every day, folks, that I wake up and it is a Latam play day, I have a message from Whippet within an hour and a half of when I've woken up of him just expressing sheer joy at the fact this region is going to be on your screens at night. Why even watch BDS Wolves when you could be watching Vasco against Malvinas?
Exactly. Listen, of course, we're here on the Bravos channel, so if you've jumped in from the Alpha stream and you were watching Europe, hello, this is obviously where the real action is. Don't worry. We might have billed this as a little bit of a one-sided matchup, but you never know what happens here in Latam. It can be fairly unpredictable with some of these results. Of course, we're going to be here in IT as our first site on Nighthaven Labs. Nothing too surprising about that one. And there's going to be a little bit of pressure happening out towards Connector from Malvinas at this stage. Lineup-wise, they've brought out, they have 2 hard breaches, as you'd imagine. The shield, and it's going to be the Blitz getting brought out. A massive vocal point for this. That shield can buy an incredible amount of space, being able to push in and get these pressure points like Connector. That's going to be first breach setting up, so they now have that access to it. But a lot of time taken to gain very little space, realistically.
And you can see that in the meantime, Vasco have reinforced that pillar wall, which means that even though you've got Connector, you've still got to push forward. Now, a gunfight could be about to kick off as we see AKA taking Electrical, getting ready for a peek here. That's the wrong decision there, Pano, and that is the opening kill of the matchup. AKA finding it full control inside of Electrical. Have we just seen a C4 get used to attempt to trick and it didn't work?
Yep. The C4 gets caught on that top panel of the wooden wall. Unfortunately, flashbangs go out to try and buy some space. Luca does get one traded back, and that's York's off the cards. IT Breach is opened up to try and put some pressure on these players on the defensive side, but no one from Malvinas is out there. No one's out there putting that pressure. No one's rotated out towards Aqua or Rafters, meaning that Vasco have essentially freedom to roam around. You've got a singular Breach trying to push yourself in towards Pillar, and this is going to be very difficult. A very lethargic play from Malvinas so far. Got 40 seconds to begin to formulate that plan. The limited utility still to work with. The control of Pillars. Nitro has just been allowed to exist in this position. You shouldn't be this comfortable, this safe with Pillar Wall opened up. He can just exist, and now the Blitz will begin to exert that pressure out towards Aqua as finally a player's rotated out towards IT Breach, and this is exactly what they need. But Vasco can deal with that problem as Scorp's going to trade one back, leaving us in a 3 versus 1 now. Malvinas with 20 seconds. They need a hero. Can Crews be that instead of IT with the AK-12 in hand and clock some shots from Pillar? But I think it's going to be a case of the round is won at this point from Vasco. 15 seconds, and it'll have to be a disaster class for them to lose this at this moment, Gibby.
I don't even want to say what I think that says in the all chat. Nitro finishes off.
I think that might be a wise choice to not repeat anything in chat today.
Well, I feel like that was a massive missed opportunity for Malvinas in the open round, because they got the opening pick, they got electrical control, they got the breach open inside a connector. At that point, you need to send more players along with the blitz over by Aqua, or even take Rafters to put a bit more pressure onto site. But it all seemed a little too direct. You know the old saying, but it's true in all sports. You want to stretch the defense. There was no attempt to do that whatsoever from Malvinas. And for a team like Vasco, if you're just going to come at them from one direction, it's going to be easy.
I'll say they did attempt it, but a little bit too late in that round, at that stage. They had the pillar opened up, but there was no one at least exerting some consistent pressure, either towards Aqua or that main IT breach. And the opening pick happened again, traded back for the favour of Vasco, was Luca. Luca playing an IT behind that open breach, meaning he could just kind of exist because no one could do anything about it, because no one's near him. And you give too much space to players like Luca, giving them opportunity to fight you in these moments. Now, big thing that's going to catch my attention from that previous round, Gibson, is the fact that Vasco didn't really extend too much. They let Malvinas come towards them. And again, we often hype up the fact that Vasco will fight you on the entry, will be in your face. I'm going to raise, we might see a very opposite attribute from this side. I think they're going to let Malvinas get in their own heads and slow themselves down.
I'm down for that. Wouldn't mind seeing that at all. As Vasco start to create vert on that top floor, just making sure that if any attempted of a horizontal push comes through from Malvinas, that they have the players in a position where they can impact that from the other side. Gotta be careful you don't damage your own teammate whenever you're creating that vert from above.
They're not you.
It's only you that I hurt, and it's usually on purpose, right?
All I'm saying is I have not had a single team kill this season. I have no misconducts on my account. I'm the perfect player.
Right. I don't know if I would agree with the term perfect, but you've been better.
Higher ranked than you, baby.
Are you actually?
Yeah.
You have a higher KD though, and everybody knows that's all that matters, apparently. So, Luca getting ready to fight inside of Electrical. As you see that silhouette on the other side, it's Creeves getting that information, and I think realizing that there is pressure on Electrical will rotate over towards that office side. Minute and 15 gone in the round already, and it feels like very much of nothing has happened so far. And all the attackers, they're on the rotate, but I just don't see what the concept of this attack is.
I have to agree. It's a very shapeless. There's not a lot going on right now for Malvinas, and the big thing that's catching me, Gibson, that no one's realistically on drones. You have your ace running ahead now of Creeves, but they're not looking to get this information. I think they're realistically relying on that blitz to be able to buy them space, and now they know that blitz is there. The mirror window will get cracked, but at this stage, look at this crossfire. Again, this blitz can't commit in. Going to be a very singular one-dimensional push. IT's close, so not a lot you can do there. And it does sneak away and unfortunately can't trick this wall. Well, Luca decides to be brave and just sit here. And if he gets a freebie here, this is an absolute disaster from Malvinas. Surely the ace is going to be aware of him in that deep corner. Surely the ace will check this corner, right, Gibson? Right?
It's not a matter of when, it's a matter of if, and really it was the blitz. Uh-oh! Why did you have to get aggressive, Luca? You had him at your will, but you push too much. Creeves gets the opener, but we know already that isn't enough for Malvinas to win the round on its own. A full fallback now from Vasco as everybody makes their way back towards site. And you know what? You've spent 2.5 minutes, Malvinas, trying to get vertical control of the site. You've finally got it, but now you've got to try to force your way in. You can see the blitz getting ready to push in on the opposite side. Nachoto is over here, ready and waiting. There's a revert below on the window for when they step in, and the case is going to go down. But whip it, Nitro. He doesn't know. What is going on?
Oh, no! How? No! How do you let this happen? This case should go down. Oh, don't lose the round. Okay, thankfully.
That case should not have gone down. If he had ammo in his gun, that case was not going down, mate.
Right, I think that might be an indication, everybody in chat, what we might be in store here for. Now, Malvinas, you get around on the offense, so everybody, 11 minutes standing ovation, please and thank you. Yeah. How have you let this happen? How have you let someone else walk right behind your plant going down? Fantastic, you traded them away. Look at this. How does Night just... Oh, hello. What are you watching, Ace? Oh,
I don't know. But what is it about this region and defenders going down to the basement on that site with a shotgun and it not going well?
I mean, listen. Very well done, the Malvinas, right? The case gets stopped mid-plant. You've got, like, a few seconds left, and they do make it work. They get 3 picks in very rapid succession and get themselves their first round on the offense. So, again, as I mentioned, still 10 minutes left of that standing ovation chat, so you better be doing it. Malvinas, this is what they need. They need to be able to build up this momentum. However, that round is, well, it's one of them of all time.
Brilliant! They won!
Brilliant! You would say.
Yeah, they
Gibson.
won the round. That's all that matters, right? Wins and
That is
losses.
true.
And
No
you got
one
the win.
remembers. No one remembers how you done it. Remember you've done it.
We remember, but people
but
who are
that
watching
doesn't-
BDS
that
don't know.
doesn't
They're just
matter.
going to... The BDS viewers are going to come in and be like, oh, it's 1-1. They're not going to know how Malvinas won that round.
The
They're not
BDS
gonna-
win?
I don't know. Not yet.
Okay, Vasco fries BDS.
But FR.
For real.
Nitro getting a bit aggressive. Here's the hop point.
no,
There's a player right
no,
behind him, by the way.
no!
There was somebody right behind him, by the way, on a drone. Did you see? That wasn't just me, right? That saw the silhouette.
Right.
I
So he
love
jumps
Latam.
out. He jumps out, doesn't get the pick because the Vector, a little bit unruly at those distances. Chodo on the bandit trick. And Malvinas have been smited by a car battery. So let's see how they deal with this one. Big thing for me is you need to get vertical control at this moment. The bandit trick is basically undeniable at this point. You can't go for Animus Wall because it's a single one. If they read into you, it's going to be very easy to bandit trick. So Malvinas now are forced to go for vertical control. They don't have a ram, so they can't do it that easily. They don't have a book. They actually have very little breach potential from it. And they do have Animus open, and this is what they need to use. Well, they might be walking into a kill box here, Gibson, as now every member of Vasco isn't going to be aware, oh, Animus is open. I wonder where they might go. And the hatch is open too, and they haven't cleared Guy upstairs. So Nitro, well, this is his domain now.
Animus being open is only a good thing if you've got main breach open as well. You know, the cancel. Wait, now Yorks will find a kill on the Nitro, who's a little bit forgetful of the fact that maybe people could
No,
push through
it's
the breach.
fire. What have you done? No!
Honestly, great. You burned it off. They can't peek you now for a little while. Pano, though, he'll peek somewhere else. He'll get a kill. A Scarp. Perhaps the C4. Ripped and ready. Tosses it over. Otis is going to run away, and it's no good. And, well, the Goyo canisters are going to pop now, too. 58 seconds left on the round. You've got 2 players left alive. Creeves getting ready for a battle inside of stock. Nah, Creeves wins this. Look. Oh, gets him. Pano falls. 3 versus 2. York still by the breach. Flame still burning. 43 seconds to go. What, but this is winnable.
It is. You have to rely.
Yes!
Oh, look at this. Go on, Yorks. This is massive. Luca falls. They'll pop that castle barrier. Had a Goyo on it. Finds a little bit more damage. Empara hits pretty hard as well. Ace is wounded. Yorks need to push on in, though. Gives him 20 seconds. Not going to be winnable. Stuck by a goo mine. Not a lot of cover to pull that one out. Needs his teammate. There he is.
Smoke.
That's a fire dart. Okay, no, it's a smoke one.
smoke.
Anyway, okay, what are they doing? Come on, right, guys. Gotta make a play. Make something happen. Case going down. Bandit tries a shoulder peek. C4 out. And Yorks finds it. Oh my god, Yorks, you are the best in the world.
Oh, I love that. Love that. Even managed to morph a fire dart into a smoke. Like, this is genius. Genius from them, really. They baited everybody, even the viewers at home, that they were going to accidentally flame each other, but they didn't. They take the round. But 3 rounds in a row. Look, Santos is having a laugh. He's actually having a laugh. Creeves, no emotion because he's here to win.
He's stone
He's
cold,
locked.
Gibson.
Uh-oh. Don't do him dirty. There's the guy, the other silhouette that we saw, by the way. He's standing there like, what is going on?
This is, yeah. Well done, the Malvinas, though. As much as we might be jokey about this one, because I'm going to be fair, this is not going to be the most beautiful siege you're ever going to watch. This is a bare-knuckle brawl between these sides. Malvinas have found themselves 2 rounds here on the offensive side of Nighthaven Labs. Gibson, they have the worst, one of the worst, attacking win rates here in Latam. If they get themselves 3 rounds and can go level at the half, That might be a very upsetting position for Vasco, because once you go to the defense, it's a very difficult thing to break down. And if Malvinas play simple, as we like to say, boring siege, where they just kind of sit still and win their ones, Vasco might be in trouble. Maybe.
A lot of people at home, when we say boring, might go, oh, these casters are saying the game's boring. No. When we say boring, I actually love a good boring round of Siege where you stress and frustrate. Like, you know, we were playing a game earlier, and I picked Sens, and I was like, that's not boring enough. So I switched over to the Monty, because that's much better.
Did win I think we actually lost that round. That was in Sky.
Shh, you didn't have to out us like that. But here's the
win
thing.
all of our games.
We win most, because we are dynamic, forward-thinking. What?
Revolutionaries.
See how quick Luca was moving there? He had marks on the side of the screen. He'd
He's
zoom
so
in.
fast. He's so fast is my Luca.
Still, the boost on the drone still scares me. You know when you're like holding shift at the start of the round, when the drone phase, you're like, oh, wait.
IT's open.
Yeah, but Nacho's got himself a DMR, which is pretty useful for fighting that fight.
Malvinas in a good position so far. Again, so very similar story to the opening round of this matchup. They've got the main breach out towards IT open, but no pressure. They've committed everything out towards boardroom, in towards connector. They'll get that breach established pretty quickly. So Vasco again, it might look like Vasco don't have a lot of space to operate. It might look like they're in a bad position, but no one pressuring that breach. You're kind of safe. There's no one there. They're going to rotate that blitz likely over towards Aqua Stairs a little bit later on. They put pressure on that Malusi behind that shield, and that's going to be that backstab. They're going to try and break the lines of Vasco for that. That mute jammer, lots of value from that, denying that Selma charge, keeping that mirror window in play, and Malvinas have found themselves a pretty difficult to break down roadblock now. The Banshee lets out its wail, and it will slow down this push even further, and this is a good, sit still, boring round of Siege. Vasco don't need to do too much here, because they might have the round one, as that hatch does, or that mute jammer does get caught by the EMP, and a player down below will put pressure now on Nitro.
And Pillar is essentially free now as well, as we can see that there's nobody playing that position. A retake will happen though, as I believe that's Luca stepped up to take it. Deathmark gets failed because there's a mute jammer nearby. Yeah, I saw him. He saw him. He nearly got one, but Blitz has to make a play now. This is the worst person you could see standing in front of you when you're Blitz. Why lean? Why are you leaning when you're Blitz?
Yeah.
Don't lean. Tough. Just sprint.
That's tough. That is tough. Yeah, so I don't even know how to deal with that one, Gibson. The Blitz balls now is all in that game with charge up. Yeah, okay.
No. He got drop shot. Look. Oh.
I lost for words.
Nitro's talking to somebody else that's not involved in the game as well. Someone's like, "Do you want dinner? Do you want a drink?" We love that.
You know what? I've got a drink actually on my desk, Gibson. My mango juice again.
Mango juice.
Yeah.
You know something else that's completely irrelevant, but the goo is in it. Hengu's birthday.
I'm sorry. That is a very interesting segue.
Well, it's a segue nonetheless. Certainly a segue of all time.
Malvinas advantage now neutralized. We're back to level playing field here. 2 rounds apiece for these sides. And the big thing for Malvinas, though, is they kind of ran out of time. And they just ran into more and more problems because they didn't have the tools to solve any of it. Again, I'm a Banshee. Pretty easy thing to deal with, realistically. Walk your Blitz up. Not leaning, but well, opens up its leaves, and the ace on that doorway can shoot that, meaning you can move more players in. You have an EMP. You also have a Deimos down below, so that mute jammer should have been gone a lot sooner than it was. So Malvinas, they have the tools. Maybe I was a little bit too quick to jump on them for that one. They have the tools to solve the puzzles, but they're not putting them in the right places. It's a round hole square peg moment for them, really.
Yeah, well, but I'm going to tell you something that's going to get it's going to get a certain type of person's gears really going the right way. During that site setup, all 5 players have a shotgun of some shape or form that they were using to create rotates and head holes, and at one point 4 players were putting down reinforcements at the one time. Why can't we get that in ranked? Why can't the average ranked team have like 5 people getting involved in site setup? Like, that's massive
Gibby
credit to
has had a
Vasco.
rough day in the trenches today. He got his elo. It's been rough for him.
I worked for it. We had to work for
Gibson,
it.
the perks of Gibson working remote, where he can just play ranked all day. Gibson play yet again.
My employer could be watching.
I'm sure they are. So there's going to be a pressure now applied to IT. This should be a pretty easy Bandit trick. Double Salma though, so they will get IT wall open up. Bandit will deny one of those Salmas. It will go through the rest of that sequence, and he escapes all the way in. Also, shield gives them a long line of sight and a little bit of extra safety, so Malvinas now have that first checklist marked off. They get that verticality control to put pressure directly on towards site down in storage. But they need someone to push somewhere else. It's all well good having IT breach open, but where else are they? They're on the roof, they're on the balcony, they're using their drones, but look, there's 3 bodies on the roof. Minute 40 left in the round.
Very slow. It really is, but there is a silhouette down inside a basement as Aka will make his way up. You can see Santos preparing for the push with the blitz as well. Scarp's got to be very careful now that he doesn't get rotated on a little bit later inside the round. Vertical control still established by Vasco, but there's a very real chance that Malvinas just go direct to site when you look at so... AK is just going to walk into sight, by the way. He's just going to wander on in there. There's nobody around to catch him. Nobody's playing the vert.
He just meandered on it.
You're
right,
for me. Hello.
Okay,
Hey, yes.
Malvinas. Let's go, Malvinas. Execution happens in the midst of that chaos. Yellow ping goes out, but they don't exactly know. This case goes down. Post plant for Malvinas. Vasco forced into that retake. Oh, Luca. Nasty shot on to Aka. Pace is down, still have to deal with the shield. A cog in hand of Creed can hold this longer. Do not lean, Santos, please. Just stand still, but they spot the 2 bodies. One that deep corner should buy that freebie.
Oh
Finds
my
a
God.
massive pick there for Creeves. 1 versus 3. 3k for Creeves. And Malvinas find themselves a 3rd round on here on night 8. Where
He's
is
smiling
Malvinas
now.
the rest of the season?
He's smiling now. He's enjoying himself. But I agree. Where has it been? And what happened in that round was one of the very first times this whole season where we saw Malvinas go, right, plan A's not going to work. Right? It's not going to work. Let's just go for direct take. Like, you know that AKA, if we like to call him Aka, walked up those stairs from inside a stock and was like, hold on a second. There's nobody around and this is all mine to take. And they just went for the execute. It was a brilliant round from Malvinas. They're 3-2 up against Vasco on the attack, on labs. Stop the count and whip it. This is, for those of you who have a short memory, they won this site. Are they going to take a 4-2 half against Vasco?
If Malvinas go 4-2 up on their offensive half, what universe are we living in? Again, just to put the context for anybody jumping in for this, this is one of the worst offensive teams in the region. And I'm not like, should I be mean with that one? The numbers just kind of say that. They've not been playing together. They've been a little bit incohesive. And now all of a sudden, when they can't make playoffs, they have a real good showing.
That's always the way though, isn't it? It genuinely is.
No?
Yes.
Normally teams are pretty good in the regular season, Kippy.
No, but the teams that aren't good in the regular season, whenever the season's over, then they start to play well. It's like, it happens all the time. Is it? This? No, they're going to get the breach open. They're going to get it open.
It's
They
free?
have no denial.
What?
Free.
For free? Reach for free?
Yeah, no. You get vert control, all of a sudden you're cooking. Castle runs out.
Right.
Castle.
Okay. Fair enough.
Scarf's not usually the person we see running out windows. That's probably why.
Honestly, comfort pick. You know, he decides he can do it. I do like for Vasco that we have a multi-layers defensive roam from them. They're expansing all the way up towards that middle floor. They're trying to do something very similar to how teams like W7M, now Furia, I should say, would play this. Where they always have someone in close proximity, realistically leaving 1 to 2 players on site, and remaining players that will play a duo team style of defensive roam, holding key areas like storage inside a garage, holding that verticality positions are up towards that top floor in server. That drone does spot out 1 player. That's going to be a very critical fight to try and clear that. That will be that mute. But again, you're playing a dance with that drone. No one's behind that drone. They're pushing to get that information. Jackal scan goes out. We'll mark 1 player. That's going to be on towards Luca. He'll get his position compromised with a Deimos in play as well. He can now know who. Well, now he has someone else to hunt.
Yeah, and Deimos taking the shotgun as well, which is a play that I do like because that pits. Okay. Santos going to pick him up.
Then? How has this happened then? I look away
Honestly,
for a moment.
it's a bait. It's bait. Right, he's going to... Where's the silhouette that he...
Where did he... Was it a goo mine?
Or a cap can, maybe. Cap can. We didn't hear the boom. I'm going to assume it was a cap can. Well, There's some pressure. Blitz is going to toss a smoke, get ready to push, and this could be an engagement going in the favor of Vasco. Because Akin's going to fall. There's the flash. There's the kill. Santos brings us back to a 4v4. Creeves in a battle. Another trade. Pano with the C4 brings us back to a 3v2. On the swing, Creeves falls. It's a double on the round for Luca. And it's all down to the Jackal. Like Castle, 32 HP and a Dream. Silhouette just at the bottom of the... Don't scan. Don't scan. They're red. They're red. You know he's close by. He was scanning, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. He went for it. Honestly, I respect the bravery. Super shorty at the bottom of the stairs. One of the most nasty things to deal with. But with 10 seconds left in this round, I think it might be very vital to remind you all, that was a basement defense from Vasco. And the wall was opened up within about 30 seconds around by Malvinas. And then everything else happened on the middle and top floor. They didn't even consider the fact that, oh, well, there's a big roam here from Vasco. Maybe hit the site directly. They firmed the attempted roam clear. You see this with the addition of operators like the Jackal, like the Deimos, trying to find these roamers from the side of Vasco. But nothing worked for them in the slightest. They just ran into a brick wall after brick wall because Vasco played a duo style roam with people always there in proximity to find that trade. They hold each other's crossfires. You can't walk into that if you're not ready for it, and they weren't. Vasco get themselves a very strong round there in the defense, but we go 3-3 at the half. Malvinas move on towards a more favorable defense, Gibby. All in all, this was a very successful opening 6 rounds from Malvinas.
Brilliant opening half from them. They got the opening pick on so many of the rounds as well. But they did throw a couple of situations as well. However, they're on defense. Destiny is in their own hands when it comes to whether or not they can win this game. Vasco, they have been not very good this season whenever they've had even splits on the first phase of the game. Usually the wheels come off just a little bit. However, this is what we said earlier. They need to win this game, and even more importantly, Whippet, they need to do it in regulation. You cannot drop any points whatsoever because of the ramifications that will make, because of where it'll put you in the playoffs and that seeding bracket. And even for Vasco at this point in time, even just getting them into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, of course, if you think about this, our standings stand Vasco are 4th place in our standings here in Latam South. That is the final spot that can make it towards the playoffs at the end of this week. And well, for them, they're tied with teams like T-Rex, who are below them. Again, if Vasco drop points here to Malvinas, even dropping 1 point if this goes to overtime, that's a massive detriment for them, as that leaves them vulnerable to be overtaken by T-Rex in the later game today that they have up against the Knights. And you just begin to feel that for Vasco, the pressure might build on their shoulders. Malvinas, though, on the defense. Let's hope they can have a strong impact with it. Did he shoot his own drone?
Genius, really. Honestly, this... You might not like it, but this is what peak Siege performance looks like. Luca playing below. Breach is going to get opened, and that is the first task done. Now, we can see a red silhouette just over by the vending machine on the other side of the floor. Now, whether or not that player has an impact is yet to be seen, but I think for Vasco at this point, you've got main breach open. Now you just focus on taking connector. At that point, when you got connector and you got main breach, the ideal scenario would involve taking control of the top garage. And who's a great operator to do it with it? Ying. Ying is fantastic at pushing through that window and clearing that space. But you can't do it until you know for certain that nobody's going to peek you from that aqua stairs.
Malvinas, though, still with all 5 players backing up the line. Only minor damage taken up towards Creeves, and they're in a good position here. Down below, we'll hop back on board with Luca. Buck can have a massive influence on this round. Think about Pillar. Think about IT as well, and on a soft floor. These power positions can be made vulnerable, and Candela's begin the rain out. Ace peeks out towards Rafters, and we'll get one Selma deployed, so that should deny that mirror window. And it does go off, so no one can deny that one. That mirror window now no longer applicable in this round. And Nitro with that LMG in hand, ready to push in towards Aqua. One red silhouette just to his right. Sub 1 minute to work with, and that Candela hooks it up nicely. Try to toss that one in. Just taking his time to wait for the call. We'll bounce it off that door frame, and hopefully by the time those final beads detonate and the flashes go off, the push from main switch is there. Nitro does find one. 4B will get caught from that, and that's a massive opening now from Vasco.
Mine will go off, but it's not going to make much of an impact. 30 seconds left on the round as Vasco Esports look to take the lead. Another Mine, and Santos is able to find a kill off the back of it. Santos goes down, it's all down the Creeves though, because in the blink of an eye, this round is almost over. Pillar being held, case going down, but Luke is going to deny the plant points for the teammate, and that is a round run won by Vasco and Whip It. We said it. They needed to win the first round on attack. They've done it. Now they just need to find a couple more. And on a side note, do you want a spoiler?
Where's Luca?
He's gone.
Wait. It's not a tactical timeout. It's not a pause of Technica. Luca has just walked off.
The Shadow Man that there he's back. He ran back. He's got his water. He's getting hydrated.
Are you hydrated, Gibson?
You know it. You know
what,
it.
chat? Are you hydrated? Chat, get hydrated.
I'm gonna reverse channel points on the channel. Instead of like us having a hydrate, casters are telling viewers hydrate. Whip It, do you want a spoiler from EU?
Let me guess. BDS won?
Yeah, a French team beat a French team.
Woo!
Let's go.
Let's go BDS.
And now, welcome everyone to the better league.
Are we jumping? Bravo's the back. Can we stay on Bravo? I like Bravo more. Comfy here.
Is that because you can be more unhinged?
Yeah.
A little. Just a little bit. But yeah. So for those of you at home, we're sorry if we give up a spoiler. I know that you're watching this because it's more important to you than watching BDS against Wolves. Oh, there's a spoiler, so I guess sorry? Kinda? Not really? Anyway, getting into the game with it. 4-3 lead for Vasco. Malvinas looking to level the sides up once more. Information game will be critical to them when you bring a Valk and you've got the mirror window as well. Well, I see a glass. And I see a blitz.
I was looking at the stats of the BDS game. Liquefact went crazy.
Liquefact always goes crazy.
But as you mentioned, Gibson, that glass is in effect with combination with I'd imagine a bucket load of smoke grenades, likely being brought by operators like the Thermite, the glass themselves, or the Blitz as well. Again, Malvinas might not be ready for it. They don't have a warden, so if this happens and it's going to be a glass Blitz smoke execution, I do hope the defense have something to counter it. They, again, don't have smoke in play either, so they're going to have to realistically just rely on the nitro cells. They have 3 of them applicable to... Okay, right, he's in sight. Okay, this is going to be a round for Vasco. They just charge in, sprint deep in towards sight, and they'll flood straight into it. Nitro and Scarp get the opening picks, giving us now a 3 versus 4 as Treves does fire back and get 1. That's Pano off the board. But look where this case is, with verticality held upstairs as well. This is a nightmare. Not a lot you can do. The Blitz is upstairs, peeking out wide with the UMP. This will just likely bait out a swing. Not Shoto will find 1, make it a second, 2 in the round, can't convert that to 3. 1 player DBNO, that will be the glass, and the shotgun down below can't look up quick enough. The shield does find him. Scarps gets that credit, and we do see Vasco grab 1 more round here. You okay there, Nitro?
Pano was hydrating though. Good man. Keeping those H2O levels up. Lucas decided that
he's still in the room, which is a pretty big thing. That's big.
Luca's not going to abandon us this time. He's going to give the prep phase the respect it deserves.
it's drone phase, not phone phase for a recent Gibson.
FR, honestly.
What a real bestie.
I know too many people who literally say drone phase is phone phase, and I'm like, why?
Yeah, you normally.
Well, to be honest. Yeah, no, I'm not even going to deny. I'm not even going to deny the acquisition.
That thought process now.
I was going to be like, well, to be honest, I'm too busy reading motivational quotes, in the drone phase.
What?
Like, you are enough. That's so. Yeah, I am enough.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe you shouldn't have even finished that through line.
Well, you made me.
Yeah. That's shocking from you. Vasco find themselves in a 5-3 advantage here against Malvinas. Malvinas did have a great opening half for them, going level at 3-3, but Vasco have just been able to, well, I think I'll pace them a little bit here on their offensive half. They've been very quick, very reactive, very snappy. They see the opportunities and they take them very quickly. A previous round, a great example of it. But Malvinas not out of the fight just yet. Lineup-wise, the Blitz is going to be another factor getting brought out. Are we even surprised at this point? Both teams have been using the German operator to great success. Now we'll have the Deimos brought out by Nitro yet again. Those death marks, especially with the amount of verticality on a site like this, can be a nightmare if revealed to the opposition.
Now the thing is, if you are Vasco, you've got to use all the utility because you've brought quite a bit. Like, you look what they have in the back pocket. They got smokes, they've got themselves some nades, those impact EMPs. Not to mention the fact those Flores drones can be utilized to clear so much space and just cause a lot of havoc. But the mirror windows will be a big problem for them because they don't really have the operators that you need to deal with them without getting verticality, or at least, you know, reverse verticality from below. So how do you approach this if you're Vasco with this lineup? I think you just got to force it with the blitz a little.
I mean, you have the perfect operator to force it, Gibby. You mentioned that blitz. And just run people down. Death mark goes out, and again, I mentioned the verticality, a massive factor. It's going to be hunted out. Oh no! Santos finds one. The death mark is going to be a bit of a mad scramble. TCSG hits just as hard as that Vendetta. And Kaid, it's going to be a desperation. Making sure he can keep his toes attached to his feet, and Creeps will find one more. Nacho will fall to that one. Panic ensues. Pano gets into the action. Creeps finds himself a second now, and Malvinas find themselves with a 4-2 advantage. Chaos unfolds across the map, and look at this. Pano and Nitro. They share just 31 XP between them. No way they can win this round, right? Right?
This is Latam. This is Latam. Anything's possible. Pano sneaks his way into sight.
Santos.
He makes Vert as well. He's like, yeah, I'm going to take this fight towards you, Nitro. You're playing below. You're going to give me a death mark. We're going to know exactly where you are. Malvinas on the verge of making this a 5-4 scoreline in favor of Vasco. But do you give him any chance? Any chance?
He's cooked.
Let him try though. We'll give him style. We'll rate his attempt out of 10, right? We'll rate. Okay. He's got a red ping. Got a red ping. No. Dodges some bullets. Dances around the box. Okay. 4.
There was a moment in my head. I'm like, if he pulls this off, this might be the most absurd thing I've seen in Latam, and I've seen that 4v1 on layer.
You know why I give him a 4 out of 10 there?
Why?
Because he dodged a couple of bullets, but other than that, it was ineffective.
I'm gonna say that's a solid womp out of 10. Just didn't get a job done.
A womp out of 10. Is that an official scoreline?
That is, lock it in. That's official.
Oh. Right, womp out of 10. I'll go with it. We'll
reduce the deficit to a single round, Gibson. On the defense, you mentioned this is going to be where they're likely to find more success compared to the offense. Vasco caught completely off guard there as we move upstairs out towards server room yet again for this site. How do we think it's going to go out now from Malvinas, the defensive structure? We're going to see that clash being brought out, which is going to be definitely a nuisance to deal with. But with the prevalence of the verticality in combination with Nitro and Luca on that book and Deimos combination down below, again, you're going to leave your clash very vulnerable for someone to walk down below, skeleton key open the floorboards, or simply catch them with that Vendetta down below. So, might not be the easiest time for that clash, depending on what position they commit that operator to.
They don't have the operating lineup on Vasco to deal with the clash. Like you said, boy, really the only shot that they have is maybe getting below with a buck and getting shots off, but in reality, if you're Vasco, what you've got to do is distract Clash. Find somebody who can just keep her busy on the other side while the rest of the team goes for push, because at the end of the day, if you keep Clash preoccupied on a different angle, it opens up the rest of the team to go for those gunfights, even if you are a little bit down on the numbers. But I love the defensive lineup that Malvinas have. It's perfectly boring. It delays tons of time. The Warden will work nicely against the Ying. You've got Malusi slowing people down. Well, my catches util. Like this is like a 7 out of 10 for boringness. Like, this is good. This is a good start.
This is lovely, as you mentioned. This is a very nice, basic style of defense from Malvinas, and the big question for them is if they can just win their ones when presented with them. They've got pressure held by Aka on towards that rafters. A clash in IT is going to be able to gather that information. Oops, I'm pre-made Vert, please and thank you. And just sit here and be an absolute nuisance. Frostmat will get one. Hopefully they can convert this onto the Ying. Nachoda will get one in the action. And it looks like Rafters and Storage has completely fallen for the side of Vasco. The Malusi gave up control of Rafters and could have got a freebie if just held out a little bit longer, meaning that now that Ying can just push up and apply so much pressure. But she is limping. She is going to be very, very slow for a very long time. And Malvinas need to play around every advantage they have at this point, as now they only have 3 active guns, as that clash is going to be very difficult to use in these gunfights.
Look how slowly that ticker is going down for the Frost. You know, the Frost, I'm going to say debuff, I suppose would be the right way to put it. However, the thing is, because you've opened the breach and because you've got Rafters, Clash can't stop you from entering that side of the map anymore. So in reality, Clash, as you said, has to now fall back. Candelas will go off once more, causing a little bit of confusion, but this is where Warden has got to step on up. Warden goes blind for a second, but Yorks, do not team kill Clash. Do not. Clash, if so help me, if you move Clash and get yourself done, that is all on you. Little peek going from the side.
Stop peeking the door! I beg you, stop peeking the door! Yorks plays such an important role in this round, and it's going to be a nightmare.
The case is going down.
The 4B. It's done.
Remember what I said earlier about keep the Clash preoccupied while the rest of the team goes somewhere else? That's exactly what they did. They literally just peeked that top rafters, and Clash was like, this is genius, we're going to stand there, we're going to use Clash's cover. But everyone else just rotated in through pillar, and through connector, and through pillar, and got the case down. Like,
did the Warden have a shotgun or an MPX as primary? I'm hoping it was a shotgun.
It was a shotgun. It was.
Okay.
It was.
That's just tough.
You said stop peeking the door, and then 2 seconds later, 4B peek the door.
Just stop peeking! Like in this moment, right? They get over the crossfire. Man. Malvinas just let Vasco win. That's going to be map point here on Nighthaven Labs established for Vasco. If they get the victory here, this will be all 3 points in regulation guaranteed, of course, here in Latam. We want the 3-2-1 scoring system in effect, meaning if you get the job done in 12, you get 3 points, but overtime you get a victory, it's only 2, and if you lose in overtime, you get a single point just for your effort to be here. What is delete? What are we deleting, Luca?
This game from our memories.
This is Gibson. We have been working Latam for how long now? This is definitely not the most Latam game that we've ever had.
What would be the most Latam game you ever had?
2023, last play day, Nights on Clubhouse.
Oh, that was a good one.
That was the one where I think we spent most of it howling and laughter because of just the runouts and the Claymore malarkey that we happen outside of Garage.
I raise you one more Latam map. Stage 1. Chalet, Los, or it's not Los, but stage 1, Chalet, and
it was a
6
6K
Karma.
game. It was the one day we done of Latam North, and this is where the sausage incident occurred.
I had abs from the amount of laughing I was doing after that game. It was certainly a time.
But Vasco in a great position here, Gibson. Now they get themselves that map point advantage. Malvinas not too far away in the slightest. They just need a couple of engagements to go their way. They need to be able to find themselves that late round advantage. And the big thing for me, if they can deny the entryway, get that opening pick, and maybe find a high impact operator in that opening engagement, like the Deimos, like the Blitz, they could be in a great position. And speaking of the Blitz, there he is. Just straight. That is brilliant from Vasco, though. Again, you have a massive vocal point. The Blitz charged in to get that control via kitchen. The cutoff is held perfectly via the windows, and Vasco will be taking that one all the way to the bank. Opening pick goes in favor of them, and they're only 4 picks away from getting themselves guaranteed 3 points here in this matchup.
Scarp was just herding him back towards the window like a good working dog, and he's able to get the kill off the back of it. Let's see if they can run the same trick again twice, as once more we're seeing the Blitz on the move. 4B still holding control on the ground floor, but as you can see, pressure is going their way. The death note will go out, the death mark, giving him tons of information. Blitz on a drone. Blitz is the drone, I thought. Anyway.
Blitz on that drone. What he doing, though?
Oh, that flow. That's a sick flow. You should release that.
Put that pressure on. Then Santos tries to take a deep fight all the way towards that open breach. Deathmark goes out. So now Mira is going to be in a world of hurt. Tries to creep out through that smoke. Charges out towards the pick. Gets sent. What?
No,
Scarp gets team killed in the midst of the chaos. It's going to be a 4 versus 2. Vasco advantage for them now. What just happened? I think an air jab happened. No? What? I don't even want to know what happened in that moment.
Killed. Well, let's get team killed because Nitro wanted the kill. He saw
40 seconds, Gibson. 40 seconds.
It's over. It's over.
It's not over yet. Malvinas still have a chance in this round. I'm a believer. I'm the biggest Malvinas plan you've ever seen.
He can't stop
of Nitro. This should go down. It does so. I lied. I'm a Vasco fan now. Panel finding 2. And Vasco find themselves all 3 points here in regulation. Gibson. Malvinas, a better performance than what we maybe thought they were going to find, especially on their offensive half, finding 3 rounds, but nothing really worked when we went towards that side swap after round 7.
No, it's actually a strange situation too when you see a team be so good on the attack, get the 3-3 half, and then everything goes wrong whenever it comes to the defense. But for Vasco, they take a massive step towards securing their spot inside the playoffs. They've done what needed to be done, and it puts pressure on the rest of the games today. We're going to do what we're obligated to do. We're going to bring Jacob back on in. Jacob, was that not a game of all time?
You said the obligation thing, and I'm over here like, do you not like me or something? Did I say something wrong? Are you only doing this for business purposes? What did I do?
I don't want to share you. I want to keep you to ourselves for little calls. The fact that share you makes me sad.
Got it. Whip it. I'll need a little bit more fealty from you. Gibson's already proven his friendship. I might need something more. No, that attack half for that very brief moment, I'm like, maybe there's a chance that Malvinas were doing what we talked about before. Playing loose, playing free to a point where it's not something that Vasco can decipher, because if they don't know what they're doing, the other team sure as hell isn't going to know what they're doing. That's where I thought it was going initially. And then, yeah, to your point, defensive half didn't go their way. Vasco's attacks looked way more dialed in. And when they go into play day 10 and when they start doing more on their playoff run with it, they're going to look a lot better. And this is a much better showing than when they played against Maycam. So I'm feeling more confident that when they get to the bracket that they're going to do better.
Yeah, so I think Vasco, again, the big thing for them is shaking the skeletons of poor results for them to come into this one. I don't think it was the prettiest game of Siege because of Vasco maybe looking at the fact that Malvinas aren't necessarily the biggest threat. They still took them seriously, but I think they played a little bit more relaxed and I think let themselves have some more fun with the game. And it was certainly moments of Latam magic, especially in that last round, I put it perfectly. But Vasco looked very strong, especially on the offensive half. And I think they managed the game from a very steady point after that halfway stage. So Vasco in a great position, all 3 points, and that puts them in a great position to get themselves all the way to the playoffs.
Yeah, they've taken the driver's seat. The one thing, though, that I think for Malvinas, right, whenever they were having fun, they were doing great. But I think what happened them is what happens so many teams whenever they're the massive underdog and they get into a scenario where they go, oh, we can win this. And once they start to go, oh, we can win this, they change how they play and it goes wrong. They stop doing what was working. You know, look at Scars. They were the perfect example of it at the last major. They were brilliant in the early stages of games. And then it was like, okay, we can win. Let's kind of secure our game style. Let's play more strategically.
When they started thinking, they started losing more, essentially.
Exactly.
Hard way to put it, but honestly, I don't disagree. I guess it's just what this core is capable of doing together means that when they try doing something more structured, it's not going to work out. And ultimately, at this stage, that's exactly what it's done. For Vasco, they become the first team in Latam South to jump to the 15-point category. They vault from 4th up into 2nd. They pass Maycam, they pass Knights. So as far as they're concerned, mission accomplished. And when this game started, they still had a +7 round diff over T-Rex. So they're sitting in a pretty good spot. Even if T-Rex were to get all 3 points today, they can't jump above them unless they really knock their socks off against their opponents. So good job for Vasco. Malvinas continue struggling as they have all stage. But coming up next, there's a possibility that Vasco's 2nd place spot could absolutely get ripped out from underneath them immediately after they get it, because it's Alpha Team and Maycam Evolve as Game 2 after the break. Latam South rolls on as we have a couple more matchups in this part of the region that actually do matter for potential playoff spots. Say the words correctly. Maycam evolve, not Malcolm. That's a totally different thing. And Alpha Team find themselves in a spot where Alpha Team themselves may not really be able to lock in first place in Latam South if they don't claim a good win here and a good win in Playdate 10. Meanwhile, for ME Gibson, there is a really good chance that they could take the second place spot that Vasco just earned from the last game.
This is the match that could light the fuse on the final week of Latam South. If Maycam get this win, do you know how much pressure that puts on both Knights and T-Rex later on to win their game? It is insane. And the thing is, Maycam, I said earlier, they're the team that have their future in their hands when you look at the two matchups. Alpha today, and I believe, is it Knights or I think is it Knights they have
Knights
on the
is
final
right next
play?
to them, yeah.
Yeah, so for them, they know all they got to do is win out and they're in playoffs.
Listen, I might be the biggest Alpha fan that we've ever come across, but I want Maycam Evolve to have a great showing here. Listen, Gibby will argue that he might be the biggest Martine fan, but I'm pretty close in second if he wants to take that. I want Maycam Evolve to have a great result here because that throws everything up in the air in terms of those standing for who can make it to those final 4 spots in playoffs. That would be massive for them. And again, this team are on that redemption arc. It was a very rocky opening half in this double round robin. Second half happens and they have found what was working for them and they fix a lot of the issues and they look like a completely new team. And this is what I love to see. We see that improvement from start to finish of a stage. Hopefully they can finish strong, and a result against Alpha is the perfect way to do it.
So last time Maycam Evolve lost a game was against T-Rex, so if that gives you an idea on how competitive it could get all the way down the stretch, then let that be the last time that Maycam Evolve lost a game as far as they're concerned, because since then, they're on a 3-game winning streak. Everything for them has been looking up for quite some time, including a win over Vasco that Whippet called at the beginning of Playday 8, and now they're just hoping that that can spiral into something even better, dude.
It's a rare one that I get a prediction right. It's shocking, but this is why I've got a little bit of confidence behind this side. Now, big thing for me is Redder on that IGL, with Infame backing him up on that duo. They're the tip of the spear players. Unusual to have that IGL on that role, but they've finally found a system that works with them, and they trust everything their IGL says. If Redder says jump, they'll ask how high. They do not question him, and they go. They find a gap and the IGL or Redder makes that call, that team will go for it, and hopefully Alpha Team, if they're ready for it, can try and stop those gaps because they know Maycam will hit them.
And I spoke with Redder last week, just before the week started, about how the season was going so far and what was going right and what was going wrong, and I believe I touched it on already, but he said concentration was their problem. They said so many times in rounds that comms would just become noise, background noise, and he says he was guilty of it, his teammates were guilty of it, and you know, we've all been there in the past where you're just not quite locked in, and those couple of seconds, you know, the fact that you have to make a call twice or 3 times for people to realize, those 2 or 3 seconds could be the difference in a win and a loss. They fixed that. The win streak will tell you that's what they've done, and honestly, they are kind of the form team in all of Latam South right now, and I wouldn't put it past them taking Alpha Team all the way to overtime, if not winning this game.
They have a really good attacking stat, at least for right now. 53% is good for 4th place amongst all 12 teams in the league. They're doing phenomenal there. Problem is, the guys that they're playing against so far through the stage, even if they've had a couple of slip-ups, are better in both attack and defense, so they're going to have to find some weakness. That's Alpha Team. For these dudes, it's not been the easiest road, which is kind of crazy to say considering they've only lost 2 games. When you lose a game to a team like T-Rex back in Playday 7 or back in Playday 8, that's where we start calling them into question just a little bit more, Gibson.
Yeah, and I feel like maybe complacency has been an issue for them, but I feel like they're going to sort that out pretty quickly because this is a team, we've given the players flowers all season, but this team has got one of the best sets of background staff in all of Latam right now. Their coach has heavy ties to, you know, the top teams inside of Brazil. They've got an excellent analyst in there as well, and you can kind of tell that they are a completely different animal this stage, and we've seen it in the past. Whenever you get a very good coach into a good team, it elevates them. Look at PSG Talon and what they're able to achieve inside of Korea since Fabian went and made that move. Honestly, I think it's about time that we start giving a lot of respect to Alpha Team's backroom staff and the impact they've had on this team as well.
I have to agree with you. We've been, of course, nice and loud about, Slaters, Bastion, Gaspro, Martin, actually the entire roster, but their background staff have done a great job turning a side that I think definitely had an identity in Stage 1, but changing that and making them play, I think, like a side that almost seems to be playing beyond their years as a roster. But a big loss on their previous playday against a side like T-Rex, you gotta feel that that's going to have an impact on this side. Hopefully, of course, they have the right mindset to look at that and realize what went wrong and bounce back from it. Considering, well, yes, they have playoffs confirmed mathematically, they want that #1 seed, and a victory here against Maycam Evolve is a great opportunity to really make a statement saying, we might have had a wobble last week, but we are still the top dogs in this division.
Alpha Team currently sitting at 18 points. The next highest team is Knights at 14. And the way that point swing works means because they've got a 4-point advantage, if they were to open that up and get a full regulation win, go up to 21 points, then nobody can catch them. Even if Knights were to get a full 6 points for these next couple of games, they would only be at 20. So Alpha Team, their stakes are pretty high. All they have to do is get 3 regulation points against a team that they have beaten before in the stage, and they get the #1 seed locked down, which is free real estate in this region, depending with how gruesome that bracket is going to be. And they're deciding on Chalet. Whippet, what do we think?
I'm actually a big fan of this for both these sides. Stylistically, this map will work for both these teams. We've seen Maycam Evolve have massive impact on this. If anyone watching remembers during Stage 1 how Infame was basically known for being able to find 20 kill games on this map consistently. But I also feel that you're going to look at the side and the talent the Alpha Team bring out. Slaters, Bastion, Gaspro, who like maps that are a little bit open and kind of rely on moment-to-moment gunfights. I think that these teams are going to go head-to-head, and this might be a battle of strategy over maybe what gunplay might happen.
Gibson, any thoughts?
Honestly, I think I gotta agree. 2 simple maps at the end, Clubhouse and Chalet. For me, I feel like it's what both teams would have wanted, and Chalet should be a fun one.
All right, last time they played, Cafe Dostoevsky, 7-4 for Alpha Team. This time, Maycam are looking for some revenge. They want to climb up the standings, but Alpha Team still want that #1 spot locked down. Gentlemen, Chalet should be a barn burner. Go get him.
Thank you, Jacob. And Whippet, this is a map where both of these teams had breakout moments in 2024. Gaspro stepping in, I think his first game on the active roster was here on Chalet, where he had one of the best games we've seen from an individual on the stage. And let's not forget that infamous Infame R4C game on this map. But ban phase, yeah, Monty Blitz double shield ban. I have no issues whatsoever with that. I think most people won't, but here's the thing. That does allow Dokkaebi to be brought in play, and that Dokkaebi ban rate all season's been so high.
A little bit of deliberation here from Alpha Team, taking their time to remove the first defensive operator away, and it will be that Bandit. Again, you're not up against T-Rex this time around, you don't have to take the knees out of the game, but a Bandit ban is a little bit unorthodox, so I think we might see an unusual ban phase arriving as our 4th and final ban begins to roll out from Maycam Evolve, and that will be the Tubarão. Not too shocked with that one in the slightest. We do have Thatcher on the board again, so imagine Hatch's walls, especially out towards guard, should be opened up and established with relative ease. But Gibson, I touched on it briefly in that little pre-game segment. I don't think this is going to be a matchup of gunplay. I think this might be a matchup where Maycam Evolve, who have found their identity of a side that likes to play in comparison to sides like Secret instead of EU, for an example, where they like to find a weakness and hit something aggressively. Push in and try and find those weaknesses directly towards side. Alpha Team play, I think, a little bit more of that Brazilian style, an extended roam, duo system, always fighting for that trade map pressure and having crosses held. So I'm very intrigued how stylistically this matches up, but it's Latam, so it could also become a bare-knuckle brawl between these teams.
I'm on the other side of the fence. I think this will be a bare-knuckle brawl. Like, I think for Alpha Team, yes, I agree with what Jacob said. They're not confirmed in the top spot in that final 4 yet. But at the same time, on a map like Chalet and the history that they've shown, they can fight. And look at the lineup that they've brought with. But if you think they're not going to fight, they've brought Deimos, they've brought Dokkaebi. That is straight off the bat. They want to initiate gunfights in the early stages. But this is what I think Scopus is all about. Play aggressive, right? You can play this position inside a Mez and library, keep those attackers, occupied for as long as possible. But the second things get a little bit too hot, you can just teleport back to site.
I mean, yeah, Not gonna lie, I agree with that one, Gibson, but the big thing for me is the fact that you have combinations like that Dokkaebi. Now, of course, logic bombs aren't going to be available for the early stages of this. You have to wait a little bit longer. The DMR in hand, so not going to bring out that boss sheet. The bane of my ranked existence, can't lie to you, Gibson.
You use it every chance you can.
We ban it, Gibson. And if
You
we let it in,
crutch.
I always get slammed by it. Listen, think about it. Flores drone deployed, and that's going to put some pressure immediately on towards Dirty, playing by Ivy Stairs. An extension. Kiba barriers will help shore up this position. Barbed wire at the base of the blue staircase as well will mean you can't rush up without a little bit of concern for your own safety. Flashbang sent out, double stacked for them. An Alpha team beginning to poke and look for pressure down below in games. An extensive roam presence from Maycam Evolve, and this is again showing a lot of experience from this side that we didn't see in the opening half of this season, or this stage I should mention. This is a very, very difficult thing to break down from Alpha Team. They're not making much progress towards it yet.
3 prongs of the defense over on that library side. Double windows not opened onto site, which means that the 2 defenders on site can be really mobile around. Now, it does look like Alpha Team are very focused on clearing this side of the map, when in reality, a flip to the other side would be key. Nade thrown, that's going to force Dirty all the way back up the stairs, but once more, throwing a Kiba on that window to ensure that the only position... Something's gone wrong with a Kiba on the stairs, by the way. I see that, don't you worry. And Gaspro sees redder. Down falls the IGL. Open engagement, but great trade from VJ, still playing below, keeping Alpha on their toes.
Dirty finds one more. Bastion's next to go in Alpha Team. Find just a little bit of pressure now, reduced with only 3 surviving members. Dokkaebi does send that first logic bomb out and doesn't have the impact that they would have wanted. IQ and Ace still remain. VG will find himself a second in this round, peeks out and gets slated for free. And this extension from Maycam Evolve has worked perfectly. Alpha Team have not had any chance in this. And all we need to see from Maycam Evolve at this point is manage it to the end. Pressure from Solarium Stairs means you can't walk up, and a player into the kitchen as well. Locks it down. Infame will get that credit. And it is now down to a 4 versus 1. Gaspro, you mentioned, had one of the most incredible opening performances when he went from coach to player for this side, and he will find one. Needing to make this a ace clutch to get the job done. Salma Chargers go through their sequence with Gibson with 15 seconds left to go. I have a feeling it might not be an easy day in the office.
Now, Gaspro, one player will peek, you know, it's what we all call troll time. It's a 3v1. You can let one person try get the kill, the other 2 will consolidate the round to make sure they get over the line. And that is an opening for Maycam in this matchup. And remember, this game means so much more to Maycam Evolve than it does to Alpha Team. Yes, Alpha would love to secure top spot and secure their final 4 position here now. But with the result that we had earlier today, and with the fact that you know either T-Rex or Knights are going to be getting a lot of points later on, this is very important. But whip it. Yeah. What, 1 round? And we've already got a positive.
No, don't say it. Don't say it. No. I'm not going to lie though, Gibson. Like, again, it's like we're collecting limited edition playing cards for the side of Alpha Team. We've got the chair. You know, remember Martine's chair with the early play
on the
days?
bed.
He's now got a Martine with lights on. Rider's croc. Remember that? And the croc was in the background.
Aye.
And now we've also got backwards baseball cap, Martine. Oh, look at that. It's a rare unlock. It's a rare skin.
Skin's not allowed. It's an illegal skin. He's got to change that.
You can also get yourself a Martine backwards baseball cap skin by just simply watching. It's going to be one of your esports packs. A special reward guaranteed by myself. Yeah.
And I will put a disclaimer in there saying that the Martine limited edition backwards cap skin is not available in the store. This is solely just a point to say, watch Martine, okay? You know, to keep you legally safe with it.
Oh, Gibson.
Look at that cable management too. That's clean. We like it.
The fun out of everything. We can dive back into some replays here, looking at this one. VJ, massive impact for the side of Maycam Evolve. Very much an impressive performance. I'm just very impressed with this entire setup that we saw from Maycam Evolve. Again, they had a massive extension, even committed reinforcements down below inside a bar to make that entryway in games so much harder. So they essentially established every single condition on the map to get that victory. You've got pressure on site from your anchors. Fantastic, job done. You have pressure out towards library and mezzanine. Great, well done. And knowing that, okay, the threat to mezzanine is going to be someone walking up blue in main lobby, well, now a player in bar that denies games and main lobby. Every single point of entryway for Alpha Team was contested, and Maycam have won their gunfights when presented with a player from Alpha Team. So a massive, massive round for the defensive side here. Alpha Team, that's going to be a little bit of a wake-up call for them, realizing, whoa, this ain't checkers anymore. This is a game of chess.
One problem that I do notice early on in this round is the lack of hard breach for Alpha Team. You've got Ace, but that's all you've got. You don't have any other secondary hard breach utility, which means that those 3 Selmas is all that you've got when you're trying to attack the site. Now, obviously, you're going to use 1 or 2 of them above as you try to take control of Master Bedroom. Usually, the other one is used on that kitchen wall. But that lack of hard breach utility, and an even bigger issue with it, is the lack of ability to create verticality onto the site, tells you that Alpha Team's best shot really is a horizontal approach. But they're still going to try clear the top floor because I feel like they remember at heart this is an FPS game.
They must imply, and I'm a big fan of this operator. Again,
Yeah,
you can
I
use
know.
it to help
I
that
know.
roam. Oh, Gibson, yeah, just because, listen, I put on an absolute clinic on Bankler yesterday. Jack, can you tell we've played a little bit of ranked recently? We've been on our grind.
Whippet's so locked in though, he's so ready for it.
Oh, listen, I'm back in the scene. It took 4 months off the rank grind, and now I'm all of a sudden locked back in. I'm a demon on it. But the Deimos can play through those verticalities. The 44 Vendetta, that revolver that Deimos brings to the right. Great vertical destruction. Great damage if you can catch them. Of course, we'll have that live feed if a player is revealed. But down below in kitchen, that's a side, of course, and pressure points all around this top floor. You need to control office. That main double wall for office is so important. You can put a player on that main staircase and deny that vertical hold. So for side of Alpha Team, pressure is on to get this clear, and Inflame does find that opening. That's going to be Gaspro off the board. That's your ace. That's your only dedicated hard breacher. You only have secondaries left for this, and that might only be 1 can opener in the hands of Ragnar. So Alpha, deep water early with 60 seconds left.
Yeah, you got to flip this attack really if you're Alpha Team now to push from that Solarium side. The lack of a hard breach means that taking control of kitchen and taking control of the main breach is just not going to happen. Martin on the Deimos needs to find a pick, but Bastion might just find himself in a close range battle. Oh, the FNAC goes off, but Bastion wins those 4 versus 4. Now you can really start putting pressure towards Piano. You can see that blue silhouette of the Frost not too far away, playing the head holes, but you got to be careful about Piano as well. Stepping on and a little bit of damage traded, but Bastion gets another one on the Redder. Prone, Smoky, and always going to get knocked as well. 2v2? Yes, okay. Kill feed lights on up, and all of a sudden it's Bastion and Martin up against Kers and VJ.
Kers and VJ, a massive set of picks there to find. This brings us back to that 2 versus 2. 15 seconds, and the case has been recovered. Limited action with those Selmas, but verticality is held, and that's going to be Bastion's job now. Martin has to make this one stick. Nitro cells are available, so that's going to be sent up, and that should deny that case, and it does. With only 2 seconds left to go, Bastion will simply drop in the welcoming arms of VJ, and the opening, that final pick goes the way of VJ. VJ having a mega game so far in these opening 2 rounds, and a quick glance at the body language of these players. Redder seems confident and happy, and Maycam evolve. If they keep this trend going, they're on for a very strong round on the defensive side. I love this so far from this team. Alpha Team, though, relying a little bit too much on individuals to find those moments, really not having a core structure, and I felt like the plan got a little bit scrambled when we do lose that hard breach of Gaspro. Inflame with the credit for that one, of course, but a big recovery from Bastion, from Martin, trying to get that control of that top floor. Unfortunately, though, again, VJ, Kers has having a huge impact, finding those 2 picks, and that brought this to a level playing field, and, well, C4 goes out, and Bob's your uncle, rounds 1.
And, honestly, it is just a 2-0 lead, right? It's on Chalet. It's not a major surprise to see the team on defense on Chalet getting 2 rounds to start off the game. This is the round where they can really earn their matchup. If you can win basement now and take a 3-0 clean opening sweep on the defensive half, you can really push to go for that win. Well, but before we go into that, I just want to ask Chad a question, right?
Oh no.
So,
hi Chad.
You and I are going on a 5-hour road trip tomorrow. Right? Yes, that means we're stuck together in a car for 5 hours. I want Chad to let us know, what are we going to eat? What type of food should Whip and I get on the road down?
Gas station sushi!
No.
Gas station sushi!
No, we're letting Chat decide and we're going to put it on
sushi.
X.
Chat, tell me this. Nothing beats a little bit of gas station sushi. Me and Gibson will eat that, and we'll put it up on Twitter/X for you all to see.
The everything app.
Based on the site of choice here from Maycam Evolve, EMP goes out and Martin should be able to get this wall open with relative ease. The Kaid is in effect. Tubar getting banned out from Maycam Evolve means it's going to be a little bit easier to get this job done, and they've done that effectively. Still cautious of a run out from Library. We've got the benefit to see no one's in that position just yet, and once again from Maycam Evolve, an incredible extension all the way upstairs. Again, look at the layers to this. They've got a player inside of stock, they're holding jungle, they're holding dining as well. They have everything set up, and Alpha Team really need to kind of pick their poison here. What do they want to do? Because you don't have time to solve every puzzle on the map. Gotta commit to one or two.
Yeah, and if you solve the right puzzles, you don't need to solve them all, is basically what you're saying, Whippet. And one of those problems that you got to deal with is Dirty, who's playing on main stairs. He's got to rotate the, saw him fall back a little bit earlier from inside of games. Verticality still being established as well. The footholes, an issue here as well, as Cares preps the C4 could be big. Here's the stun grenade, but you're not walking through that. You need to do a little bit more work, and Cares will get the kill on the Gaspro. That's unfortunate. Down goes the Thermite, and there should only be one Selma left as Redder gets another. It's a 5v3.
This round's one, Gibson. This round should be one for Maycam Evolve, though. The big thing is they still have control of dining, and that hatch is open. We see the sentry upstairs, and well, it's all well and good. You've got pillar control. Okay, you don't have lobby, so you can get a retake of any of these positions. Slater will lose his fight out towards Infame, leaving us on a 4 versus 2. Hatch in kitchen is open, so for Alpha Team, they have no solution here. There's no win condition in this round. They need to now use their rifles and just shoot their way to success, but Maycam won't make that easy, leaving us now as Redder finds a second round in a 4 versus 1, 40 seconds, Ragnar alone. Maycam Evolve, this is going to be a third round, guarantee it.
A Whippet guarantee. Let's see if that guarantee is worth its weight in gold. A little bit more damage dealt on the Ragnar, and Infame gets the win. Whippet guaranteed is right, and it's time for a tiempo muerte, as a tactical timeout is being called by... Look at Redder, every single round it's gone to his face, and he's rubbing his hands together with a big smile. He is locked in. Maycam are so locked in.
This is a massive performance from Maycam Evolve so far, and the big thing I want to look at, Gibson, and this kind of leans into my statement before in that pre-game, this might be a game of chess, and that's what we've seen from Maycam. Look at the defensive setups that they're bringing here. Every single corner of the map, there's a member of Maycam with utility, reinforcement, and everything to keep that position tenable for as long as possible. Alpha Team need to convert this tactical timeout into 3 consecutive rounds, because now, well, they are in deep water early. Now, mathematically guaranteed for playoffs, but they are not mathematically guaranteed for that number 1 seed. They want that, and if Maycam Evolve, by the way, get victory here, they throw the cat amongst the pigeons in terms of the standings.
I really hope that Maycam Evolve win, just because of the chaos that it will cause in the game later on tonight. Because Maycam Evolve win, T-Rex find themselves further away from the playoffs, and Knights find themselves closer to T-Rex. So that game could be a huge 6-pointer later on today. Hello, Bastian, staring into my soul. That was an interesting moment, right? But Whippet, round looks like it's begun. We're droning. We're droning. Look, we're droning. Gaspro's talking.
Here's the thing, Gibson. Are those stickers on Gaspro's window?
I don't think it's his window. I think it's his PC case.
That's a very big PC, Gibson.
Well, he needs it.
With the amount of raw power he brings to this team. Couldn't agree
with the
more
pages upon pages of strats that he has saved on his PC. 15 terabytes, I've heard.
That's the strats of... I mean, tell you what, though, if Alpha Team have that much strats in the strat book, they need it. Now, of course, chat, I do begin to see that you're rolling out. You caught up with us, and you're beginning to give suggestions what we should eat tomorrow on the road trip. Still no one's saying gas station sushi. Please say it so I can force Gibson to have it. Please.
Somebody said, I quote, "I'm not going on a road trip with you." Okay. A little bit upset, but
I see one.
Okay.
I see one. We're getting gas station
Taco
sushi.
Bell.
We are getting gas station
burgers.
sushi.
Someone wants to make me sad.
Based?
And Plain Milk's trying to make me say, fall for it. I'm not falling for it.
You broke deal. You're never meant to read their names. You give them power.
He's got unlimited power.
We're on Bravo actually, so The rules apply
I'll take
here.
a Mackies. Somebody said Mackies. I'll take a
Other
Mackies.
fast food
Smacks.
sponsors, other bits. Anyway, here's Alpha Team
Oh!
charging in the side and
Oh!
straight into dirty and in fame. Doesn't last too long. Bastion does pop off, find one of his own. 2 minutes left in this round, and well, less players standing. Drops the hatch. That will be the Frost. Redder will pick up one of his own. Bastion's next to fall. The Kaid Nitrocell doesn't find its mark, and Alpha Team go for something fast. Make him evolve, ready for it, and they have played great reactions around it. Yet again, on the back foot. Lots of time to work with. They'll have a chance for recovery as well.
Chance is slim though. It's 4 versus 2. Maycam Evolve have been excellent on the defense so far. Not perfect, you know. You very rarely see flawless rounds back to back to back to back. Well, BDS did it a little bit earlier, but
It did. Whoa, I don't think VDS were that strong against Wolves, were they? Anyway, Frostmat.
in one of the earlier maps, yeah, there's a frost mat there, and VJ is listening. He gets the kill. It's all down to Gaspro with the Ying. 1 Candela left to utilize. Unfortunately, Warden still in play. Default Cam still up, which is going to give away his position. You can see that you got 1 player below, and Gaspro says, "Hello, Redder."
Right,
Good
if
night,
there was
Redder.
anybody who could win this, it is
ZZ.
Gaspro. Mental warfare.
Redder drop it. I love it. You die and you call the person boring when there's still a minute left in the round.
I actually love it. That is so much passion from this. Smoke canisters go out. That's going to be the first of 3 deployed to begin to choke this play out. And Gaspro is running out of time to make something stick. 50 seconds. 1 player up on Ivy, either side, top and bottom. That smoke grenade will isolate his fights. And he finds one through it. Dirty, the Warden, tries to peek up using the glance goggles to find himself a freebie. And gets caught with the LMG. Gaspro, 2 more to go. This is a nasty angle to fight with. Again, deep bound towards storage. He begins to read them. Someone might be making a flank onto him. Unfortunately, not quick enough on the draw. Shut down by Kurz. And that is going to be another round for Maycam Evolve. Alpha Team took the call out. They're like, oh, okay, it's going to be an aggressive... Took the timeout, I should say. Well, let's play aggressive. Let's go fast. And Maycam Evolve sustain and survive that tidal wave of pressure that hit them early via mezzanine balcony. And a massive play there for Maycam Evolve. Find themselves their 4th consecutive round.
That was a menace. Man was a menace there, Gaspro. He almost got that. This is insane. This is actually insane.
Game sense. Calculated. Cold and calculated. Whoa, shivers. Sent down for that one, Gibson. Goose bumps.
And you know what? If he got that other kill, you bet he was going to win that round. However, we move to the next round. Maycam Evolve 4-0 lead on defense on Chalet. If Alpha Team want to win this, they have got to give us one hell of a bounce back from this point on. Maycam Evolve, they've gotten 4 rounds in a row. Whip it. You look at the lineup. Scopo's being brought in play. It's essentially the same setup they brought the last time they were here, where Alpha Team didn't even have a chance when you really think about it. And the problem was the trifecta, the 3-pronged defense over, where you had 1 player in Mez, 1 player on Ivy, and 1 player inside of Bar Games. And Alpha Team just never tried to adjust their attack for it.
I'm not gonna lie, Gibson. We might be the biggest Alpha Team fans who have ever existed. Ever. At least outside of their home region. I'm getting a little bit worried. I'm concerned. I'm a little bit scared.
I'm not, though. I love this. Like, I love Alpha Team. But you know what else I love? Latam. And just seeing teams improve and get better and better, like Maycam, I root for everybody. Like, I'm upset every playday because some team I like loses and a team that I love wins, and I don't know how to feel. But whip it. Maycam. This is such a glow up from them over the last few, the last 2 weeks.
The last 2 weeks, the last 3 playdays that we've seen from them, this team has step by step got better. Step by step found their identity. This is what I love. And look at this from Kurz. The confidence just to fight the invert repel. Peeks out the Solarium. Knows someone's there. Redder finds Slayers. Alpha Team have ran themselves yet again into a brick wall. And there's no easy way through this. They've tried the scalpel. Now time for the hammer. And Martin finds one. That's 1 traded back. That's going to be the Azami off the board. Keyword barriers no longer a factor if they haven't been placed. The drone is good enough to spot the player inside of closet. They need to get, hopefully, that player overextends. But look at this. Pressure applied from deep inside of office. As VJ finds 1 more. That's Martin off the board. 4 versus 2. Minute 20. Alpha Team on the ropes here.
Gaspro is playing a dangerous game with the player inside of closet, looking for the peak. In Fame will get stunned, and Just like
he
that,
doesn't?
down goes Bastion. Yeah, Gaspro gets his one back, but it's a 3v1. Your last player is on Repel inside of Solar. We've already seen one attempt at a clutch from Gaspro. You know what I hate more than this? The fact that Gaspro's being worked so hard because nobody's peeking. They're like, yep, we're going to be boring now. And I say I hate it. I love it. Be boring. Don't peek. Don't give Gaspro the momentum because he is a momentum player if I've ever seen it. Don't peek. Stop.
They're going to. It's troll time, Gibson. Legion wants it. Chomping at the bit, wants to go for a big haymaker. Swings out wide. Gaspro. Stuck by that goo mine. Forced between a rock and a hard place and his siege timing. Just gets his head below cover. I don't have a feeling he's gonna last too much longer. Gaspro finds one. Reads into that potential trade. Two players very close together. One overextension means Gaspro's in this round. Spots a player crossing via that walk-in closet, bearing 9 in hand. Goo mine might be enough to slow him down. Running out of time, running out of HP, peeks the heados, but Legion sits still. Oh no!
BJ's laughing. Renner, he's rubbing his hands and smiling again. Look, he's devious. You know, it's like that devious rubbing his hands. Here, like, we got another one. We got this. We got this. Whip it. You gotta stop peeking Gaspro.
Just don't peek him. Do not peek at. Right, put Gaspro on entry. Get him off a banner. Clearly that's not working. Throw him on Ash. Send him in. Someone might peek him early. What a monster. Player in the bathroom sells this round almost. That's a Scopos. 5-0 Gibson though. 5-0. Alpha team yet to find themselves a decent round. That one was close, but it was a 1v3 that was almost thrown away from Maycam Evolve. Maycam, 1 round away from a flawless defensive half here on Chalet against Alpha team, who have for the longest time been the top dogs in the standings. A poor result against T-Rex last week. And now all of a sudden, they're looking like they're in the deep water. Blood's in the water. Make him evolve. So close already. And we're still in the first half of this game.
But for context about how good this performance is, Martin and Slaters, statistically, are 2 of the best players in all of Latam this stage. They're going a combined 2-10 against Maycam Evolve so far. VJ is 7-1. He has been on fire so far in this matchup. One of the reasons why they're finding themselves in this 5-0 lead. And for Alpha Team, at some point, you got to get the pride going. You've got to get yourself some chance inside this fight. But for Maycam Evolve, they've just... Yes, they've tried to throw a few times. We're not going to give them an A+ just yet, but they're certainly getting an A. This has been really good from them.
Gaspro promoted on towards that fuse shield. Just as dangerous as Monty, just as dangerous as that blitz. But the Legion has been a bane in the side. That smoke. Oh, hello. He will survive that thanks to that explosive resistance available to that shield. And oh no, Kaid's gonna sell himself short for this one. Bashing away. What? Finally gets them shut down. Martin will get caught in the middle of that chaos as Ragnar will get one on the dirty. Control upstairs begins to favor now for Maycam, or begins to favor for Alpha as they charge themselves in. And this shield is so important. Maybe that double shield ban was exactly what they didn't need from Alpha.
The thing is, they got Valk back on her feet, so it's a 3 versus 4. The shield is still in play, though, which is the big problem. There's still one C4 that can be utilized. I think maybe it's Mira's got that in the back pocket, unless Dirty went down with it, but... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah. Bye. 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 It's a 2v4. This is 2v3. I was going to say this is unwinnable, but all of a sudden... Oh, no.
DMR upstairs just misses the shots, Gibson. Shield at this long distance finds himself a little bit vulnerable, stuck into the barbed wire. Ragnar is going to be very uncomfortable now. One blue silhouette so close out towards West Main. That's a Zami. Oh, going to get caught by Ragnar, leaving us on a 3 versus 1. This case should go down. One player stuck deep inside of dining. Nothing you can do here. Bastion upstairs holds on to that vert. Red pings and a shield bearing down. It will be a wall bang with the ARX. And finally, Alpha Team find themselves around. Oh my, it comes very late in the opening half here. Very, very, very late indeed. 5-1.
Quad kill whip it from Ragnar. Big round for him Is he able to get the win?
You got there.
Took a few attempts, didn't it?
How you built
It was-
different though.
It was at this moment Mira knew she was dead as well. Like,
You're gonna be too.
You
You're
just
gonna be
knew.
too. Yes, you're on Bravo. You maybe could say the full sentence.
it was at this moment Mira knew. Nah, I can't. I
You
can't.
can't. You're too PG. Yeah.
I'm scared. I'm
You get one per
scared.
stage. You get one per stage, Gibson. Everyone else has done it.
Can't use it there.
If Martin,
Like Latam will give you a good moment.
1v5, Martin ace clutch to win the game. I think that's when you can drop. Your one, rude word.
Nah. 1v5.
Either skin.
1v5 by Tom Hagen.
Whoa. That's
Yeah.
power right there.
That's what we
games
want.
are set for round number 7, Alpha Team's very first defense, and this is going to be the big compare and contrast for me, Gibson. In my mind, Maycam Evolve played basically a near perfect defense with their strategy that they brought out with the massive extensive roams. Will Alpha Team do something similar? And if they do something similar, will they be able to counter it?
Well, if you can do it defensively, you've got to know how to attack it offensively. You look at the lineup that they've brought. Grim will work on clearing space. I think bringing Sands tells you it's a little bit more execute focused with Capital with the fire darts and the smoke as well. Kind of tells me at some point we're going to see a full-blown assault attempt at a plant. Now, Capital will also be very good at clearing Coffin Corner, which, as we can see right now, is completely vacant. The Grim will identify the player inside of Mez. What? Oh, that was your chance. That was your chance, Cares, to clear that power position. But all in all, I like the lineup that's been brought by Maycam Evolve, but they need to use their utility. This lineup only works if you use your utility.
Senswall first one goes out. Combination with the Grim Hives beginning to try to get information out towards Mezzanine. 4 bodies stacked up out of the library. Committing everything to this, but look who it is. Martin out the window. Finds one, that's VJ. Second death of this matchup as Gasper will find one more. The fortress of top Mezzanine remains and he's going to collect even one more. 30 does get one. Might just be a consolation prize. Finding himself a second. Overextension from Gaspro and he will pay the ultimate price for it. Revive goes out. There's an opening here. Back to level playing field. 3 versus 3. Anyone's round.
The thing is, Cairds is on 20 HP. These 3 defenders have not taken a lick of damage so far in this round. But you look at the offensive utility. Grim can still find a little bit of space for the attacking side. Capital can still smoke off and create a little bit of chaos. There is a C4 in play. I believe that... well, oh my god, Martin, what are you doing? Down goes Cares, and down goes your Capital. So, opportunity maybe to get the plant off has been removed ever so slightly. Jumping in is dirty. He's going to go for it anyway. Beats the peak. Redder gets the kill, but Bastion's there for the trade. 1 versus 2. Your IGL, your second entry, needs to go big. Information has been gained. Having a little peek, player on blue. Ragnar wins his 1 and Alpha Team take another round.
Oh my Gibby. Oh my goodness. This has all the hallmarks of what I like to call a Latam classic on Chalet. A dominant opening half from Maycam Evolve met by what was a steadfast defense from Alpha Team. I've got to say this simply put, the absolute balls on Gaspro to stay on Mezzanine. He's going to get pressured from the Grimbees. His walls open up by Selmas. Everyone wants his life, but he finds 2. He's able to find so much chaos. Gaspro has been so impactful for Alpha Team so far in this matchup. Got to give him every single flower in the bouquet right now, because that's what's bringing this team to these moments. They've got 1 round back. The deficit reduced to 3. Can they find any more success here? Going downstairs to that basement for this next defense.
But here's the one thing I will say. Like, honestly, Gaspro deserves all the credit.
Yep.
I don't think the tactic of peeking him 1 by 1 with 5-second intervals is it.
Not gonna agree. You know what, Gibson? I'm gonna agree with you for that one. Go on 1 by 1. Might be the most silly thing to do. Gaspro is a very mechanically gifted player, and if you just decide to go, oh, hello, stick my head in the window, oh, I've fallen over, he's going to take those fights one by one every single time. He's got the advantage. He's got a 2.5x. He's got an ACOG. He can just sit there and do anything he wants. Also credit, though, we do have Martin, who was able to get that opening pick as well with the run out with that Solace. Gaspro, player that we've heralded for his mechanical ability so far this matchup on the Clash this round.
Yeah, oh, Mira was trying to trick it. Mira was trying to use the Mira to trick the Thermite from going off, which does work. And I think for Martina it would have been really good if it worked. However, you lose that position. Clash's position, I'm assuming, I haven't quite seen, but you assume that Boiler Wall's probably open, and it is, so Clash will play inside of Boiler to stop the push from that side, and if pressure gets too much, you'll get Mira or another one of the defenders to swing around and go for the kill. 1 minute gone, giving up a lot of space on the top floor. Still drones being utilized, but I would argue that Alpha Team are in a pretty good spot with the lineup that they have now. Maycam Evolve have bits into what they want them to do. It's Maycam Evolve's job now to force that first pick.
TCSG deep inside of blue plays a critical role to deny that entryway via the staircase, but look at this, held by Redder. You can't peek in this one, they know he's there, but the big thing is sit still, do not move, do not do a damn thing, Slaters. Just play your life, because the longer you sit there, the longer you simply just exist, your presence, your raw aura denies this team entry. The cover from the TCSG is critical as well, and look at this, he knows. Oh no, what are you doing? No, don't peek it. Redder finds that credit, and Alpha Team lose that opening pick. Not going to be traded, and the Candelas can go pushing deep in towards blue. Pressure from Mainstairs and that open breach. This execution begins to cook up now, as you have over 60 seconds to make this one stick.
But he had no aura there. No aura whatsoever as Redder is able to get to wait him out. Now we're seeing the verticality be created and Clash begins pushing up blue, which will force Redder back just a little bit. But if Clash is there, that means that there is a hole elsewhere inside the defense. We're seeing the Candelas go off once more, and Redder plays into a... We've seen this dance before!
Get me out.
No!
Get me out! Get me out!
Gets another. Martine all alone, and Fame makes it flawless. Maycam Evolve go to 6-2. Oh, look, Redder. Yeah, rub the hands together and smile
all I'm saying
once more.
Is Slater's peeking out with the shotgun out towards blue stairs. That is negative aura right there from him. Slater's has been so good this stage. All he has to do is sit there. Don't peek out towards that Clash. I mean, I get Gasper's giving you information, but wait a little bit longer, a delay. Maycam Evolve, though, have played their cards perfectly, Gibson, and they get themselves now into a 6-2 advantage. At the bare minimum, they have guaranteed themselves a point. That is only if Alpha Team get a complete sweep here, break the overtime, and then win within that overtime. They have a plethora of opportunities to win this round, or win this matchup, and get 3 points from Maycam Evolve. Puts them all the way up into second place, unravels things a little bit in that middle table pack, and, well, for Alpha Team, that's another consecutive loss they're going to take. And that's the last thing this team wants.
It's insane. And Maycam Evolve are the informed team in Latam at this moment in time. They're going for their 4th win in a row. 2 flawless weeks if they're able, 2.5 flawless weeks, I guess, if they're able to get the win tonight. But Whip It, look at the scoreline. Redder's going 10-6. We couldn't find the Crocs because he's wearing them. They're in sport mode and he's going to get a couple more.
He's locked in. It's just so dangerous for Alpha Team now. You can't make a mistake. You can't afford to overextend. You can't even try for a hero play because you might get punished for it. Down in Kitchen, this could be our very final sight here on Chalet. Pressure mounting up, a library side entryway for Maycam Evolve seems to be on the cards. Down inside a garage, and Kurz will take some early damage. That will be Bastion down below the MPX and hands of Valkyrie. Finds one. There's Gaspro. TCSG good enough to get Redder off the boards and a wave goodbye to IQ, meaning those Valkyrie cameras will persist a little bit longer. Have a little bit more impact in this round.
Redder down. Oh, yeah, the round is still not over. 4 versus 5. You lose your IQ, but you've still got plenty of attacking utility you can utilize. Those death marks from Infame could be huge for leveling the sides. Bastion is the target. Information will be fed to his teammates, but an engagement is awaiting, and that engagement happens. VJ gets the kill onto Gaspro. There's still a presence on blue stairs. Yellow pings being traded as both players have a rough idea of where each other are. But the thing that worries me is the player inside of bar. By the looks of it, there's still 2 defenders in bar games that need to be dealt with. Ragnar is there, and this could be a huge fight in this game. Silhouette on the other side of that soft wall here, Whippet. But a minute and a half, you don't want to waste too much time trying to clear these 2.
Alpha team need to play with sticky feet in this moment. Just sit still and let the map do the work for them. Establish their crossfires, but Infame finds one with that Vendetta. A second one unraveled with the ARX to the hands of Dirty. And just like that, Alpha team find themselves in a 4 versus 2. Worst case situation for them. Martin and Slater's the last 2 standing. We've heralded these 2 players who have a massive impact in this. Fenrir hunted down in the hands of Deimos. That death mark chopper will whiz around his head. Reveals his position live. One drops the fireplace, but Martin's aware the main door is held. Siege timing allows that player to survive, and Martin will be thanking his blessings as he can creep all the way deep inside the site. Every bit of attention now is drawn out towards his teammate, caught by that death mark, and Martin finds one, but he's alone against 3. Heroes are formed in moments like this one. Can Martin be that hero? The case is cold, he's got 30 seconds to hold the line. Death mark goes out, and Malusi, well, not going to be long for this world. They know exactly where he is. He needs to win every single one of these gunfights. The pre-fire overextended, and it's going to be too many bodies, too many ones line up, and it will be Maycam Evolve finding victory here on Chalet. And chat, I promised it, so for Maycam Evolve, second place for them.
Oh my lord, you've actually done it. 7-2, Maycam Evolve take the win, and that rockets them right up that leaderboard once more. The form team in all of Latam, and I am so excited for this final play to see if they can keep it going. Jacob, a lot of people lost a lot of points in that last matchup, but sometimes you gotta go for the team in form.
You can't always go for the overdog every single time, right? I think there are some opportunities to get a lot of like, congratulations to everybody on Bravo channel for getting points, by the way. That you have to be diehard in Rainbow Six if you want to get any of those. What the hell happened in that first round? By the time it was 2-0, I'm like, this can be totally standard fare. By the time it's 3-0, I'm thinking this probably isn't too bad. By the time it's 5, I'm like, this thing's probably over because Latin American teams probably aren't built with that 6th gear to really unlock a comeback if they need it. Gibson, what was the one thing, the catalyst for why Maycam Evolve were able to run away with half number 1?
Honestly, it was everything we spoke about in the pre-show. Their concentration levels and their quickness in decision making won them that game. They knew that Alpha Team liked to be very mobile and extend the map, so they cut off rotates and wait for those players to walk into your crosshairs. They had a plan, they executed it, and honestly, they just played really good Siege.
Big thing is we've not seen Maycam Evolve play this style of play before on this. They often play with default setups and rely on individual roamers that aren't supported with utility. They decided to make Chalet a fortress. Every position Alpha Team either wanted to enter with or have control with in the mid to late stage was held by Maycam Evolve, and there was no significant gaps in the defense to exploit from it. So Maycam Evolve played a perfect defensive half, realistically only dropping 1 round, and their setups left Alpha Team completely bewildered. There was nothing they could do to break that down, and uncharacteristically, Alpha Team had no solutions from it other than Gaspro finding a flurry of kills every few rounds, but that's not enough to win a game like this, and the scoreline, I think, pretty fairly reflective of what we saw in the server.
Yeah, it puts them right up into the second place spot that Vasco themselves just claimed in the last game, but with it may be more map dependent, but if you put that Maycam Evolve team in playoffs, with the way that they played, do you think they make a deep run, or do you think it's mostly just down to how they decided to turn Chalet into their own personal plaything?
I think certainly Chalet does favour this map. We've seen them during stage 1, how they really love this style of play that enables them. When we get towards best of 3s as well, you gotta wonder if their map pool is deep enough. You gotta think about if they get dragged out to Layer, to Nighthaven Labs, if those aren't instabans, even Consulate, for example. I think they'll be difficult for this team to have that same impact with, but if they can find a way to convert that same stylistic approach to what we saw on Chalet to any other map, if they can get 3 more maps like that, they'll be very, very strong once we move to best of 3s. But Maycam Evolve, they found a great run of form, and this is brilliant.
Meanwhile,
yeah, I have
Gibson,
a lot.
Alpha Team, they're suddenly a 2-game losing streak. What the hell's going on with these guys?
They know they've got Malvinas in the last playday, right? They just need those points to qualify.
But you can't
Maybe
be
that's
playing
what
just
it
because
is.
you know you've got a 6th place team in your last game. You can't be playing like that. Come on.
It's happened before. It has happened before. Maybe Alpha Team are stirring the pot Maybe they want the chaos of the leaderboard getting closer. Look, I'm clutching at straws
Yeah,
here.
sure, 100%. Yeah, as if you want to feel something in your last game before you try to lock in a #1 seed. Nah, given the way that this bracket, I don't believe that. Because there's so many different places that you can enter into playoffs in Latin America, if for some reason they were to let that #1 seed slip, in spite of having what at one point was like a 7 to 8 point gap over whoever was in second, they're going to be kicking themselves if that's the way it goes, dude.
Yeah, they will. Look, I think Alpha Team have dropped the ball a little bit these last 2 days. They've gone to maps where they thought that they could outmuscle their opponents. It's not worked. You know, they got outmuscled themselves today heavily, especially when it came to the kill feed. I feel that they need to regroup tomorrow and just get the job done. If they lose tomorrow, if they lose on Wednesday, and they put themselves in a position where they have lost top spot, they've lost that spot in the final four, and they have to go through playoffs, they're going to need every single little bit they can get out of that background staff we spoke about earlier to get themselves mentally prepared for playoffs, because losing is a habit that you can build pretty quickly.
And Whippet, you said that you were Alpha's biggest stan, yet you wanted Maycam to show up. They did, but I don't care about you saying, like, getting that part about Maycam getting that correct. It's more that Alpha now losing, are you doing okay?
Not really for that one. That is a little bit upsetting for me. I want Alpha Team because I love the characters and personality on this team to get that #1 seed, but this is a performance that I'm going to look at and say I'm going to be critical of. They got outmatched in a lot of attributes there. They couldn't break down that defense, and a lot of tape to look at from this. I think a massive learning experience for them going into their next playday.
Well, it means that Alpha Team's last game against Malvinas suddenly actually has more stakes than we might be giving it credit for. We'll handle that on Playday 10. There's one more game left to go in Latam South. Knights still have to get as many points as possible because now they've been shoved down a couple rungs on the standings as of results from earlier today. And T-Rex are trying to get out of a current 5th place spot. Map 3 up after the break. The last game of Latam South actually is a lot more impactful than we thought at day's end, or day's beginning, because Alpha Team didn't get any points, they're at the top of the table. Malvinas didn't get any points, and they're at the bottom of the table, meaning that that race from second all the way down to fifth somehow comes down to this game, and then everything else on Playday 10, because still nothing is locked in yet. Knights began the day in second place, trying to see if they can hold on to it. T-Rex were in fifth place, and they were tied with Vasco, but they couldn't get back out because round diff didn't go on their way with it. We are in store for a good one, and it's going to shake up everything because of how close everybody is in the table.
This is what I live for, Jacob. Having everything come down to the final week of the regular season and teams are scrapping for only one team can't make it to playoffs, and everyone else is scrapping for the final 3 spots for this. Knights and T-Rex, this matchup is perfect. Both teams on, I think, opposite trajectories. Knights have had a little bit of a drop-off. They looked fallible. They've been beatable time and time again here, dropping points, whether overtime or in losses. And T-Rex had a shaky start to the season and have somehow found form in this latter stage. And they look poised to maybe have an upset result here and completely shake the standings if they can get a victory here against Knights.
And I know that sometimes people like to look at me as the face and whip it as the heel, and I'm the one that wants, good things to happen. But deep down, I think all talent members are agents of chaos, right? We all want crazy things to happen. If we, for me, imagine the impact it'll have on the table if T-Rex win this in overtime. They get 2 points, Knights get 1. Everything just gets even more consolidated in that mix going into that final play day.
Yep.
That's what I think's best case scenario for the league from a chaos standpoint. For Knights, best case scenario was just get the win, put T-Rex further away from getting into the playoffs, because everybody else ahead of T-Rex that were catchable have got their 3 points already.
There's a very strong chance that the way that this playday started could be the exact same way that it ends. Knights were in second, they get bumped down to fourth, they can get back up into second if they were to get just the right amount of points in this game. They won a full regulation 3 because of how close the table now is, and they seem like they could be in prime position to knock Alpha Team out of that number 1 spot if they were to win here, win on Playday 10, and then Alpha's losing streak extends to 3 games in Playday 10. Gibson, they really, really want this win after seeing how the rest of today has gone.
Want, need, require, all of the above applies to Knights now. They have gone on a very bad run by their standards. It makes no sense when you look at the talent that they have in the server. And this is a scenario where you look at this roster and you say they need to beat T-Rex. You beat T-Rex now, you increase that gap, you get all the way up to 17 points, and even more importantly, you play Vasco on the final playday, and you kind of have a little bit of security that you should be saving the playoffs today with a win.
Big thing that scares me, though, is that teams have seemingly figured out how the Knights play. We've seen them be this slow, very checklist structured team that have a pretty small map pool, but they're very clinical on those maps, and I think that they've shown weaknesses and they've been exploited a little bit more than even they were expecting from it. The very first playday we saw in this stage, they suffered an overtime victory, which was a little bit of a shock for us here because we had seen this team be so strong during stage 1, and immediately things have been looking a little bit ropey. I think that people have figured out how they play, and they've not been fluid enough to adapt to those changes just yet. So this side, I think they have the potential to bounce back after what was some poor results, but I'm always going to be a little bit kind of on the fence with how Knights looking at the minute.
They've won the most attacking rounds out of any team in the league thus far, but the problem is going to be their defensive halves. That's what you're going to need to watch out for. And that's what T-Rex themselves are looking to exploit the most. They started the day all the way down in 5th. They were tied with Vasco, but they were behind in round diff, which means they still had one of those bottom 2 positions. There's a chance that they can vault over Vasco, over Maycam, get in there with contention with Knights because of how close this field is, and they actually might be in the best position possible, but all they have to do is get past a Knights team that's looked not terrible at the back end of the stage with it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing for me is that we see T-Rex making strides and improvements every single week, every single playday. The big question mark was always their attack and if they can make things stick. They've had great talent on this team. Django, a massive standout for me. Always able to have a huge impact in terms of finding kills, finding opening picks. Always able to make an influence for this, but they haven't been able to make the most of capitalizing on those gaps he creates. They've got better in the last few playdays, but they're still not at 100% yet, and that is a scary factor because Knights might be able to exploit that, but that is also where Knights are a little bit weaker on their defense. And I think both these teams' strengths and weaknesses line up perfectly, have a great dance partner duel between these sides.
I actually think that this should be the most structured game that we should have in LATAM for most of the stage, because when you think about the way both of these two teams want to play, you've got T-Rex that want to play the Brazilian style, Knights that want to play a more structured way of siege than just throwing stuff against the wall and trying to get kills. This is going to be more akin to what NA, EU, Brazil viewers are used to seeing, which should make for a very good game indeed. However, as we've said before, one of these teams is significantly better on attack than the other. You know, T-Rex, not very good on attack all stage long. Knights have been excellent. They get the case down more than anybody else. So if you're T-Rex, defend the site. Defend your kingdom, and you'll make things a little bit easier for yourself.
This also is effectively the first time that both these teams have played. Now, you might be confused. It's the second half of a double round robin, so how is that possible? Last time they played, a competitive ruling had to come down on the results of that matchup, which now means that even though there was a result, it was a 7-4 that was ruled in Knight's favor, there wasn't a complete game that was clean on both sides of the ball. So this might be the first time, assuming that there's no weird shenanigans that happen in this matchup, this is the first time we could see a definitive best-of-1 single map result between both of these squads, and that is what's going to make this so interesting. I do think Bank is an interesting pick, because it doesn't play anything like Clubhouse when they played last Whip It, but it does make things a little more interesting.
I like this map for Knights going into it. Now, you think about an attack on this, especially, for example, take the basement. It's going to be very different to Clubhouse, which is where we've seen Knights be so fantastic, but it's a lot of steps you got to go bit by bit for. You got to get control of open area, get the hatches, secure your flank watches, clear server, and begin to work your execution. There's a lot of separate steps, all put together, can be very complex to find, and they love going through those steps. So I do feel that Knights are in a great position for this, and stylistically the map does favor them, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it's basically all about layers. You know, peel through those layers of defense on a map like this. Teams will set it up as structured. There's going to be set times in their head to fall back to site. There's going to be set checkpoints that the attackers want to be at those same times. So it is all down to who can do the basics best.
So T-Rex currently in 12th, trying to jump up into one of those top 4 positions, but Knights can gatekeep them and keep them down in 5th, while also raising their own chances to maybe snake that #1 spot in Latam South away from Alpha Team. Bank is up on deck. The Irish have the call. Gentlemen, it's going to be a...
Thanks, Jacob. And Whip It, this was a matchup where Denny's was a bold boy the last time these two teams played and inspired the Bandit ban in this region. Now, here's the thing. Since that matchup, these two teams have been on very opposite paths. T-Rex, their star, is rising. Knights, are they getting to the twilight of their success inside of LATAM? We don't know. One thing is for sure, one of these teams is either going to continue the trend, or we will see that trend bucked. Whip It, what do you think?
Oh, this is actually one that's kind of been playing on my mind since I saw it on our schedule for this evening, and for me, the Knights have been a roller coaster to follow for this side. Again, the only team here in Latam South that has attended an international event. They qualified for the Atlanta Major. Now, did they make it very far? No, don't believe they made it out of Phase 1, but they still got themselves to an international event and got to scrim international opponents, which is a massive benefit for a side like this. They have a lot of experience, but they haven't converted that experience into consistency here within their own region, and that's what they've been lacking, especially here in Stage 2. T-Rex on a massive upward trajectory, fixing issues that they had at the beginning of this stage, beginning to find their form, finding that identity, and now they look like a side that if you let them in, they can pounce, and they might be a very difficult side to break down a map like Bank if they have a good solid defense, which they're starting on.
Yeah, but the scary thing about this matchup, and I think LATAM has not learned its lesson at all, is the community vote. As it stands, nearly all of the community, 426,000 channel points, have been bet on Knights, 55 onto T-Rex. And we seen it earlier today. The informed team and Maycam Evolve were able to beat Alpha. T-Rex are the informed team going into this matchup against Knights. I feel like we could have some very upset people in chat if form is the telling factor. But we spoke about this map a little bit. Bank is a map where there is layers on attack and defense. You know, we think about basement. You've got positions of power that you need to hold. Knights in particular, This is a team Whippet that love playing basement with the wrinkle where you will have an Aruni, and the Aruni will play below inside of servers to keep that hatch closed with a Warden playing on top blue. It's something that Knights did several times the last time we played here on Bank. Is that something T-Rex are going to be looking at as something they can exploit?
Well, I'm not too sure, Gibson, realistically for that. Again, the question for me, and I think a lot of this is for both these sides, how things are going to look when we get into the server. Theory crafting between teams in Latam has been a little bit more difficult than I would have expected in this latter stage. I think last game is a perfect example of that. Who would have expected Maycam Evolve to play that way? But a lot of this system, especially with best of ones, is about finding form at the right moment. Think about sides, it's a classic story in sports and esports, right? C9 Beast Coast, for example, they find form at the right moment, they win the Manchester Major. They don't have that form now, and they're now in the LCQs. They didn't even make it to the next major via the qualifying systems of the NAL. Right now, it's the very similar story. Knights are on a downward trend. They haven't found themselves that momentum. T-Rex have big results, finding improvements, constantly getting better and better and better. And now this might be the crescendo of their season so far. If they can get over the mountaintop of Knights, who have been a difficult side, who've beat them in the opening half of this stage, this could be a massive blow. And Knights, you gotta feel the pressure on their shoulders now. They know they've been shaky. There's been a little bit of a wobbly performance from them. They can't let this go. They have to be almost perfect here.
But you spoke about form being the important thing. You're forgetting. You mentioned C9 Beast Coast. They had plot armor. That was a fairy tale inside of the game. Probably the biggest fairy tale we've ever had. I would argue a bigger fairy tale than when Fabian went back as coach of G2 and found international success. So it's a very different scenario we find ourselves in. One thing is for certain though, we're in a situation we find ourselves in Latin a little bit. We're going to jump into a quick break. When we come back, Knights will be taking on T-Rex. Do not go anywhere or else. Yeah, you viewer who thought about getting up and going, good thing you stayed, because the game is getting ready to start. We're on the defensive bans. We've already seen Monty and Habana removed. Makes perfect sense. Habana, the queen of hatches, being removed on a map where hatches will be... Well, I used it today. What are you going to do? What are you going to do about it? Whip it. Here's the real question. And a ban?
No, I don't
perhaps.
think we'll see. I don't see we'll see Denise banned away with that ban. And of course, that's the moment. If you know, that's part of the Latam iceberg. This stage, Mira will be taken away. So Monty, Habana, Kaid, and Mira. Are we even too shocked here on a map like Bank? Knights do start on the defense, and for me, a little bit of concern here for T-Rex. T-Rex have had a lackluster performance here on the offensive side, and that's been the area that I have to ask a lot of questions about them. If they can realistically stand up toe-to-toe against a side like the Knights, who might make this a very, 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 very difficult time to get any control at all.
And the basement's the site we're going to go to straight off the bat. Mira being removed changes up the way this site is played quite significantly. Usually you'll see a Mira window in red looking towards site, and really getting control and getting that hatch open is a key point. The Goyo here being used by Jerry is a vitally important operator. those Goyo canisters are going to be used to delay the push. Now, if you put 3 of them over there, you can waste a minute. If you put all 4, you can waste a minute and 20 seconds. Now, here's the kicker with it. You've got Tachanka and you've got Smoke. So all of this lineup is based to make that plant as impossible as possible.
I'm going to put something out here, Gibson. I guarantee, guarantee might be a strong word here. How I'm going to say this, quite simply. I am going to put 75% chance that if we're relying on that Shabika launcher of the Changa to stop a plant going down, the plant goes down. That is so inconsistent, and that's going to be a massive question mark here for me for the Knights. Again, you could, again, Maestro not exactly the easiest thing to bring with Brava being in effect for this one. So they're trying to bring as much denial as possible to bait them into a plant while an extension happens now as they begin to hold out towards open area. Very common to see teams bring this one out, but normally you see them have that hatch open, and Tom Hagen is going to get his teammates finally request that backup, and they have opened it up. So his job is to waste as much time as possible. He'll position himself on the hatch and likely try to get himself in that back corner. Unfortunately, does drop away and doesn't get much delay for his effort up in open area.
Yeah, and we've still got the Warlord. It's actually Smoke that's going to play inside of blue, but with the shotgun, this is an angle that's always going to favor the Smoke. The only thing that could cause a major problem on this position is if we see a lot of utility being thrown that way. Now, the positive thing is there are no flash grenades. There are no stuns. It's only smokes and claymores in reality. All the nade's going to do is clear space, but as soon as the nade's thrown, we'll see the smoke fall back down the stairs and get the canister thrown off. Jerry will find the opener, as we saw a little bit of a attempted sneaky push by Bok. Oh, there's the opening kill, and look, Jerry throws a couple of... I'm going to guess that's ha 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 ha. But you never know in Latam either.
I don't speak Spanish, so I can neither confirm nor deny these statements, Gibson. So, minute 20 left to go with, and the advantage does sit with the Knights in 4 versus 5. So, the big thing for me, the Knights need to realistically just sit still and use their utility. We touched on this in the prep phase. They have a Smoke, a Goyo, and the Chonka. Even though the Chonka Samika launchers are terribly inconsistent, their ability to just choke out a play is massively important for this side, and T-Rex running out of options here. They've opened up hatches in towards Vault as well, and beginning to look for rotation, have some pressure inside of Garage. Knights do have one blue silhouette lurking in there. Isoko does find one. That's Django, and that is that tip of the spear now neutralized for the side of T-Rex. Hives will go out, but it might just be an effort of a consolation prize to try and get something working, as I think Knights have this completely under control. 5 versus 3, 40 seconds. As Angels does find one, the Fenrir gadget blinds the vision. Fear strikes at 4 versus 2. Choked up by the toxic canister. You can't even act on that information. I might be forced to make a dive straight down elevator.
Yeah, Angels does get a kill, but the thing is, it's still a 4 versus 2. Trying to make a push through the hatch. Grim, oh, he's going to miss him. He's no, Atlas, you didn't have to do him.
Out. Get me out. It is round 1. No.
He's behind you.
What? Ah. Knights, this is meant to be the game where it's like, this is meant to be the big Latam game. Where it's not crazy. Not this.
Look,
Anyway, Knights for the opening round, Gibson.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Wait, hold up, Gibson. Am I getting some updates about G9 Beast Coast? I'll wait till the end of this round.
G9 Beast Coast updates? No, don't make me wait. Tell me now.
I think they might have lost to Wildcard.
Oh. Yeah, the plot armor's gone. It's like Fedov is at a massive part of their success, and I know that we're going on a tangent here, but I feel like they've lost their plot armor. It was a perfect storm. You can never take away what they achieved. You know that you and I were delighted for that roster, but it's just not been the same. It's kind of giving me flashbacks to what happened with Rogue.
Don't remind me. Don't remind me of the downfall post-Berlin Rogue.
Hey, you can never take it away. Big E.T., Crine, Spoit, Leon Gids, all major champions. And let's not forget our boy, Canto Ricchetti.
Okay, I mean, he does share a call-out on this map, of course. Hopefully that position on this map will have a higher stat return out than he has had in EUL. That one hurt to say. Sorry, Canto. So, You throw me off completely, Gibson. That knife has absolutely thrown my head. It's Tom Maycam will find the opening one. Angels is first to fall in this one. We'll wave goodbye towards that Ash, who looked to make an aggressive play down in Garage. Does not work out in the slightest, and shut down very early. And Gibson, I will actually give you a live update here as I'm beginning to watch it unfold on my other monitor. Yeah, C9 base codes have lost a wild card, 2-0.
Okay, GG's, I guess. Wildcard, take the win. But more importantly, this is Latam. Knights looking to almost secure their spot in playoffs with a win over T-Rex, which will get them back into second spot. There's that logic bomb deployed, which will give a ton of information. And here's the thing. Even if you can't hear those phones going off, it's information. It means you know the area around you is safe. So I always say it's, you know, good thing whether you get information or not off the back of it, because even no information can be good information. You know what I'm saying?
Unfortunately, Gibson, I have to agree with you in that one. Minute 30, 5 versus 4 advantage still sits with the Knights. T-Rex will begin to chew open the floor here to get access into archives to see if they can find any players lurking. Trying to catch anyone maybe in that extended rotation all the way out towards it. Sight is down an open area, of course. Hatch and Janitor is reinforced, forcing a commit of limited hard breach utility to get that cracked open in the later stages of this round. Cautious of someone on those windows and looks to be aggressive here. Tries to catch one person behind that table. So
Denny's is still in the game though.
Gibson.
Oh.
Yeah. So chat, that is what we like to call in the business a pausa technica. I have a feeling the server might have exploded.
But Denny's was still fighting. Last time this happened, they
That's
finished
true.
the round.
Do you think, Gibson, that what's going to happen is that we're going to come back at a certain point and we might be 2 rounds in or 3 rounds in?
Who? Gonna be 2 rounds in, and we're gonna find out there was another knife kill.
We can talk about this still, Gibson. We can keep yapping away while we figure things out for this one. Knights playing a very good defense so far. The opening pick of that round going for their way is the Ash try to get aggressive into the garage, and that was Tom Hagen who picked that one up. From that moment, that's the worst case scenario for T-Rex, to give Knights an early advantage, an early pick, because guess what they're gonna do from that point? They're gonna sit still. They're not going to beat you. They're going to realize that they can trade their way to victory and basically let you lose the round on time yourself. And that's what we're seeing play out here for T-Rex. Limited utility in that moment. They finally got the hatch open, but we just got away before that gunfight. And Gibson, live update coming in for this one. T-Rex do get victory of round number 2.
Oh, what a surprise! Oh no! Anyways, we're gonna jump into a break. When we come back, we will have this game continuing, and we will see you guys in a few. Chat, Whip It.
Hello.
We are so back.
Are we?
Beg,
Gibson, you're going to
please.
chat the conversation. So Gibson actually was currently talking about how G2 is going to win the Montreal Major, and he actually gave a very detailed breakdown to me during that break. Gibson, want to relay that to chat?
I have never had someone tell a larger lie about me in my life. I was not talking about G2. In fact, I'd be very, very surprised if we even see G2 perform well internationally at any point this year.
So Gibson, you're lying in the chat then. Gibson is actually the biggest G2 fan I have ever seen. And believe
Whip
it or
it.
not, guys, he actually has 17 codes for the G2 Fenrir skins. So just DM him here on Twitch and you'll be able to get them for yourself. He'll be giving them away for you.
How did it feel modeling for that skin, Whip It?
Tremendous, Gibson, as you imagine. Of course, as you love to call me Fenrir, even though I am not Fenrir.
It wasn't me. It was Latam chat brought it up. This is the home of that lore. And Jerry...
Out the window. Out.
Go.
Up out.
Oh, no. He's getting this kill. Look. He's getting the kill around the corner.
not.
Here we go. The timing, no!
I love Latam. Oh, Latam, you will tease you. Thinking I'm going to have a play to give a little bit of a yap over. Unfortunately,
He got spooked. The kill was there.
Ooh,
it is
October.
spooky month.
We haven't seen Ram bring her boogie drones yet. Whoop, there she goes. Zane just pops up and gets a little jump scare on Tom Hagen. Finds that opening pick, and the advantage goes with T-Rex for the very first time here. Of course, they did win second round. Didn't get to catch that, unfortunately. Gibson turned off the observer feed.
Did I?
You did, actually.
Oh, sorry. My bad. Okay. I won't do it again, I promise. I'll do my best anyway. Just like all these players are doing their best as well to put on a show for the viewers at home. Here's a peek at Angels. He's going to get the best of Soko as we now go to a 5 versus 3. Jerry's going to get stunned inside a closet as Tuku, please don't die.
Don't do it. Anyway,
It's the definition of insanity.
one might seemingly try to throw themselves at this in stock window one by one to open themselves or invite themselves towards that meat grinder. A long angle held by Atlas here, and it's going to be a key one to deny that entryway. Flashbangs do go out, and the ace will get compromised. Atlas plays it nice and patiently and finds Bazooka. 3 versus 4 advantage with T-Rex. They grow that now as Django will find one Atlas, leaving Jerry and Tugu the last two standing. Swings that wide from Janitor, can't find one. An unfortunate quick draw there, and Bok is going to be able to find one all the way from that square staircase. We find ourselves in a position where T-Rex now lead here on the offense, and a perplexed looking Tom Hagen.
I'd be perplexed too if I lost that round in that fashion and seen all my teammates peeking the same angle over and over and over again.
NES Classic behind him there.
It is. I noticed that myself.
Before my
that
time,
camera looking
unfortunately.
HD today. That camera looking real good today. Oh, there we go. There's a nice kill from Atlas. That was the only thing he had to smile about in that round. But from that...
Gibson.
Oh, am I wrong?
I mean, to be honest, Knights didn't have a lot to smile about in that round. It did not go their way in the slightest. And one by one, they peeked out towards Stark, and they just kind of conceded their lives to that position. Basement will be the defense here for our third and for our fourth defensive round from the Knights, bringing out to it. Gibson, this is the strategy
They're
that
doing the thing.
mentioned.
They're doing the thing.
Let's
go.
I'm not even going to let you break this
Let
one
me chat.
down.
No, let me chat.
Come on, Gibson, break it down. Tell chat what's
Okay.
going on here.
So, basically, what is going to happen is Smoke is going to play on blue stairs. And on the other side of things, the Aruni, which will be Jerry, will be playing inside of server, standing on top of the desk. Or at least pretty close by. Whenever you hear a little bit of pressure going towards the hatch, whether that be some of those 4 can openers, by the way, that they bring, all you're going to do is stand up on the table, you activate the Aruni gate, it destroys one bit of that utility, and then you sit back. In the meantime, Smoke is just going to stay inside of blue, keep a little bit of pressure on, but Whip It, a very good counter to that Smoke inside blue, could be a blitz push down the stairs.
It could be, again, you get it up close and personal trying to buy that space, but Gibson, you know, we've been talking about it a little bit in our pre-show, or before we went live. I think a great way to describe that strat would be a skibbity strat, as it's going to be a
Did you seriously just drop a skibbity strat in the chat?
I did. Listen, you dared me to do it before we went live for this one. Fire darts go out towards player in back server room. Scopo swaps the shell that should be in safety as Knock begins to probe and look to find an entryway via marble stairs. Of course, will not be spotted by these cameras. Can sit still basically for eternity. Actually, no, for eternity if you don't move in this moment. So will act as a little bit of a sentry turret, stopping rotations up that staircase. Knights have only lost one player within the midst of that chaos. That will be Soko, and it will be a 4 versus 3 advantage for them.
Oh, but that's a huge loss. There it is. You got blue control, but there's still the Scopos down. And don't know whether it is a Titus or Colossus Whippet. I don't quite know just by the view
Shell
yet
1
which
or
one
Shell
is which.
2?
Okay. I'll rock with that. But which one's Shell 1 and which one is Shell 2?
The one that's dead is going to be Shell 1. Shell 2 is the one that Tom's currently playing.
Tell you what's look, Shell. Box Zero looks a shell of himself on 3 HP right now as the Tubarão will keep that shield closed for just a little bit longer. Pressure on the attackers now. 3 players left standing up against the 4 defenders, all of which have full HP at this point with 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. And you can see there's a lot of conversation going on with it as to how they want to approach this. My guess is they're going to use Capital with a combination of smoke and maybe some flames to make a push and drop down the hatch.
Lion Scan goes out to look to make an entryway. A 3-2-1 play could have been called. At this point, though, for side of T-Rex, it might just be trying to win your ones. They have to get aggressive with it. Smoke's loaded up in that tactical crossbow. Will this be an impact? Sending the first ones out there, trying to get some control. I think Knights just have things in great control, but this case might go down. Rotation from Red is going to deny that case going down. Draco gets that credit. Atlas picks up one of his own, and it will be a very systematic breakdown of this as Jerry or Tom goes upstairs, and it will be another round for the Knights.
A Shell 1 or Shell 2 though?
Oh, shut up, Gibson.
You know there is someone out there who knows which one is which just by the appearance of them.
Okay.
You know what'd be cool actually? Whenever they get like loads of skins, if the 2 skins were different.
I mean, I believe the current Battle Pass skin is different between the 2 of them.
Is it? There you go.
I believe it is.
I only use official skins because I am boring. Anyway.
I exclusively run Ember Rise or Wind Bastion. And if you disagree with it, cry about it.
That's passion though. Like, real. You've seen my fuse, haven't you?
Oh, you're
Ember
yes.
Rise skin with a Morty head. Like that is the stuff of nightmares, particularly when you get MVP and you get that animation as well.
Oh, Gibson. Now, lock back in, sir.
I'll try. I'll do my best. Whip it. Maru, Grim, Ying, Dokkaebi, Flores. Yeah. I wonder what could be cooking here.
I'm so intrigued, Gibson, about what we're about to witness for this one. I have a feeling they're going to go through a window. There's going to be a mass of smoke grenades. There's going to be some Dokkaebi calls. A Grim Hive arriving as well. There's just going to be a absolute mess of chaos. If they don't get themselves bomb peaked, and very, very luckily, the Izami doesn't find those shots and connect with them. So they'll retreat all the way. And that eagle, it looks nastier with a wild skin on it, just saying.
It does. It'd look a lot better with the wild skin. But we'll whip it. Will we also see a logic bomb perchance whenever this execute happens?
I have a sneaking suspicion that we will see one, Gibson. We have to wait a little bit more into this round, of course. Those logic bombs after the recent nerfs to Dokkaebi do take a little bit of time to generate into the round, so you can't deploy it immediately. But this is going to be a good thing for the timing of T-Rex. It allows them to get a few things moving in this round. A little bit more positional control to begin to put pressure on players that aren't just in that site who might compromise plays for it. Now, we don't see a lot of nitro cells available for the night, so they won't be able to deny that case down below. I wonder when this play does arrive.
Well, drone work being done as of yet. We've got a lot of the players in positions on the windows. Django playing on the ground floor because, of course, that's where Amaru gets the value. Now, that window being castled can actually work in the attacker's favor if you're going for that Amaru push. So there's the stun grenades in towards Trump. That'll get Jerry a little bit distracted. Atlas will get the first kill as Angels, I think, went out the window and is going to pay the lead price. You went into a cap can. Django. You just stood in a cap can. It wasn't your job to go there. Tuku will get a kill. It's a 4 versus 2, and it's a shambles. It's an absolute shambles. They lose the... Atlas is smiling again. Tuku's giggling.
Oh, and then Tom, stoic as ever.
Oh,
I'm not gonna lie. That round, yes. I don't know if you can hear my desk slams there, but that is my opinion upon that one. I love the vision. I'm really a big fan of it, but T-Rex just didn't work for them, did it?
but if you bring a Maru, are you not supposed to bring the case and try to plant, not sprint into gold where there's a possibility of cap can traps and even worse, players with guns in the opposite direction like that? That was a misplay. The drone. Or sorry, I think the worst play of that round though was probably the skylight one. That was, yeah.
Oh, this is Latam.
If you are just joining us,
I love
this
this
is
region.
the premier region in all of Siege Entertainment.
World Siege Entertainment. I like it. Got a ring to it, Gibson.
It does.
Oh. It's
that's
nearly 2
Twitch.
a.m. for us. We're beginning to lose our minds, as you can imagine, for this one, as we see the advantage go back in favour of the Knights here in this matchup. Round 6, the last one of the half. They can convert this into a 4-2 split. This would be what I would expect from this matchup, though. A 4-2 split in favour of the Knights is kind of where I see them going into it. Question marks, though, will have to be asked of T-Rex on their defense, considering how good Knights have been time and time again for this.
Zuka with the blitz ready to make the push in, but I agree, Knights have been pretty well prepared, but this defensive half can really all hinge on this round. If Knights get it and take a 4-2 split, they are in the money. 3-3 half, and all holds are off going on to the Knights attacking half. However, T-Rex playing above their average so far. They've found a lot of success on the attack, which is not something they've done all season long, but I feel like they're betting the house on the blitz play this round. We all know how oppressive this operator can play against. I have played in a proper, I suppose a comp style game against Demo using blitz, and I'm never again. Never again. Honestly,
never again to dealing with Demo, or never again dealing with Demo on blitz?
Demo on blitz, honestly.
Demo will fry me in every go. I've never actually beat Demo in a gunfight in this game, ever.
Oh, mate, honestly, he's... whenever people are like, oh, he should have done this. Demo's usually kind of right, because he's... I hate to say this, but he is good at the game. You gotta give him credit.
Look by a Guman out inside of the lobby. We just have over a minute left in this round. Logic Bomb in the back pocket of the Dokubi of Dinez. All 10 players still remaining in this server. We're going to find the initial entryway, unsure of where this will arrive from, and of course open area is our site of choice between these two teams. T-Rex running out of options. Hatches, I believe, are open. BP still persisting. I don't think he can get an angle of it from there. And they're aware of likelihood of someone going to be roaming around, and they're still cautious of this. But Gibson are taking a lot of time to make things work. And it is going to be 45 seconds. The Blitz is going to play a very important role with this. The Legion does manage to escape all the way via that drop and try and go get themselves stuck from this. And this drop does arrive. C4 not thrown deep enough. In this case, should go down. But the Knights, their guns come absolutely alive. Finding 3 without reply. Finally, Dina's finding 1. Leaving us with only 30 seconds. And there's going to be a retake happening out from Blue. Player behind that kitchen countertop makes things very much... well, basically impossible at this point. 1 out by Beepers wins their 1. Dina's left alone. And he's only got a DMR and an SMG-12 to make things work. A pre-fire does land and he gets the head of Tom Hagen with only 12 seconds left to go. Fenrir shuts that one down. Soko gets that double kill, drop things up, and it will be a 4-2 split in favor of the Knights.
And if you ever needed a perfect example of what makes casting Latam great, you've seen another example of what the trap that Whippet and I have fallen into every single play day, every single map at this stage. We're going, the plant should go down, but this is Latam.
But in the defense of this one, they get the case down, but they haven't done a lot of jobs to clear anyone else from this position. No utility to support that case going down, so there's no smoke grenades, there's no flashbangs thrown deep to try and deter them. There's not even, those grenades tossed to buy a little bit of space, or even a Grim Hive sent out. It's just going to be basically, just send it on in. Why not? Just go in.
Support Wild if you buy the Deagle skin, if you want the skin for
like
that
we've seen
Deagle.
a lot of that skin being advertised today, Gibson.
Yeah. To be fair,
fitting.
we didn't get a lot of it on the
casters
Knights.
on the Latam games. You have the Irish skin. Go, of course, go support your favorite organizations with the new R6 share skins. Go buy them.
You know who's got a banging skin?
Who?
Knights on Sledge. You should get, if you haven't got it already, you should get it. It's a
Funny
full
enough,
operator
guys,
skin too.
I do have the Sledge skin for Knights.
It's not
It's
very
very pink.
camouflaged, but it goes hard.
It's very pink.
It goes hard.
I believe the
though.
artwork was also created the same person as the Hyper Beast skins from other notable first-person shooters.
There you go. The more you know. Every day is a school day, I guess. Especially here on the Latam broadcast.
Well, it is actually a school day, Gibson, because it is a Monday.
So it is. First
Opening
engagement
fight
could kick off here.
You go.
No, after you, kind sir. You take
thank you
it.
very much.
Floor is yours.
Opening fight happens out towards top marble, and that's going to be some early pressure that T-Rex don't really want to take that fight from. Knights, well, not going to be too painful or too kind of keen to hunt that player down. They want to keep their man advantage best possible. Basement is the very first site for the T-Rex defense here on round number 7, of course. 4-2 split for the Knights on their defense. How are we feeling about that one, Gibby?
I feel pretty good. Fam the Knights, a 4-2 split on bank is a pretty good one. But again, you look at T-Rex's stats this season long, it's probably the split you're going to expect. This is where T-Rex have excelled on the defense. The first F-Nut will go off, blinding the attackers for just a little while until they deal with that jammer. But we've already seen almost half of this round go by, and now we're going to get those hatches open. Very similar setup here to what we saw from T-Rex earlier. You've got the Capitao to clear some space. Striker, I think, is a pretty good addition, but Whip It, we're seeing the LMG being brought by Tuku rather than the M4.
I mean, listen, you got 100 rounds of 5.56 as chuck down range. It's a great thing to drown out any aggressive wannabe peeks up via that blue staircase. A projectile thrown, that will be a HE grenade to clear that shield, so they'll be able to have a little bit more security pushing this angle. But again, this is not going to be easy. You have to do this in combination with utility. But here's the thing, Gibby, you've got the perfect utility to clear this player out. You've got a floor-raised drone. Just walk one of those Roteros down and easy as you like. And it's going to drop one smoke, push on into the deep, and this is going to be a massive play. Catches that player absolutely napping. Tuku gets that credit. Bazuko's first to fall with 50 seconds left to go. Knights knocking on the door of sight, and this execution should arrive eventually.
And it's just a player knowing a play had to be made and making it. Smoking off the door, making sure there was no angle that could be had, and going and clearing blue for your team to take that position. Now the issue is case is in the hands of Atlas, who's probably going to go for the hatch drop instead of the standard plant, and it's just a matter of time. 25 seconds to go. You've still got those Goyo canisters, which could be popped, but at some point, Capitao is going to cut off one of these lines of sight, one of these angles. There's the Candela going off. There's the smoke. Signal is now. There's a smart fire dart being sent as well. And now you got to get the case down. 10 seconds. Tom's going to get himself a quick double. Another kill will surely follow quickly behind. There you have it. Atlas makes it a flawless round. And that is brilliant. And look at this heads up play. Get the case down, up the aggression. More laughs in chat from Jerry as Tuku will take a swig of a nondescript energy drink.
I'm a massive fan of nondescript energy beverages. Keep me going and keep me powered up through the night. However, actually, Gibson, I have actually stopped consuming nondescript energy drinks during our broadcast, and I'm now a fan of mango juice.
We love mango juice here on the broadcast.
It's actually not even mango juice. It is actually orange mango and passion fruit together.
Which is shortened to mango juice.
Yeah,
Will we have some mango juice on a road trip tomorrow?
I can bring some.
Oh, that'd be huge.
Unfortunately, chat, I have a cross-country road trip with Gibson tomorrow.
5 hours.
I have 5 hours in Gibson's rickety horse-drawn cart of a car all the way to the other side of the country for something.
Where we have to stop on the way, apparently, and have gas station sushi.
The chat has decided I'm actually...
Well, they did say you have to have it. They didn't say I have to have it.
Okay,
They
Gibson,
said you
I
could
will
have
have gas station sushi. I've had it before. I was desperately ill after I had it. So we'll see how I feel about this one. As we dive back in, that one, Tactical Timeout was called, I believe, by T-Rex from that, and I think a wise choice to make it after that play. That was a great example of the Knights execute heavy style. And well, Jerry...
Where's Bach? Where's Bach?
Oh, Jerry has just pointed out someone is 0-6, and that is Bazooka. Oh,
yeah, but where's Bach? But look, where's Bach gone?
He's there somewhere. He's
in the clouds. Head's in the clouds.
Yeah, who isn't in the clouds right now? Cloud9 Beast Coast.
Oh.
Sorry, I do like that team, but that's just an easy jab to make against North America, so I'll do it.
you'll take any opportunity you get to have a go at North America. And I'm not going to lie, I genuinely hope someday we get on an NAL broadcast just to see the absolute chaos that you will cause. Any game, by the way, Whippet once tilted a whole region by saying the best player in NA was Spoit. You literally, the whole region came for you.
Am I wrong?
No.
Listen, M80 stink, but Sport's good. That's all I'm saying.
Of course, the best player in NA has to be an EU import.
Yeah.
2 minutes and
I mean,
40
is
is
second, but follows that trend.
Yeah, another EU import.
Do you know what team was really good back in the day? United, because they had Alfhammer. That's actually a stretch. That's a big stretch. I'm sorry, guys.
Do you know what? Goated analysts now. We stand Alfhammer.
Oh, Knights lead 5-2 here against T-Rex, and it's been a dominant display from the side. This is much more what we expect from the side of the Knights. Very clinical, very to the point, and it's very... I think this is just very good basic team-based siege. So I love the play around the objective and that execution that we just saw. On the basement is a great example of that, so hopefully more of the same.
I hope so. And structure is one of the things that Knights historically have been known for. They've just not found it frequently enough this stage. But this is a game that we've stated they need to win. This is a must-win game for both teams, but dare I say, this is what you would call in football a 6-pointer. Because you're stopping your enemy. Uh-oh, run away, bazooka's burning! Uh-oh, now we can see another player fall. They know exactly where this player is, down by Tellers itself. Whip it, bazooka's down. Don't crawl.
Freebie!
He was crawling to give the kill to the other guy in the window. It was as simple as that, but it's 1 minute and 30 left in the round. Knights, they've got a 5-4 player advantage. They've done a ton of damage onto Bach, who's fighting inside of Trump for his life. And they don't have Canto open yet, though. I feel like that's pretty important if you want to execute what Knights are planning.
Actually, Gibson, it's double electrified and they don't have no EMPs to deal with it. Actually, they've got 2 secondary EMPs, but I don't think they're going to commit them out towards Canto at this stage. And they should be able to toss them, but it's going to be a little bit of a gamble. Not sure what side they'll be placed on with the small radius of those secondary EMPs. Makes that a little bit harder. But Knights do have that player count advantage, and that will be massive for them. Still an absolute mess of drones still applicable for this offensive side, so they have a lot of resources to try and make things work. The next objective might be to get control of stock. As you see, Django playing this position can impose a lot of pressure on this side. Angels finds one, looks to make it a second, does so. Dinez actually finds that one on Tom Hagen. Now it's going to be an advantage very shortly to the side of T-Rex. Soko gets one back, Django's off the board. The LMG lets off a massive rattle of death, but only shut down by Angels, leaving us a 3 versus 2 advantage now. Actually very quickly, look at that shot with the shotgun. Pumpy from Dinez finds one on Ahsoka, and T-Rex are destined to get themselves one more round, as that C4 tossed out from Janitor is going to go all the distance to deny that rappel in, and no case will go down. T-Rex find themselves one more round, and I'm very impressed with the Warden playing in Johnny. Dinez, massive player, 3 in the round, and that gave the lifeline now for T-Rex here in the defense.
I feel like Tom should not have sprinted when he did. Just didn't even consider the fact that there could be a player by the Janny door. Look, here we go. Okay, Tom!
What is he cooking, man? Like,
he was locked in. Somebody said, sprint the site. And like a good soldier, Tom went. He trusted the call. That's passion. That's energy. It's trusting your teammates.
I really do. I honestly, I respect the trust in the call. I'd still check Johnny, just in case, because you got trolled there a little bit, Tom.
Yeah. Take a tactical timeout just to discuss the fact that call cost you. And you know what? It would have been okay if they were playing the trade, right? It would have been okay if they were like, yeah, I'm going to bait you to get a kill. But that didn't happen either. And yes, I am still salty about the fact that Creeds, yes, tier 1 Creeds, baited me so hard in a ranked game.
I'm not going to lie. I was reading chat and obviously taking notes for this incredible game that we're witnessing.
Reading chat and taking notes at what chat was saying, is that what it is?
Yeah, exactly. I'm actually taking names in chat.
You owe codes for skins, apparently.
I don't. That's just not true.
Oh, you actually do. No, that's a reminder.
You have 17 G2 Fenrir bundles to give away to one lucky member of Twitch chat this evening.
I give you 20 Fenrir G2 codes to give away.
And you still have 17. Actually, I gave them all to Flynn, who will be giving them away during the
Happy birthday, Flynn. Folks, it's
Happy
Flynn's birthday this week. Can we all wish Flynn a happy birthday, chat, as soon as you see him? Every time he types a message in chat, it's happy birthday,
Every
Flynn.
time you see him on your screen, happy birthday, Flynn. That's happy birthday, Flynn.
Yeah, we were joking last week when we said it was his birthday, and it turns out that it actually is his birthday this week. F4, F4 on
It's
God.
Sunday this week. I haven't researched which day it is, but it's
Thursday. It's Thursday.
Because we don't have a broadcast that day, you may as well say it to him every time you see him.
Yeah. We never get broadcasts on your birthday. Kinda sad.
That is true.
Pengu's birthday today too, folks. Happy birthday, Pengu. Anyways, we're getting some damage dealt onto Angels. He drops down to 17 HP, almost losing his life, and will just fall now back to site, which I think is the correct decision to make. Attacking lineup with it. No real changes when you look at what Knights are bringing to the table. They've got a plan. They want to execute it. They know how to make it work. But a key part of that plan is getting rid of the defensive utility. Those Maestro cams and those Gaio canisters in particular are massive barriers to entry.
Just over a minute left in this round. The Evil Eye is going to have a massive impact here for T-Rex. I think that nade sent out should clear at least one of them away. Brava could have been a massive pick here for the Knights, but they don't opt for it. Control still held from server rack. And the big thing is you have a Capitao, so you have 2 fire darts to clear server rack, and that should be a guaranteed freebie. But I think it's going to be a pivot call here from the Knights. I don't know what they're trying to cook up here. It might be a very similar execution yet again, where they're going to try and blind with the smoke grenades out towards red, fire darts within that smoke, they create a little bit of chaos and drop close towards that door and stick that plant. But considering what that case is, it might be an elevator push, and they might try and use the Capitao on these hatches to fake a push out towards CC. That will draw that warden out of position and give a little bit of space out towards elevator and lockers for an execution. But no, they're going to try and commit this via marble stairs to push on down. So it's going to be a flurry of Candelas arriving now in combination with flash bombs, and they're going to dive on down marble stairs. But Box is going to be able to find one, Tuco shuts it down, Django deep in garage will get one of his own as Jerry fires off. There's going to be an absolute massacre here. Knights reduced to 2 members against the 4 standing for T-Rex. 1 inside the garage will try and creep their way up. That will be Jerry with his LMG, and it will be 1 on marble stairs, choked out by the smoke canisters for Stoke. The Knights kind of screwed here, and T-Rex just have to sit still, time and do the job, and they have won the round. Great defense here from T-Rex, and Knights couldn't solve that puzzle.
But there was 4 LMGs in that round.
Yeah.
4. That's a lot.
A Charlotte Major?
Who are you, DZ? With Pamba?
Bring me back
I missed
to
the
Charlotte
Pamba
Major.
party. But the Pamba party times were nuts, weren't they?
Yeah. I was cheering for BDS that major, so...
No. Tell
Okay,
the
cheering
truth.
for
We were supporting Liquid.
Okay, yeah, but Liquid lost Gibson, and, like, chat, like, if I tell chat I'm a Liquid fan, they're like, oh, he's Liquid fan, oh, they lose all the time.
Well, but we are Liquid fans. It's okay. It's good that, you know, we've got someone to go through the misery with.
That's,
Could be worse. We could support FaZe, who somehow threw a major. Like, they threw it.
they didn't just
To a
throw
team.
major, they
To a
threw the
team.
Invitational.
Yeah, facts. But they did throw a major, too.
I'm so perplexed about that Sao Paulo. Like, the fact they threw that one away. Unfortunately, so going into this one,
Whip
round
it.
10. Yes, Gibson?
Before we
What's
get
going
into
on?
the round, for people who've, you know, not been paying attention, surely the team that won that invitation, surely they've already qualified for the major, right? Surely
Shouldn't
Fury
call it
have
Dynasty.
already qualified.
Didn't call them a dynasty. Nah, they haven't made it, guys.
Oh. Sucks for them, I guess. 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Knights with a 5-4 lead. And honestly, T-Rex fighting their way back into this fixture. Lineup for Knights, they're bringing the Blitz this time around with the Ying once more. Always bring the Candelas if you can, but whip it. Big problem with this defense is the castle. Right? It's going to slow down this Knights attack. And you can tell that Knights were set up in a way to explode their way in through electrical and towards kitchen and wreak havoc in the back of those Candelas. But with those castle barricades, it buys a little bit more time and it tells the defenders what you're cooking.
Again, just every second counts for the defense here for T-Rex. And again, we've already seen what Knight's idea is during his executions. It's going to be a mass utility dump to use operators like Yin Capitao realistically to try and buy themselves that space, and they don't have a lot of soft breach to get through these castle barriers. So at this point it's going to be a little bit of improvisation as Nock creeps their way into archives, and of course Nock got a silent step, but no cameras would have spotted this play, and they're going to sit and hold this rotation. Combination with that blitz in close proximity means they have the opportunity to dive deep in the site if they have, or if they see the reasoning to find or make that happen.
Blitz is on a mission. Wandering. Remember we were talking about somebody wandering earlier today? Well, there you go.
Well,
Blitz is wandering.
Gibson, chat wasn't there during our ranked games to realise that one. Anyway, it's gonna... Okay, Castle's done. Castle is dead.
Poor Angels. Could do nothing about the angry shield going his way. And now that's the opening blood in favour of Knights. They will draw it first. C4 prepped below. This could be dangerous. Be careful where you step now. The minute they try to put one of those can openers on... There we go. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Django gets the kill. Down goes the can openers. And I think that's the only ones they had. That hatch is now locked unless Tuku can reposition and get there. But Tuku wants to use those Selmas Whippet on the quad wall.
The scariest thing, Gibson, though, is going to be that blitz bearing down upon you. Again, they need to have a crossfire established. That Warden in a great position to deny that. But look at this, Gibby. All the way in the corner of your screen, that blitz going to make a large rotation out towards security, out towards small office. Blitz is stuck in DBNO, however, meaning it's going to be advantage now in technicality. 4 versus 3 in favor of the defense here of T-Rex. Knights running out of options here. The Zoro counter slows down that push. You can't go through beepers yet. You're going to be delayed a few more seconds. And now this is going to be a very, very scary take. Now the blitz has been recovered and they're going to charge this straight in the B. This needs to be perfect now. 20 HP but stuck in a mute jammer, so you cannot flash. Tom Hagen needs to play this perfectly, but shut down by Dinez. The case in small box will be Soko, and Knights fire off, finding a flurry, but shut down by Bok with the SMG-11. Don't know what happened there, but he will get the job done. A nondescript energy drink slurped away from Tuco, but a massive, massive play to find that one done. And that brings us, Gibson, all the way level. 5-5 our scoreline.
Yeah, and that means we are guaranteed every single round in regulation. Here's the question though, Whippet. Which of these teams or which of these orgs' jerseys go harder?
You're making me pick a difficult choice here, Gibson, but I'm going to have to say the Knights.
I agree. Tom looks perplexed, by the way.
I mean,
somebody has just said something, and Tom was like...
I got very scared, Gibson. I looked at the top, and I was in my head, I'm like, this is a tactical pause, right? And I saw pause at T, and I got terrified it was going to be a pause at Technica. But it is a Tactica.
Right.
So we're fine.
Chat, rate the Knight's jacket that was being worn there by Soko. Out of 10. What was it you gave something out of 10 earlier?
I don't know.
It was a long time ago. You did.
You
You didn't give it a number, it was a phrase.
With a distraught I called.
I don't know, Tom still looks perplexed. We're back.
I need to stop reading chat, man.
Whip, behave yourself. Behave.
We bring ourselves level here at round number 11 between these sides. Knights, again, a team that I herald for their success and their ability to be very clinical on the offensive side. They've shown us glimpses of that, like their basement defense, how they've been fantastic with it. However, we've seen T-Rex being able to counter that time and time again. The last 2 rounds being great examples of that. Knights, I was worried in this season, in this stage, just for the simple fact that I think teams have figured out how they play. I think teams know what to expect up against the Knights, and we've seen this time and time again. Slow, methodical, checklist style play, big utility based executions, and they play around the win condition of that case going down. T-Rex have somewhat invited that pressure on here on Bank, but done a great job of dealing with it when either that pressure arrives or having, getting early picks, making Knights be short-handed when that execution arrives. Great so far from T-Rex, and much improved from them. I love this so far.
But you're bang on with the Knights. They spend 30 seconds at the start of the round looking for an opening pick by just staying outside the building, peeking through windows. Then after 30 seconds, they go into like a 30-second drone phase, at which point they up the aggression once more, and then they go into another drone phase. It's the way that they've been playing, and it's had mixed results so far. This round is so important though. One of these teams is going to get the opportunity to win this game in regulation and take all 3 points. Remember, all 3 points vitally important for both teams after the results we saw earlier today. Whip it. It looks like the aggression is going to be put up a little bit more. Castle barricade has been destroyed. They've got players on the window. They've got Tuku looking in towards lobby itself. They don't have Kanto open, but the Johnny player, be careful. Be careful. LMG, Jerry, just hold mouse 1 for a while.
Not quick enough on the draw to find that player that was lurking in Janet. Out goes the Valkyrie and read like a book by Tom Hagen. Finds that freebie on towards Django and the opening pick goes in favor of the Knights. And I give my praise to T-Rex. Now they've been good at making sure that they get the opening picks and force Knights to be short-handed going in towards their executions. Opposite this time around, and this is going to be a very pivotal round for both these teams. Victory, as you mentioned in this round, gets you that match point advantage. That gives you the opportunity to get this done in regulation and confirm all 3 points. For both these teams, guaranteeing 3 points is critical. Candelas begin to rain out via these windows, and I think this might be a cue to get an execution rolling. There's one repel going in, masked by those smoke grenades. The Candelas do get the perfect cover. C4 tossed out and not good enough for its mark. Looks the wrong way towards Janitor, but shut down and flooded out as Knights on the precipice of getting themselves match point advantage. One player stuck by long desk. It's going to be Atlas getting that case down, and it's just going to be a sad act of desperation to try and get that done. Soko dumps that magazine into his opposition, and it will be match point here on Bank for the side of the Knights, guaranteeing themselves at a bare minimum 1 point at the end of this day. But they again turned up the aggression and they read that jump out from the Valkyrie perfectly. Again, think about the impact that C4 below could have had if that Valkyrie remained in that fight. Tom Hagen, perfectly played, and great construction, great strategy from the side of the Knights to get themselves to that advantage.
Think of the impact that Django could have had on that round if he didn't just yeet himself out a window as well.
What I just said, Gibson.
I thought you said the Valk C4.
That was Django as well, but it was an all-encompassing statement, Gibson, saying Django and the Valkyrie and the C4 could have had huge impact. Well, you know, a last pop-off.
But hear me out. Imagine if Django didn't yeet himself out that window.
What does that mean? What is Jerry saying?
Yes, and laughs. Brazilian laughs.
What is
Portuguese
what's going
laughs.
on in gold?
They're having a moment, guys. They're having a moment. I think that Oryx is getting told off. Why did you pick Oryx? Is the question that's being asked right now.
Why not?
We've literally reinforced the hatches. Why are you playing Oryx? Whip it.
That was like the coach walking up to a rowdy player and be like, "Oi, you! Why have you done that?"
Here's the real thing, though, Whip it.
That's my name.
T-Rex, Vasco are on 15 points. Maycam Evolve are on 16 points. If Knights win this, they're on 17 points. And basically, that would put 7 Rex in a horrible position if they don't win this game. Even if they get into overtime, like just force overtime keeps them alive and in the hunt. I said earlier, an overtime victory for T-Rex would really put the cat amongst the pigeons. Yeah, very Irish saying that, I know.
I don't think it is, but alas.
When I say it in the Irish, and I'm not even going to say it in an Irish accent because nobody will have a clue what I'm saying.
You're already speaking you on Mr. Gibson.
I'll be nice. Hold my tongue. Jerry pushing in through Janitor with the LMG again. Lots of love for the LMG from these Knights players so far on the night. 3 more being brought once more on the site. Whip it. A minute's been gone already. The big problem again is that player on blue, and we saw a very clever play from Tuku earlier where you smoke off the head holes and you go for the flank. Uh-oh. Whip it. They don't know. They don't know that this is where the Oryx is.
Oryx and Elevator can play a very key role for this one. See if that hard bridge can open up the wall ahead of him, and he begins to drop down from the open elevator hatch. Now, the question I have to say, is the lobby hatch open so he can dive up in that late stage? Not many teams going to go for the lobby execution. Again, we did see Knights in the previous attack of this site play around that for a late drop to put pressure on. I think it was Jerry who dropped in that position. Oryx could have an opportunity for that big flank, but again, he was given a little bit of a scolding for, I think, this operator selection. Unsure if it was the right choice for this. 70 seconds remaining in this round and 10 players still surviving, but this is a quintessential Knights round, realistically. They're going to go through the motions, go through that checklist, and get ready for a very, very clinical, utility-based execution out towards that main, or that door in CC plant. That's what they're going to go for. They're going to use the Capital to get that cover off, and Duco finds the opening pick box here is first to fall.
Down goes the Valk, down goes one of those C4s. Now the popping of the canisters will begin. 20 seconds for every single one that pops. You gotta get a Capital in this position you see right now. Once again, we'll see the smoke and flame combination. Soko will get the kill on the bazooka. This could be T-Rex's season right here if they're not able to withstand this defense. The case is going down. Warden is on 6 HP, but he's going to fall 4v2, 3v2. Case is stuck, and this is Knight's game to lose. A retake attempt being brought here, but Tuku is too clever. Django will take above, drops the hatch, but vertical control will be established once more from the Knights. There's a player down by Dirt. He's the one you gotta worry about in this situation right now. Soko rubbing it in chat, and Jerry will be the one that hits the final kill. It's a win for Knights. They jump back up into second, and as it stands, okay, Tuku, okay, whip it. Is it Jover for T-Rex?
Yeah, listen, I'm not going to risk my running the numbers just yet. Me and numbers don't mix live on broadcast, but the Knights get that victory within regulation. That's going to be a huge 3 points to them and elevates their position even further. That leaves it open that if it doesn't go the way of Alpha on our next play day, they could take that #1 seed.
Yeah, they could take that #1 seed. I think all the results today conspire to make Wednesday night one to watch. Jacob, finally, some form of normality in a matchup tonight. We saw strats being used.
What? Crazy. Never would have thought of those. Okay, no, so I have done a little bit of the math. Just as a double check, it means that T-Rex with no points stay in 12th. They're not completely dead, but it's going to come down to something as basic as round differential when we get to play to number 10, and that's not what you want. It means that they have to get all 3 points in their next matchup. It means that the next team that's directly above them, the only team that they have any possibility of overtaking at this point, is Vasco, and Vasco themselves are playing, who do they got? They've got Knights. That's right, the team that the T-Rex just lost to in that series. So it has to be Vasco losing huge to Knights by a wide margin. It has to be T-Rex beating Maycam Evolve by an even bigger margin. It's not looking great, so spiritually they might be eliminated, even if technically there is still a chance. It just requires the most extreme of the extremes if they want to make it to playoffs with.
Yeah, this is the position of the season. It's no longer in their hands for them. They have to rely on external factors and winning their game, of course, for it. And that's a tough position to be in. They played a very good game there on Bank against the Knights, but I just feel that as when we move towards that offensive half of the Knights, they were just too much to deal with. The utility-based executions, and it's almost rare for teams here in Latam South to play around that case going down. It's a little bit more aggressive style of play. We see more rounds end in terms of kills. Knights focus down, getting that case down. Time and time again, the execution stuck, and that was, I think, very basic from Knights, very kind of stylistically matching what we expect from them, and it was too much to handle in those latter rounds, especially those basement executions.
Knights are just so good at playing objective. Like, that's the one thing that they do better than any other team in the region. Yes, they had their little stumbling block. I feel like they got it together a little bit. I do think T-Rex were the perfect team that would allow them to play that structured style. So for them now, it is simple. They kind of go into Wednesday knowing that they can still secure a spot directly into that Final Four, but it isn't in their hands. Like you kind of said earlier, for T-Rex, they need some results to go their way.
Just a little recap on what's happened over the past couple of hours. It means that every team that was second, third, and fourth has gotten a win. If you were fifth, no points. If you were sixth, no point. If you were first, no points. Vasco, Maycam, Evolve, and Knights all get 3 points in order to make their cases for playoffs. It basically means that T-Rex is donezo, even if the possibility of them making it still exists. It's very, very, very unlikely. And now for Alpha Team, the question is, can they be overtaken for one of those top spots? It is doable because the lead has now shrunk. Alpha Team went from 7 or 8 points over whoever was in second place to now only being better than the next best team by 1 or 2. So it's completely gone away. They have to win. Their one saving grace, Gibson, they play Malvinas on Wednesday, and that might be the one chance that they need. All they need is one regulation victory, and they take first place, they're fine. But if they don't, anybody else can catch up to them.
They've needed one regulation victory for the last few playdays and have not been able to find it. And let's be real, Malvinas could be the biggest banana peel we could see in all of Latam. But I will say this, going up against a team that's won one game all season and the final game of the season needing a win, it's probably the best case scenario for Alpha out of all the teams you could be playing on the last day.
I think Alpha Team got themselves in a lucky position with that. Now, I'm never going to say it's a guarantee. We saw that Malvinas had a strong start in their matchup against Vasco, but odds are going to be stacked heavily with Alpha Team for that. But for me, the big standout of today is going to be Maycam Evolve. They got that victory over Alpha Team, but they look to be a much more matured side going into it. They're going to be in a great position if they get themselves to playoffs and we go to those deeper BO3s. This might be a team out of Latam South that will surprise people, and they could go for a very deep run if they can continue this run of form and get even better from this point.
South is turning into an absolute hodgepodge of craziness, and as far as we're concerned, the more the merrier. The more chaos we get, the better it is on our end, the more exciting it is for you to watch, and the more unpredictable it will turn playoffs when we get back around to that starting next weekend. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me on South. Back tomorrow again to close out the whole division out, and then playoffs immediately afterwards, but we'll be right back because the North stands for nothing, and it starts next.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find the round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! think he might just find it!
We finally move into the North, where we've already got one team that is completely confirmed not only playoffs, but their spot in playoffs, and two import teams that are still looking for how they're going to weasel their way into the bracket, one of which might not have an opportunity, depending on how these last two play days go. I'm Jacob, he's Flynn, he's Jay's Wills. Gentlemen, we are now at points where we knock a couple of teams out, presumably. We started today with Malvinas already being gone in Latam South, but in the North, there's a chance that Lycus could be gone before they even play their game tonight, Jonah.
Huh? Apparently I was muted for a second. My bad.
Production's
we
trolling.
talked a lot about, man, it's been a wild start to the night already. We've talked a lot about Lycus and how they are sitting right on the precipice of disaster. And unfortunately, Jacob, I mean, you mentioned it, today is no different. They sit at 4 points, and unless they win the next two games dominantly and Revan lose their next two games dominantly, then Lycus just do not have a chance. And they play 6 Karma today, so elimination is looking very likely for at least one of these teams, as you said.
Yeah, I've been 6 Karma, we're one of 6 Karma's harshest critics so far throughout the stage, throughout the year, to be honest. But if 6 Karma are losing this game to Lycus, then we've really got to signal some alarm bells here and ask what really is going on with 6 Karma. I think you're always afforded to have 1 week or one game where things don't go your way and don't go as intended, but for Lycus Empire, it's all the math in the world against you, doesn't look very good, but this is crunch time, and to be honest, to have all 6 teams still with a shot at a playoff spot heading into Playday 9, pretty impressive for the North. Like I said, Stage 1 was not this competitive.
Yeah, when you have even basic principles like math working against you, there's kind of nothing that you can do at that point. So you're really hoping that a miracle gets cast down from heaven in order to save the Empire. But we'll start with a bit of a warm-up. The team that's already claimed the #1 spot in Latam North, that's Cruel. Sorry. Yeah, here's the problem. They don't have anything else left to play for, and there's 2 games still left to go. They've got this one on Playday 10. They've won all of their games in regulation, and all they stand to do is gatekeep CNE from doing anything meaningful left in playoffs.
Yeah, so again, with them having locked the 1 seed as of right now, they could team kill each other for 7 rounds for the next 2 games, and nothing would change. They would still be the 1 seed. So the only thing that Cruelty are really going to be playing for here is trying to understand how the standings are going to work out, and maybe play your advantage to give one team a boost in the standings. Maybe you want to play CNE. Maybe you think it doesn't really matter who we play and what we do to the standings, because as the 1, we're not going to play the 3 or the 4 seed anyway. We're just waiting on the 2 seed to beat the winner of that match and then play us anyway. So for Cruelty, there isn't a whole lot left to be done here. You've done the hard thing. You've done the good work of being 8-0 to this point. Now it's just about wrapping up the stage with a nice little bow and heading into playoffs with your 1 seed secured.
I'd argue that Team Cruelty are playing with 2 main goals in mind. One of which, learn a little bit more about your opponents, learn a little bit more about yourself, right? This is the time where, as Flynn said, they're not really playing for much. They've locked in the 1 seed. They're going to go straight into the playoffs with a lot of that confidence with that early round bye. But they do, of course, still need to worry about what is to come, about the playoff matches they're going to have to play. Do they want to work on any new maps? Do they want to see what their opponents might be bringing to the table, learn a little bit about them? But a secondary concern, and maybe slightly more important, is not revealing too much at the same time. You don't want to show your hand here. As we said, they're undefeated. They've done almost nothing wrong the entire stage. Maybe they don't need to learn more. They've learned enough. Just don't give your opponents an edge on what you might do in the playoffs.
Yeah, they would rather play anything other than anything in the active map pool to keep everything contained. I think they're cool with playing Fortress for this game and the next game if it means keeping everything in reserve when it comes to playoffs. But for them, I did do a double check. There's been one team that's gone totally undefeated on maps throughout the course of a Latin America stage, but it happened back when we were playing best of threes. It didn't happen for Cruelty themselves when they played in best of ones in stage 2. So if you want to try and play for the total 10 map undefeated season, you absolutely could. But again, they don't have nearly as much to play for because the hard part is already done. And see, the Negra still have a mountain to climb up, Jonah. This is the thing that they have to get through. They're currently sitting in 5th. They have a leg up over Lycus, but they're still 2 points behind Revan in the standings at the minute. And asking for Revan to lose a game is more possible at this stage than it's ever been, but you still want your fate to be in your hands, so you need as many points as possible.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? They do not control everything at this point. Revan, TSG now sit above them on the standings. They need a powerful performance against Cruelty. If there was any day to do it, I'd argue this is their best chance yet. They are coming off a win, a narrow margin of victory to be sure, but they are coming off an 8-7 win over 6 Karma, another big opponent, currently the second place team in the North. Sure, 6 Karma have had their problems, and I think we pointed that out last week, but you ride that momentum into today. Cruelty aren't playing for much. If CNE want to get a win here, this is going to be their best opportunity yet.
Yeah, I think for CNE, the writing is on the wall that Cruelty are not going to be bringing 100% to this game. They have no reason to. Like Jonah said, they don't want to reveal anything that's deep in that book. They want to save it all for playoffs. So CNE having the opportunity to take advantage of the format and take advantage of their opponents not having the most to play for, and CNE has everything to play for. And like you said, Jonah, banking on a Revan loss is tough, and Jacob said it as well, it's tough, but it is still doable this stage. Revan haven't looked as secure as they have in the past, so all you can do is maximize your points that you can get, and thankfully, you've got an opponent across the board today for Playday 9 who is definitely not going to be going 100%.
We're with the vetoes on this one. The important thing to note is the last time they played, back on September the 18th, they played on Labs and Cruelty got a perfect 6-0 attacking half. It wasn't even leading into defensive strengths on a new map. It was a pure domination throughout that first half. CNE managed to get a couple of attack rounds back, but then all Cruelty had to do was win one defense. So we'll flip things around. We'll try a different map out. We'll do Bank this time around to start. Cruelty on attack to begin with, which was exactly where they started against CNE last time they played. Flynn, is there anything to suggest that this map maybe favors CNE by just a little bit to give them an edge?
Probably not, no.
I was saying, you can say no.
Bank is a familiar territory for Cruelty, and I am surprised that came out, but if you're just going to play it like Team Deathmatch and not actually reveal anything, then I guess the venue is kind of irrelevant. You can just, like you said, they'd rather play anywhere. They'd play Fortress right now. They're just here to gun and get this game over with, because with the 1 seed locked up, their focus is on playoffs. It's not on today. It's not on Wednesday. It's about next week and how that plays out to try and get back to a major.
And if I'm not mistaken, the last time CNE played this map was day 1, several weeks ago against Lycus. They won that game, but against Lycus, week 1, it's been a minute. It's been a minute, right? You're taking Cruelty to a map that, as Flynn said, they know well. CNE haven't showed this to us in a while. Maybe they know something about this Cruelty Bank. Maybe they saw something that caught their eye. But I'd say this is unfavorable territory.
I mean, let's be real, kind of anything against Cruelty was going to be unfavorable territory. And I hate the idea that Cintra Negra might still play as good of a map as they possibly can, yet it's down to whether Cruelty decide to take it seriously or not, because they've done everything that they came to do. The least that Cruelty show in this match is going to work to their benefit. Meanwhile, CNE, Jonah, have to pull out literally all of the stops today and Wednesday to even have a shot to crack the bracket, to have 5 games to play in order to make it to the major, as opposed to Cruelty, who would only have 3. So it's just uphill battle after uphill battle.
No, that's very real. And it's a bummer that is kind of the approach we have to take of like, this is kind of up to Cruelty. Do they want it? If they do, it's over. If they don't, they have a chance, right? Like that, unfortunately, is the way it's been going because Cruelty have just been that dominant. That's the reality of the situation we live in here. And yes, it does come down to how much work they want to put in. If as a spectator, as someone commentating this game in a second, I really want Cruelty to play their best and I really want them to say, you know what, let's go undefeated. That would be freaking cool. Let's put our name in the history books, right? Sure, It doesn't necessarily have to be against the most impressive talent that this league has ever seen, but a undefeated run in best of ones doesn't happen by accident. I would love for them to try. We'll see.
Yeah, I think for Cruelty, really, like I said, it's about being able to maintain that record, and if you want it, if you care about the flawless run, then by all means, I will say there's a bit of an ominous omen out there with Bleed in SEA going flawless and then losing when it mattered the most in playoffs and losing their opportunity to go to the major. So maybe you don't mind a loss here because you can afford one.
Yeah, Cruelty have a little bit of leeway, actually a ton of leeway because they're 9 points above whoever's in second. For CNE, no leeway, still down at 5th, trying to get as far as you possibly can in the standings. Bank is up on deck for one of CNE's last hopes to crack into playoffs. Gentlemen, I certainly hope this isn't a 7-0.
Thank you, Jacob. I also hope this isn't a 7-0, but I would like to see Cruelty putting in the work, and if they do, you never know. We've seen all sorts of crazy things possible. Already, you can see their smiling faces. Gladius always cracking a smile as we're getting into these games, especially as of late, just given the success and the inconsistency that Cintra Negra has had. You love to see this team, though, allowing themselves to just have fun with it. And maybe for CNE, that is going to be enough. Of course, for Cruelty, as we talked about, the favorites in this matchup recently, they've been all business. Win around, locked in, but right now you can see them goofing off as well as they're ready to dive into a match that, well, could go either way if they let it be so, but could be as one-sided as we might expect, Flynn, if they keep to the insane dominance they've been showcasing so far this stage.
Yeah, we spoke ad nauseum about this being Cruelty's decision as to how far they want to let this go. And I will say it is a nice feeling to be able to run into the playoffs undefeated, knowing that you haven't surrendered a single map. And it's unfortunate for, I guess, viewership, or it's unfortunate for just the situation of the standings being that nobody's been able to take points off of Cruelty. Their dominance has meant that there are 2 irrelevant games for them now in the structure, which you never want to see, but this is the reality we live in, where we do have a couple games that really don't do anything for Cruelty. You can get the flawless group stage as a kind of feather in your cap and say, hey, this is what we were capable of, this is what we accomplished. But it doesn't help you in the standings. You're the 1 seed no matter what. Like I said, they could jump into this server and team kill each other for 7 rounds straight, and they will still be the 1 seed at the end of the day. They will still be the 1 seed on Sunday. I think right now for Cruelty, trying to go fast and trying to eliminate their opponents through methods like team deathmatch as opposed to playing the objective is probably going to be the initial focus, especially starting on the attacking side. It's a team that likes to move fast, and Dante is certainly going to do so, moving in through Elec at the bottom of the square. And yeah, we're probably gonna breeze through some of these rounds very early on, whether they're wins or losses for Cruelty.
As we dive into Bank, we see these operator bands in front of us now. The Monty, the Tubarão, the Kaid, and the Ying. Nothing too out of the ordinary here, the Monty band being the most notable, as it is an operator that every team likes to play on this map and can be so potent in the right hands. On this top floor site especially, you think about those attacks from the lobby side, working up those spiral stairs. Not something we're going to see here right now for Cruelty. Instead, their focus will be on this rappel, as that is where Fatal and Pyrox will begin to make their presence known. That means you're likely going to see some pressure building on the stock side, top square, as those Selma charges in Mutombo's pocket will be essential in breaching from that direction. But it seems like they've got their work cut out for them so far. Very good hold here in the hall outside stock. You've got Sittough with those Kiba barriers, locking it down, deployable shield, mute jammers. It's going to be tough for Cruelty to penetrate. A lot of utility to deal with, and it will take manpower and time. Some barriers will begin to fall, but Flacco, he's moved up into position, and a shotgun will greet Ivan to take him down. Gladius will tack on another. Mutombo's still on the rappel here. That means Dante is on his own for the moment.
Spider-Man repel for Mutombo. Would be impressed if anyone wandered into his sights to at least bring the man count back closer to even, and He'll be the last man standing as he continues to rappel upside down. Dante cut down on marble stairs as he tries to ascend, and one will wander on over. Physics will give Mutombo the opportunity to at least get one back here, still maintaining the skylight rappel from lobby, waiting for anyone else to turn their attentions and try to shut this round down early, but unless Mutombo pulls off the seemingly next to impossible, this is going to be a round 1 victory for CNE, and there goes the Nitro Cell from Gladius to wrap it up. And I will say, I do like CNE's play on this one. Again, layered defense, trying to bring out as much soft destruction as possible, using the Rooney Surya gates to cover the mirror window, so that even if the rappel and the top square entry for Cruelty was successful without too much resistance, there was still quite a few layers of utility that the attack had to pick their way through. And then also optimizing with the pocket mirror inside a janitor as well. So doesn't really matter what Cruelty got done there. There was always another mirror window, and it seemed like, again, Cruelty tried to step on the gas, and CNE, you're ready and waiting with open arms to catch Cruelty running into the building. They'll take a nice 1-0 lead.
Great way for CNE to start. As we said, every single round they can get here goes a long way, not only to potentially securing this matchup against a favorite opponent, but in terms of their playoff hopes, this map really matters for them. We've talked, of course, about Cruelty and, how they want to approach this, of course, up to them. But CNE currently sitting just outside of the playoff position, but with a win today, could get themselves into the playoffs right there. Revan and TSG, the two teams occupying that 3rd and 4th spot in the north, they play each other today. They can't both walk away with the full 3 points. Could split some sort of arrangement of those points in overtime as they did last time, but this is a good opportunity for Cintra Negra to move in and try to get something done here. So we'll see if they can continue that success here on defense. A successful CEO hold up above, fairly clean. They now rotate down to what we see often as that primary site, lockers and CCTV. As the entry for Cruelty begins, looks like they will be interested in dealing with these roamers, dealing with this extension that CNE have applied loosely on the top 2 floors.
Yeah, a little bit of utility utilized in towards open area, and unfortunately for CNE, not able to hold the position for too long, as we're only 50 seconds deep into the action phase. We lost the castle barricades that were really the pillars of support for the hold. Now it's Physics falling all the way back to the elevator. I think for CNE, again, there's not a whole lot they can do about what Cruelty is going to do in this match. All they can do is play their best game, and to be honest, that's probably the big focus for me heading in, is just how does CNE look? Do they look like they can snipe one of these playoff spots in the last 2 play days, or are things going to get out of reach? Right now, only 1 round, and about 80 seconds have elapsed in round number 2. I will say, they don't really look all that intimidated or all that incapable of meeting the call like Cruelty are going to bring in the match. And Physics, well, he didn't get rewarded for his wandering in round number 1, but he certainly does not seem deterred from jumping into the fray and going toe-to-toe with these Cruelty entries. He will, though, immediately peel back from Dante on the Blitz, soaring in. And Coffin, bit of a misclick there on the Nitro Cell, but he'll get another crack at it, launching it into open area, and it does not connect. Only a minute ticking down against both of these teams, and everybody is still at full HP.
Yeah, still a standoff here early in this second round. Yokai drone comes out, little bit of a pest for Cruelty to deal with as they try to rotate and gear up for this execute. Dante, of course, he's going to be a big part of that. The Blitz will look to lead the way as he works his way down towards CCTV, but this is not going to just happen easily. There's still a lot of utility to deal with as Dante is now experiencing, and with those Yokai drones in play, which Cruelty are now aware of, this is something they're going to have to watch out for when it comes to going for that plant. Ivan on the IQ should be helpful in that endeavor, but right now he's pushing from bottom main. He's getting lit up, not in a position where he could necessarily help the team on that execute. The focus from the hatch up above from Pyrox is good, but he can't find the kill. We do have a team kill, though, for CNE, and that makes things a little more difficult. Cruelty, a one-man advantage as Fatal looks to stick this diffuser, and he is successful just in the nick of time. Here comes Ivan. Here comes Pyrox. Flacco, shotgun in the middle of the site, but the last player on the hatch is going to make this very difficult to clutch. What an explosive execute there for Cruelty. Just coming away with it. And Flacco on a single bullet. Bit of HP remaining. We'll try to stick this, and Pyrox will not allow it to happen. Cruelty, good recovery in that second round, and they tie us up.
I think it was last play day that we saw Cruelty pretty much in a very identical situation to this one. A 1v2 with the last attacker topside on top of the hatch. Instead, it was Mutombo who lost the gunfight upstairs, up through the hatch in the post plant. This time around, Pyrox not revealing his head to make the same mistake. Flacco also on 7 HP, so very strenuous position to try and work out of. And at the end of the day, it was a close attempt on the retake. CNE able to barge on in and utilize some of the explosives to make some headway through CCTV, but it wasn't enough to secure the round on back-to-back occasions. So they'll drop round number 2. Cruelty will pick up the win, and for the time being, everything seems pretty normal right now for Cruelty. I was expecting maybe an amplified pace or honestly a limited operator pool, but for the time being, Cruelty still look like they're playing this one at least off of defaults, maybe not digging too deep into the attacking strat book, but for the time being, this seems like your normal game of Siege, which is nice to see. I think for CNE as well, this has been a very good response. These rounds have both been incredibly close or heavily favored towards CNE for the majority of the time. So for CNE, again, just trying to do what they can to pick up the rounds and pick up the points on the table available to them. This is an opportunity here with the way that the schedule broke down and the way that the standings are. This might be a gift looking you dead in the face to start the last week of games in the group stage.
We'll see if CNE can find that early success again here, replicate that first round where they started off hot and kept that going, keeping us on our toes a little bit in terms of the objective selection. We rotate over to open now and see what they can do on their third objective of choice here. Still a top floor entry for Cruelty, assisted by the Glaz and these smokes. You're going to see Ivan try to get as much control he can without being in danger himself. He just sees one player cross on that top floor just through that front office. He'll pop another smoke, look down below, an archive coffin, a single HP remaining. So Ivan is going to hunt this. Rounding the corner here, pre-fire, can't quite find it, but man, he's going to end up getting lit up himself in the process. Dante, he'll pick up that kill onto Situf though, so right now it is Cruelty sitting pretty with a one-man advantage and almost 2 if they can just find a single bullet onto Coffin. Instead, Gladius exposed in the lobby. He goes down, and CNE, whatever that confidence was, that success in that first round, Flynn, we're not seeing that same Cintra Negra right now.
No, unfortunately, what is left of Coffin did do quite a significant amount of damage to Ivan, dropping him down to 20 HP as the battle of secondary SMGs took place outside of that archive's door. But he remains on 1 HP as his comrades continue to fall. A 3v5, the timer still ticking away against Cruelty. There's less than a minute now counting down on Cruelty to get their act in gear. Shotgun into a nitro cell that again falls a little short of the intended target. Often he's having a tough one with that one today. Ivan finally wins the duel of secondary SMG with the Bearing 9 collecting, dropping the advantage now all the way to a 3-man for Cruelty. And Flacco still positioned outside in the electrical hallway. Beyond the soft wall, it leaves Physics with a UMP and an ACOG against the world, all mounting angles upon him, as Cruelty have limited time to operate with, but also very few targets left to eliminate. You see Flacco just ready and waiting, trying to hope that Cruelty will miss him inside of the ELAC hallway, and now the spray from Physics, it will not connect. Flacco, though, will. He bursts onto the scene, and he's able to drop one, but it's not the carrier of the diffuser. The plant now being initiated by Fatal, and every gun turned on to Flacco's position. It's good night on the attempted hide and flank, and Cruelty. They pick up back-to-back attacking rounds on Bank.
That looks more like it. I mean, this is the Cruelty that we know. It was just so clean on that entry, right? They're not dealing with any sort of hiccups on that initial push. Maybe this could be considered a hiccup, right? The early push with Ivan pretty isolated on essentially an island and could have been the first victim in the round instead of one of the first aggressors if Cintra Negra had been able to capitalize on that. But again, CNE struggling with the same problem they've had plenty of times so far this stage, Flynn, and that is just playing very alone. A lot of isolated positions, so many 1v1s we saw taken there. Sure, you were playing close-ish to the site in Flacco's case, in Coffin's case, but you're seeing players take fights that maybe they don't need to. We saw Gladius out in the middle of lobby while there was a Cruelty attacker on the rappel. I mean, that is a pretty typical position for an attacker to be when clearing the top floor is their plan. At that point, CNE should have known that was coming. They knew the Glaz was entering up above. You can't just be exposing yourself to angles like that. It didn't take much work for Cruelty to find those kills. And if you're going to give up a kill or two on the entry as those attackers come in, well, the most important thing to do is try to burn that clock down, burn that utility down, so even if you lose your life, the rest of the attack is going to be still a bit of a pain for the attacking team. Obviously, that was not the case, so it is Cruelty who secure 2 in a row, and once again, Cintra Negra, who look to bounce back. Top floor defense, their site of choice to do it.
Well, they were majorly victorious the last time they defended this bomb site. Just Mutombo left on that Spider-Man rappel in the main lobby. He was able to claim the life of Physics, but that was about all he got before being torn asunder by a Nitro cell on the spiral stairs. And you can see a lot of lobby focus from a majority of these rounds from Cruelty, using it to cut off rotations on CNE's defensive side. You would think that having the Azami and Castle in play would at least give you some sort of avenue and some sort of corridor where you could operate and rotate through, but it wasn't the case for CNE in the last round, and dropping the Castle now means it's just up to the Azami. Try and operate and use some patchwork, as the Selmas will be muted out momentarily on the elevator walls. It will give freedom of mobility upstairs just outside of meeting for an extended period of time for CNE's defense, but they have foregone bringing out the Mira, the Aruni. It's a complete rotation of the strategy for the time being for CNE, and there goes a Yokai, one of the more integral pieces of utility on the board for the defense, to be able to gather intelligence and stall out a potential plant, but we've seen plants go down against the Echo before, and it seems like Ivan ready to start the party early.
In and hunting, found his first victim. Coffin will be the first to go down. Next player in the elevator. Ivan's got so much info. Frag grenade. Oh, but he swings. He'll get the trade post-mortem anyway. Good job there for Physics to at least do some damage instead of just going down without a fight. But this is once again a hot start for Cruelty on this initial push. Dante, he's taking a little bit of damage here as Situp is trying to fight back, but he's got to worry about just too many angles at once. The push from Cruelty overwhelming as Pyrox, he's just having fun at this point in the middle of the site with a pistol, and this thing is over. Flacco, he makes his presence known on the flank through square, but now Cruelty will circle like hawks. And now, well, he is as good as dead. He swings the corner, a deployable shield, and a Pyrox staring right at him. Means that that is the end of his round, and is no bounce back for Cintra Negra. Instead, it is Cruelty who now take a 3-1 lead.
3 rounds consecutively for Cruelty, and again, regardless of the operator swap up here for CNE, still able to read the situation quite well and play off the periphery without having to enter the building too much. Other than Pyrox, who, like you said, is certainly having an enjoyable time at the moment. But for everyone else on Cruelty, posted up on rappels, posted up on long angles, not having to deal with the castle barricades, just the Kiba barricades from the Azami, meaning that a lot of long angles could be established for relatively cheap in terms of utility cost to acquire them. So that'll force CNE back downstairs. We seem to be maintaining the rotation without CNE looking to attempt the top floor, which was their only victorious site so far on Bank. And I think right now for CNE, the focus definitely should be denying entry for the plant, as this bomb site works wonders for being able to utilize area denial utility and being able to stall out plant attempts, but they had an Echo on the board, and the previous time they defended this objective, and a plant still got down. So keeping the Yokais alive, making sure you have purview over the bomb site will be crucial. I think as well, Physics, once again with the castle, roaming topside, is going to utilize some of these barricades to help fortify the position. But he didn't have too much of an effect, as he was really pushed off the position on Marble Stairs by the Blitz. No Blitz this time around. Dante amassing onto the Glaz, and we've also got the side of the Osa from Fatal on the side of Cruelty. So again, Operator Carousel continues to turn. But at the time being, it's Cruelty, maybe not sure of where they want to go, going up and down the ladder into sewer, but finally, Pyrox and Mutombo will make their approach through dirt.
Once again, this Cruelty team moving in, couple different places at once. It's a good sign, generally, when we see attacking teams doing that with some success, right? 2 players, a drone at their feet, can still get a lot done. You don't necessarily need all 5 moving in the same position. Of course, you don't want to be too alone. A risk that Ivan potentially runs if he gets spotted in open area, but he is almost playing a little bit like a Nook right now, just creeping up out of sight, out of mind for Cintra Negra, in theory. Mutombo waiting for this player and server to step up. Pyrox, in the meantime, is the first to go down, and so Ivan still waiting for his opportunity to strike, trying to continue to push in. Generally, Cruelty already would have claimed the opening kill by now. Instead, for the first time this game, have found themselves with the opening death. But it looks like, once again, Ivan is going to try to get explosive to remedy that, but while he's been sitting in open area alone, 2 of his teammates have been cut down. Well, Ivan will immediately get those 2 back. The drop from the hatch that he seemed to see coming equalizes us in a 3v3.
Yeah, Ivan reading the position, and Dante will now put Cruelty back on top in the man count. What a recovery here as Sidduff, who's been hard-holding server for the majority of the round, is left on 31 HP. And yes, Dante did catch a glimpse of one of his highlighted opponents deep inside of the vault rotation. Ivan once again mantling the desk, and Dante connects onto what was left of Sidduff. So it leaves Flacco from a 5v3 to a 1v3. And Fatal will attempt to get the plant down from the cover of his Osa's shield to the heartbreak of one Jesse J. Chick. And the plant is completed. Flacco, not making a whole lot of progress through lockers, will go for the sprint, and he'll be dropped to 27 HP. And Dante looking at the floor, and maybe a bit of a missed opportunity there to save his teammate. But they still save the round. It's a 4-1 lead for Cruelty.
Dante just got 3 kills from the same spot, and it was 3 defenders who barely even looked at him. They were all trying to focus on dealing with the players working their way into the site. How do you let that happen if you're Cintra Negra there? I mean, that's just not what you want to see. You know the glass is there. His greatest strength is going to be holding that long angle through the wall, all the way from garage into deep in gold vault. I mean, you gotta either take that fight aggressively and try to play that close angle, main stairs, that double door, or just try to actively take the fight in some way. Maybe you have to cross and play aggressively in CCTV. Of course, none of these are great options, but Dante's been allowed to take up that position. He's got some protection because of the Osa shield. Something has to be done. You can't just sit back, ignore him, and hope the problem goes away. And that's what we saw, at least it seemed, CNE tried to do. And one by one, they each went down to the very same thing. A round that really seemed like Cintra Negra should have a better chance at. They had not 1, but 2 of the first kills in the round. But then it was Ivan who got 2, Dante who got 3. It's 4-1 now as Cruelty continue to apply the pressure.
Well, we've seen this defensive setup coming out from CNE before. It's a return to the Aruni Surya Gate covered mirrors, with the janitor closet really being the focal point and the pivot point for the defense to utilize. The unfortunate side is that Cruelty, instead of trying to pick their way through it as they did in round number 1, have said, let's go as fast as humanly possible. Here comes the Blitz, here comes the Finka, here comes the Amaru. We are running straight in with the assist of the Sens, and Dante collects 1. Everyone falling on the board still leaves us in an advantage in the favor of Cruelty to try and establish the 5-1. 2 defenders now amassed towards the elevator hallway, still a rappel locking them down in place, and Gladius on 18 HP. Not long for this world, at least physics alone, another 1vx for a CNE defender to try and be victorious upon, to at least salvage the first half. But the plant is being attempted by Mutombo. The flashbangs come out, the disorient physics, and they're just locking him, bullying him into the elevator. He doesn't have the hatch open to drop, and going 1v1 against the Blitz. It's a waking nightmare. Ivan puts him to sleep. and it is Cruelty up 5-1.
Well, it looks like we know the cruelty that we got on Bank at this point. If it was uncertain, well, believe it, you're seeing a team playing pretty well. You're not seeing them try their hardest, very clearly, but you are seeing a team still dominating in the lobby despite the efforts of Cintra Negra. I mean, it seems that Cruelty are playing loose. I mean, they're playing comfortable. I mean, you're seeing them go for plays that I don't think we'd normally, see or endorse, but they're both working, right? The Ivan creeping through in round 5 should not have been allowed to work, right? Dante in Garage getting all 3 should not have been allowed to work, and Cruelty in that 6th round just kind of waltzing through, having their way with it. I mean, it should not have been allowed to be that easy. Right, 5-1 right now, Bank attack. Sure, historically, this map has been attacker-sided. Now it's about 50-50, and this does not look like a Cintra Negra team that has it in them to win this, let alone come away with any sort of points in a potential overtime matchup. Attacking side, though, still possible. They could get a little crazy here, Flynn. You never know. But it does seem that Cruelty, given the success they just had on attack, I would not want to go into a map full of confident, very gunfight-ready Cruelty defenders.
No, and it seems that they have read either that there would be a Blitz or a Deimos coming, just because the Mute Jammer is being dropped into seemingly open pockets of open area, but at the end of the day, that gives you nice coverage from either a death mark, or if the Blitz ends up on top of that Mute Jammer, he can't actually flash you. Nice little interaction we don't get to see too often. Instead, though, CNE, they opt to forego the Blitz. They do bring the Deimos, but instead, a lot of their focus immediately is on server. Now, there are Goyo canisters and hatch control being held by Cruelty, so trying to forego the top control and try to go site direct here for CNE will not be a fun and enjoyable endeavor, because a TCSG from above will rain hellfire down upon you, while also igniting the fire canisters that lay in the bomb site, as well as the utility being poured out of Red Hall that you won't be able to stifle. Physics, though, will get the opener as he wanders his way towards the kitchen double door. He collects onto Ivan, the Valkyrie removed from play, and you can see CNE realizing that they are going to have to turn their sights topside, be able to effect an immediate plant attempt. Even with all this utility holding them at bay for the time in server, they need to clear the hatch control.
Like what we're seeing, though, so far, they have taken concrete steps to doing that. They've removed Ivan, so Dante no longer has that additional protection. It's just Dante in a very precarious position if Cintra Negra can get that wall open and actually make something happen upstairs. Right now, though, they're still sitting back. They're still allowing this take to happen down below. They got another kill, so it's looking good, but right on cue, Dante will strike. Still on the hatch, undeterred, and stopping this execute in its tracks. It's a 3v3 now, because CNE skipped some steps. Only now did we see the Selma charge detonate on that small office wall up top. Only now has Dante been threatened, and guess what? He's rotated back down to the site. A great shot onto Coffin turns this to a 3v2. Physics and Situf now have to pick off the pieces after what once again looked like CNE potential has turned into a Cruelty advantage. 30 seconds. It's certainly not over, but Cintra Negra have fumbled another lead and now need to put something together with these 2 remaining attackers. They pick up the kill onto Dante, dealing with that annoyance that he has been in this round. Matumbo is low, and Situf is now getting this diffuser down. Defense, they'll step up, wary of the hatch. That's Pyrox with 2 gorgeous kills, 3 on the round. Cruelty, my goodness. It just is all going their way right now.
It's a tough... You win some, and you lose some. And what I'm referencing is my eternal war with one Jesse Jeffrey chick about the value of OSA as an operator. Seemingly, the Talon Shield was going to provide some safe haven. Even with top control held from the hatch, the Talon Shield from the OSA was blocking the availability of Dante to have effect with TCSG from above, but suddenly a couple Nitro cells, a couple impacts come in, they remove the shield, and then, yeah, Dante has a very fun time shooting the man attempting the plant behind the OSA shield, so it's a tough one. I think right there for CNE, again, just disconnected, like you said, Jonah. Dante undisturbed and being allowed to hold the hatch onto the plant attempt for that long, even on his lonesome, after you get the opening pick in towards Kitchen, and you're still unable to clear him out of his power position on the hatch on CC, it's troublesome for CNE. So, right idea, just the wrong execution on the round for them, and that will also put them onto match point against them. Cruelty, playing their first defense, they will now head topside to try and wrap things up nice and early. And again, round differential for CNE matters a whole hell of a lot more than it does for Cruelty right now, as Cruelty has already locked the 1 seed. Nothing they do today and nothing they do on Wednesday will change that. Nothing anyone does for the next 2 days will change Cruelty's finishing position in the group stage. I think they are pretty committed to trying to go for the flawless. Based on this performance today, they would like to wrap this group stage up with a nice little check mark in the flawless column and head into the playoffs completely undefeated on maps thus far.
I mean, taking a look at the numbers here, we just saw them a moment ago. Obviously, Ivan and Pyrox, as always, putting in the work. We saw Dante excelling in that last round. Fatal actually has no kills so far, but it doesn't really matter, and that's why it hasn't come up, because Cruelty are just having so much success despite that. You see Dante there, who's already found the opener. Ivan, who will get a kill as well. At this point, they're just taking gunfights, and they're just winning them. Flacco, it's a solo push through stock. Okay, he does have a teammate behind him, but that wasn't much help because he goes down. Dante swings. Oh my goodness. It is all crumbling to pieces for CNE. Sit tough. There he goes. He can get 2 kills. Some hope remains in this lobby, but it is not looking good. Cruelty at this point just throwing bodies at Sit tough. Hoping to close this one out. Nice little bonus 3 kills there, as Pyrox mentions that in the chat. But Sit tough, it is him against the world, and well, regardless of what happens in this next minute, how active he chooses to get, you best believe that Cruelty, they're just going to be sitting back and waiting. This has been their map the whole way through, aside from that first round, and they really have never looked back.
Not at all. I think right now for Sitoff again, there's no utility that was utilized by the defenders that had fallen to worry about, but he does have to worry about an SMG-12 to the backside as Cruelty completely reject the entry for CNE, and they wrap things up nice and swiftly with a 7-1 victory on Bank to go 9-0-0-0, just one BO1 away from the coveted flawless in group stage. And I will say, for Cruelty, this has been quite the remarkable performance in a situation where, again, they had absolutely nothing to play for, but they still wanted to play well. We'll bring Jacob in to rack up what was a swifter game than I thought we were going to get in game number 1 in the North, but still a good one on the side of Cruelty.
My last note was, I just really hope it's not a 7-0, and I got that. So I'm happy that there was something that manifested from this game that happened the way I was hoping. But again, it's what? The last time they played was either a 7-3 or a 7-4, meaning that this is still not the sort of performance that CNE were hoping to at least duplicate in order to make sure that if for some reason they came down to a round diff tiebreaker and they had a chance to vault over Revan, then that wouldn't end up becoming a problem. But now, Jonah, the only thing that they can do is hope to get enough points to just tie Revan, wait for Revan to lose their next couple of games, and pray. That's all that CNE have left in their back pocket in order to try and make points.
Right, they have one more game. They're playing tomorrow against TSG, which is a decent opponent-ish if you want to go up against and try to get that win. They have 8 points, so if they're able to get 3 points and Revan don't get any, they will pass Revan, so some control remains with this roster. But right, if it doesn't go their way in those other matches, yeah, that's the stage for CNE. And of course, that's not the outcome they were looking for here. There's no other chances in the last chance qualifiers here in Latam, so it does come down to their ability to make something happen against TSG in 2 days' time, and it does come down to their ability to just cross their fingers and hope that something happens to TSG and Revan and that they just can't push it over the line. But I mean, it did not look like a team that was going to make playoffs today. I mean, it was a pretty one-sided affair.
This one didn't look like a team that could go to playoffs, but before we go to game 2, I just want to theory craft real fast. If Cintra Negra want to have a shot, it requires TSG to knock off Revan in game 5. So we have to have that happen first. And then it means Cintra Negra have to go and knock off TSG themselves, and then for Revan to lose their last game. Rob, do we see all of this happening? Do Cintra Negra have the ability to follow that path that's been laid out in front of them, or is this kind of curtains and Cruelty just kind of with delaying the inevitable?
I like TSG's chances for winning, just heads up against CNE, especially after this performance. And to be honest, it's it's a tough one. It's probably one of those non-zero chances that exist. Technically, there is a path, like you said. It's just it's not well traveled, and it's probably not going to be the outcome for stage number 2. It was an unfortunate one for CNE, a team that we're used to seeing push games the distance, regardless of opponent. Just kind of getting walked over here on bank by Cruelty to, like you said, possibly put a final nail in the coffin on their stage. And it's a tough one for a team that was not a qualifier team. It was an invited team back from stage number 1. And again, started off hot with a win against Lycus, and then things just did not transpire the way they had intended. And I'm sure they'll be going back to the drawing board after this one to try and understand what they can do better in their last game and then going into the future.
Well, that might have been all she wrote for CNE, even if mathematically there still is a path forward. It's just not looking very likely. For Cruelty, they're on the doorstep of completing the first ever 10-0 stage in Latin American League history. That would certainly be a milestone that they'd love to claim if they can get there. Not a priority, though, because again, they've still got that number 1 seed locked down. Our game of the night, though, is coming up next, and that's TSG and Revan. Only 1 point difference between the two of them, trying to see which one of them has the chance to get up as far into playoffs as they possibly can. That's coming up after the break. Game 5 is the one game in Latam North that actually has the most stakes. We start with a game of top and bottom, we end with a game of top and bottom, but we have one right in the middle of this standing sandwich that we got to get to because we now have a situation brewing. Revan are in 4th, could still get overtaken by CNE. They don't want that to happen, so they need all the points possible. TSG, only 1 point above them, can't get overtaken by CNE, but still want to push as far up and maybe even have a chance to overtake 6 Karma. Jonah, I like the matchup on paper. If it doesn't deliver on the server, I'm going to be mad. I don't know.
I'm also going to be pissed because these two teams, the last time they faced, it was maybe the most electric, not necessarily the cleanest, but the most electric matchup of the stage. It was when TSG durfed Revan, and it was a triumphant moment for the entire community. And obviously Revan, they had talked a lot of trash going into that game. During that game, to lose it, it was a big deal that kind of set off a chain of events in the rest of the last few weeks that have kind of caught us all by storm. One, Revan, now they're the team that have to recover, but most importantly, TSG have been the team to watch, and they have been on a hot streak of all hot streaks. After starting out the stage pretty poorly, they are on fire right now.
Yeah, I think as well for TSG, we've talked about it a couple times, the revolving door that has been the 6th spot on this team. And I wasn't really sure what was going on with TSG until Alan Durf, the legend himself, showed up in Jesse J. Chick's chat while co-streaming and mentioned that he had a family member pass away. And that's why he was absent. So our condolences to Alan Durf's family, and also it just adds to the story of what this team has had to overcome in terms of roster changes, in terms of loss that they've suffered during the stage, and still been able to perform way above expectations. And I think TSG really has become a crowd favorite, not only because of Alan Durf, just because of the giants that they've been able to topple along the way. And they've certainly become one of our favorites. There's not really any hiding that. This is a team that we're enjoying the meteoric rise of, and we're enjoying their performance so far.
Especially considering who they've got on deck for tonight. I think a lot of people, especially in Latin America, will want TSG to win just because when you're facing a team of outsiders, you typically lean towards the home team as opposed to the one that you know didn't come from here. But we can give TSG the flowers in this case because they've been doing exquisitely, and last time they played Revan, they won. The question is, can Revan get out of their own way, Rob? Because they're still one of the bottom teams on attack. They're at 37%. For context, Lycus is at 36, Malvinas is at 35, so we know where the weakness is. Can they actually get on the right foot today?
Yeah, I think for Revan, at this point, you're trying to upset TSG, because let's call it an upset, they're above them in the standings. And I think right now for Revan, you're just trying to get back on track, just trying to maintain some momentum heading into the playoffs, because it's been a rocky stage for Revan so far. I think the Cruelty game didn't do them any favors in terms of building up the confidence of being able to challenge for an upper playoff spot. But the game that just transpired with Cruelty and CNE should at least give them some comfort knowing that, okay, CNE is less of a threat now because Cruelty took the game pretty seriously and defiantly won at 7-1, that now round diff, much less of a concern, points available on the table, much less of a concern. So Revan feeling much less heat at their heels, and now they just have to look forward to the matchups in front of them to, again, just stabilize themselves heading into the playoffs.
That's been what we've talked about for the last few playdays for Revan, right? Can they find that stability again? They've had their moments, they've had their players, right? Draw has been leading in terms of the just KD, EPS, leading in terms of the entry. He's been kind of the guy to turn to. Abinai, he's your guy with the clutches. He's, someone who's always been a leader on this roster. But can they do this, well, day in, day out, week in, week out? It just hasn't been the case so far. And that's why they've gone from top 2 contender to barely hanging on in the top 4. So the storyline has shifted for Revan, but the book it's most certainly not closed here, as they still have, a page today, another page to turn on Wednesday into closing this one out. And getting a win over TSG, arguably, other than Cruelty, the hottest team momentum-wise right now in LATAM, would go a long way to securing that playoff spot.
They're the only team that can technically get knocked out of playoff contention in Latam North because Cintra Negra is only 2 points behind them. If Revan were to get an overtime loss, the 1 point puts them at a potential round diff tiebreaker if CNE were to win and Revan were to lose going on Wednesday. But if Revan were to get a win, regardless if it's regulation or overtime, then they are safe from worrying about playoff elimination, but TSG had the chance to put their foot down and keep them down there, because right now they still have that 1-point lead over Reven. They can absolutely vault up even higher. They're only 4 points back on 6 Karma. 3 points puts them even closer. They may be fighting in order, like, for a top 2 spot, whereas Reven are fighting for survival. Much different vibes on the TSG sideline for right now.
Well, the vibes are clearly different, and the reason is they have won 4 of their last 5 games. The only loss has come to Cruelty. They lost to Lycus, and after that day, they said, all right, no more. And they have gone on an absolute streak since then. Reven has been one of the teams they cut down in their path, was really the first team that kind of ignited this streak. That 8-6 win over Reven, followed by a 7-4 win over Cintra Negra. They lose to Cruelty, but then they beat 6K, and then they beat Lycus in that redemption game that happened late last week. So this is a team that, as we've said, has the Cinderella story, an insanely good trajectory, and yeah, they've been having to deal with some adversity. They're throwing in Elisalde, they're throwing in Alan Durf, they're rotating people in and out, and it's still working, and that's one of the most impressive things.
Yeah, I think this TSG team has really showed some resilience throughout the stage. Like you said, being able to weather the storm of having that cyclical roster, just based on how things have played out so far this stage. But also, this is just a team that feels resilient in every single round. It doesn't really matter the man disadvantage that's stacked against them. It doesn't matter the round count against them. They always feel like they are survivors and they are fighters in every single round. They can claw one back if you give them the opportunity. And we saw that in the first time that these two teams played on Cafe. I imagine we're probably not going back to Cafe. I don't think Reven feels all that fantastic about the map and doesn't really want to run back the nightmare that was that game. That then led to the social media escapades after the fact. I think for Reven, finding a new territory to do battle with TSG will be crucial. And for TSG, just maintaining the similar kind of pace and resurgence and resiliency that they've demonstrated so far. This looks like a team that could actually make some noise in the playoffs.
Yeah, if TSG are balling, then let's figure out what court we're playing on in this case, because last time they played that Cafe game, it was an 8-6. It was close. TSG came away with it not having any nightmares. Reven, flip side, they absolutely did. But Cafe makes it all the way through to the very last pick. Reven say no. Instead, it's Consulate, meaning that Reven get defense first on Consulate Flynn. As I mean, from where I stand, this is an immediate advantage to the imports.
Yeah, that's weird. Because that should have been TSG's side choice. Maybe TSG opted to take attack. Regardless, that is an advantage for Reven starting on the defensive side, and we've seen Consulate games in LATAM specifically. We entered them expecting, they're going to follow the trend of the global scoreline, which is like, a defensive lead at that side swap. And yet we've seen some pretty good attacking rounds so far on Consulate in LATAM. So I am interested to see what the split looks like coming in, and I'm also very curious to see what TSG can do to, again, blunt some of the momentum that Reven will try to garner early on, because, again, this is a team that will play fast. This is a team that will up the tempo and try to get in your face. So TSG, again, the response to that early on, especially on the little tougher side of attacking on Consulate, it'll be crucial. It'll be very important for TSG to be able to jump into that server and be able to go toe-to-toe with Reven once again, because it was a slow start on Cafe. There was a lot of talking on the server about, okay, yeah, this is maybe going to be a quick one. And then, TSG had to really fight back in that game. And they did, to their credit. But you don't want to be starting on the back foot every single game. And Reven really got a nice early advantage on Cafe last time. You don't want to let the same thing happen twice.
I'm surprised by this map, frankly, because you don't usually see two teams go to a map that they each suffered 1 loss on, no wins so far this stage. Both teams have played it once, and they both played it against 6 Karma and lost it. So haven't seen them find a win here. They both had trouble against the same team. Maybe this is their chance to find some redemption. I mean, one of these teams has to win.
Let's hope that the sequel is as good as the original. It's Consulate between TSG and Reven in order to decide whether Reven still has a lifeline in this series, or if TSG can vault themselves even closer to get another bye in the playoffs. Gentlemen, go get them.
All right, thanks, Jacob. Can TSG keep up the streak? That's the question I want to know. A team that went from qualifier team on the bottom of the standings to third place playoff contender, now sitting in a position where they can start eliminating teams from contention at this point. It's been a wild ride, and a ride that could come to a beautiful finish, a beautiful conclusion today and on Wednesday. Revan, the opponents that really feels like Flynn started it all for TSG. A win that began the run. An 8-6 win, a chippy one on Cafe, we've mentioned it already, but this is the opponent again on a map that can get equally chaotic, explosive, unhinged. I think we're in for a good one. I really do.
Definitely, and I think the story for both of these teams has changed so dramatically since that first meeting on Cafe. That was very much an upset based on how the teams had performed that thus far into the stage, and based on reputations as well, Revan being a team that is usually a top contender in the region. And yet, it was TSG that came away with the victory that, like you said, started the run. And suddenly, here we are in Playday number 9. A couple weeks later, and we're noticing that maybe TSG can be a heavy hitter after all, and maybe Revan isn't quite the gargantuan threat of days past, at least not right now. We'll see what happens when we get to playoffs, as, like I said, barring CNE threading the needle of all needles, this is going to be your 3 and 4 seeds, and I think right now for Revan, good opportunity to see what TSG will be bringing, and a good opportunity to get a better rep in as opposed to the collapse that was Cafe. I think as well for Revan, starting on the defensive side, it does give them the opportunity to settle into the game, much like they did on Cafe, and they responded very well to TSG's attacks on that game as well. It was really when they swapped sides and went onto the attacking side themselves that things started to slip away, and TSG really started to push forward in that match. We're going to lose the Montaigne, the Deimos, the Azami, and the Mute. So the Mute, a little bit outside of your normal bans, but the other 3 following pretty well with what we would expect. One shield ban gets taken out of play. We lose the Deimos for the entries as well, but it still leaves a lot of operators on the attacking side to work with for TSG to amass some early entries and start off with some fireworks. And we do see Elisalde still remaining on the roster. Roy's still absent. And Elisalde will immediately jump onto the Ying for now, and Cuervo, he's showing the blitz as the Ying gets put in the back pocket. Everybody on TSG swapping. Well, I'm speaking a little bit too soon, but they will have to deal with Tubarão and a Cade for sure on the round.
Already liking what we're seeing on this swap from TSG. We'll see again in a few seconds if that does come true with this more aggressive attacking lineup that they might want to be bringing out, with Cuervo potentially whipping out the blitz, doing away with the Amaru. So we'll see here if that continues as we enter the action phase. As you said, Flynn, Roy's not present on the roster right now. Elisalde, ever since he subbed in about 4 play days ago, he has been a staple on this team and has actually been the top-rated player overall. Not quite, obviously, the same number of rounds as Kronk, who could also be considered the top-rated player because he has played several more maps at this point than Elisalde. But I don't know at this point if it is simply Roy's being absent or this is an active decision from TSG. They're looking at the numbers. They're looking about when this team is thriving. And I don't think it's a surprise that when Elisalde has been on this team, that they have been doing better and better each and every play. They will see if he can keep that up, if the rest of this team can keep this up. But for Cuervo, did not see the shots from Quick, and the blitz turns to the side and exposes his head right away. You talk about how important momentum is between these two teams. That is a tough blow to take for TSG right out of the gates.
And Quick is going to double up with the Nitro Cell onto Alan Durf as well. Draw reading the approach as everyone for TSG opted to forego the Garage Breach. Maybe spotting the Tubarão and Kaid in the prep phase and deciding, you know what, let's just go server-sided and try to ignore the entirety of that mess of a setup towards the breach itself. Instead, they don't get much for the avoidance, losing 3 members on the entry in towards server. And now there is an escalation of the server stairs. Looks like that's Marteau walking his way up. Instead, it's Draw, actually, on the Solus. looking to tag in for a little bit more as Elizalde and Kronk try to pull their way out of the 2v5. A frag right onto the floor will open up some of the floorboards, and Elizalde and Kronk, they will join each other hand in hand at the top of the server stairs. The diffuser is still surrendered deep inside of server, and for now, Revan very comfortable to maintain a 5v2 advantage, not overplay their hand and overextend and start giving back bodies, playing this rather reserved.
I mean, this is what you want to see from a defense that's just looking to win some rounds at this point. I mean, Elizalde and Kronk, they're both very capable players, as we've said, currently the two top-rated players on this True Synergy roster. Revan, they know that they just do not want to give their lives away. So maybe they'll hold a long angle or two, send a couple of bullets downrange, bullets that nearly connect with Kronk as he works his way through this bottom floor. But as he swings, draw is waiting, and the yokai drones, all the information and the stunning effect that they provide, another good resource for Revan to have in the back pocket. Marteau will be the one to close it out, and Revan, they wrap up a confident round 1 victory.
It's a couple of double kills on the side of Revan from quick and draw, and then Marteau does come in, avoiding the flawless round at the very least, but you get a kill in the 1v5, I'm still gonna call that a flawless round at heart. And for Revan, a very nice demonstration of some discipline on the defensive side. There are many rounds in Revan's history, with many rosters, current and former, where we would see a massive man advantage quickly disappear, much like we saw in the final round of that Cruelty C&E game, where bodies get thrown at the problem, and all of a sudden a 5v1 turns into a 2v1, and we start to have nightmarish flashbacks. Instead, discipline demonstrated, and honestly for Revan, it's a rare sight, but it is still a nice sight to see. They don't overplay their hand and really try and put an exclamation point on the round. They just play the rest of the strategy to a T, not allowing entry down spiral stairs or in through server. So, nice basement defense early on here for Revan, and TSG opting to forego a lot of a top clear and avoid messing around with Tubarao Zoto canisters or Kaid claws on the garage wall, really trying to go in from reverse and not panning out. Now we'll see what Revan can do on the top 4 CEO defense, and you can see a very different operator composition coming out for TSG. Most likely, again, it's going to revolve around taking Revan's gunfights head on and trying to clear out, most likely through admin across, as for this TSG team, going for the avoidance strategies on the attacking side has not been their strongest suit. There really has been moments where TSG has taken the fight to their opponents head on. They've been the most victorious.
Yeah, TSG don't need to shy away from this. Of course, they can probably expect that Revan are going to be bringing a bit of that in-your-face defensive style. Revan have always done this, but if TSG can deal with that early pressure, get a kill or two, I mean, that is such a good starting point to then do the very thing you just talked about, Flynn. Build that pressure, get quickly into the site, and kind of explode, spring into action once you do get a good purchase on the site or on the map as you work your way in. Through the first minute here, that is still the game plan for TSG, although they're doing it nice and carefully so far. You're seeing the drone work coming in, and Abonai starting to feel a little bit of that pressure. The information obtained now for TSG. Just a matter of time before they step up, but one thing maybe they did not know was the vertical destruction above that Revan are using to their advantage. Alan Durf, he brings it back by just walking upstairs all by himself. He picks up 2 very big kills and gives the advantage back to TSG. As a result, when in doubt, you're going to have Alan Durf step up, and that is a critical kill to find at a critical moment, but a kill will quickly bring it back, as now they've lost both Caden and Cuervo, and it's a 3v3.
It's Abonai to be the lone man on the bomb site. It's not CEO, as I said before. It's actually Piano Exposition with a lot of top control being brought by Revan, which is a nice spot to be in. And Alan Durf had momentarily come in and disrupted those opportunities for Revan to utilize the verticality as he made his presence known at the top of Yellow Stairs, and he will return to the scene of the crime, looking to turn around the corner of the connector doorway, but quick from up above has Abonai's back. Alan Durf will hit the floor. Elizalde and Abonai will trade 1 for 1, so it leaves Kronk alone with the diffuser in hand. He has cleared out the bomb site as both remaining defenders stay topside. Gotta worry about hatch control. He's walking into a dread mine as well, trying to get the plant down. bait it out once and wait for the reaction from the defense. Re-engaging on the plant now as he hears the fire from up above. Lambe whipping out the deagle as there's yellow pings onto his location. The plant will get completed, and Kronk turns the corner, playing Ring Around the Rosie, but cannot hit the crucial blows onto Quick. A triple kill for Quick and Revan will wrap up 2 consecutive defensive rounds, not dissimilar from the script we saw on Cafe.
It's all about maintaining that control of the map and forcing your opponents to do something that maybe they'd rather not do, or maybe that they're just a bit uncomfortable doing, and that is just taking that a bit additional control, right? Taking control of that top floor, worrying about not just the site that you're pushing, but worrying about the angles that lurk above. The first kill for Quick, a perfect example of that. Slight misdrone. Misinformation on the side of TSG that got them in trouble, and then of course it was Quick who ended up being, well, the most pivotal player, it felt like, on the round for Revan. You can't really deny that, as he secured his triple, the counter defuse, and all of that after getting the opening kill to start the round. So he is 5-0 right off the bat, and it is no surprise that off his back, Revan have claimed the first 2 rounds. A moment of hope there for TSG when you saw Alan Durf work his way to the top floor, get a couple of kills, bring that advantage back, but it just wasn't enough. TSG just not coordinating tight enough to actually go for that full clear. Flynn, I think you mentioned this perfectly, right? They had these problems on Cafe. Yes, they eventually dealt with them, but we're seeing those similar issues, a problem here on Consulate, and that is not a good sign.
No, and I think the response here from Revan, again, has been measured, but it's been impressive, much like we saw from those beginning rounds of Cafe, where it was a flawless round into an almost flawless round. And nearly have identical game scripts here. The last round, though, in this match on Consulate, getting a little bit closer into a post plant and into a 2v1. But still, Revan able to come away with the victory. You can see the amount of utility that Revan are bringing, intended to slow down or choke out attackers trying to make their entry in the smoke. Tachanka, Malusi, Clash. We just have no desire to allow any attackers to progress and move forward. I think right now for Revan, this is probably a good response to what they anticipated was going to be a fast lineup brought by TSG. Initially a blitz was shown, but instead Kronk gets onto the striker instead of the blitz. Elisade returns to the position on Ying. For the time being, the stacking over towards admin hasn't made too much progress, as Alan Durf will be pressured by Lambe's Clash, but he's dealing more damage than he's taking on the upside down rappel after the projector balcony has been opened up.
You see this pressure that Revan are applying here, and look at its success again. Quick, 1, 2 kills, 7-0 right now. This man cannot be stopped, playing off the intel of Lambe so well there. TSG just struggling to get into the building. I mean, they are just not able to coordinate a clean entry so far, and that right there is going to be enough to end Consulate before it can even begin on the attacking side. You need to be able to push past this initial defensive foray, and it is just not happening yet. A minute 15 is still a decent amount of time, but a 3v5, one of those defenders is a Clash providing all that information. It's going to be so little that these remaining attackers can do unless they pull off something wild here. The Candelas will help. That'll force Lambe to retreat, his side exposed for a moment. Elisade can't quite take advantage yet, but as they swing the corner, these gunfights coming in through the wall, it'll be the Tachanka of Abonai to win it, really making sure that gunfight is won as he sprays down the body of the fallen TSG attacker. It's just 2 that remain. Elisade and Cuervo still dealing with the Clash, stuck now together in a room with the smoke starting to fly, the fire starting to fly for Abonai. Make it 8 kills on the map for Quick, and he is hunting for the 9th. Elisade just getting out of there, eventually dealing Quick his very first death. But it is TSG who cannot seem to attack Consulate right now, Flynn.
Well, like I said, you get a pick in the 1v5 and you don't get anything else. I'm still going to call that a flawless in essence. You can see Quick laughing and having a good time. And like you mentioned, Quick has awoken on the server this evening, at least through the first 3 rounds. He's got a multi-kill in every single round so far. So Quick certainly came to play, and he's certainly rejecting the entries the most of the time for TSG. Yeah, very staggered approach, trying to open up projector balcony and then tandem that with an admin clear, but so much of the wall had been ripped open that Quick, from this position outside of the hallway, can really just wreak havoc with an MPX at range on the Warden, being able to withstand the pressure from any Candelas or any smokes that were going to be sent in to obscure the vision of defenders. Really Quick had every answer and every shot there, and unfortunately it is Quick who is doing a moonwalk right now. Nope. He's back. He's back! Nice. Good job, Quick. I appreciate you for not leaving and forcing a rehost. We get to continue on here as Revan will now return to the basement, not opting to go to all 4 sites. The only bomb site they... Okay, we're running back some more replays. But the only bomb site they haven't gone to yet is Teller's Archives, the split side, and we're back to live action, which is nice to see. You can see again, we're going back to more replays.
Dude, nothing like a surprise replay to absolutely just break your mind. You just have no idea what you're seeing for a few seconds. But we're in it. We're back.
We're in it.
Round 4. Here we are. Hopefully live action throughout. But 3 rounds so far that have been really clean for Revan. Just so dominant. I mean, we have not seen TSG show up yet. And yes, this map has been very defensive-sided. Looking at the 3 maps that don't have a ton of playtime in this region, being Lair, Skyscraper, and Consulate this stage. The 3 most defensive-sided maps right now. Is that because they truly are defensive-sided? Is that because they haven't been played a lot? I think it's a little bit of both. But whatever the case may be, there's no question that Revan have an advantage starting out on this side. But there also is no doubt that if TSG want any shot, they need to pick up, 2 rounds would be a great place to begin. We haven't even seen them come close to a single round so far. They have not shown us that they are ready to win an attacking round on this map. And that's got to happen soon. They have a chance to run it back here on this basement site, but that just means there's a lot of map to clear and a lot of Revan defenders to locate. Last time, they took a while to get down to the basement, and when they did, Revan were lying in wait. The difference now, not a lot of offsite pressure from Revan. In fact, right now, just about none, but there is still some utility in their way, which will make this a little more difficult for TSG to be aware of that fact.
Well, you can see the focus just by the operator composition that TSG are bringing on the attacking side. Very different to the first time they attacked this bomb site. We go triple hard breach and can openers on Caden's Buck as well, just for good measure. I think right now for TSG, going back and forth on what they want to do in terms of philosophy on the attacking side, but you can see the return of the Zoto canisters, the return of the Kaid Electro Claws, the castle barricades onto the Yellow Stairs door as well. Just going to prolong the excursion for TSG into the building. Finally, we see and hear all of the explosions relative to hard destruction as the exothermic and the Selmas, they all start detonating. A nitro cell will also hit the ceiling but will not connect onto the intended target. Instead, it's Alan Durf walking his way in from Yellow Stairs, who is successful onto 1, turning the corner into the smoke of Abinai to level the man count. A plant needs to be attempted here with 20 seconds ticking away against TSG, and especially Cuervo, who will pick up 1, but Quick on the red car will only go 1 for 1 at the time being. Cuervo cut down on his entry, but not dropped completely. This will be up to Draw to spring into action. Caden with 1 and pulling off the plant. The diffuser is put on the floor. Can Draw win the 1v1? He will! By whipping out the Deagle on the retreat through kitchen. Revan, they get pushed to the brink, but they still put it across the finish line.
The first competitive round so far, but like you said, it's still coming down to those final few gunfights, and it is Draw who comes in clutch. It's been a quick Consulate so far, both in the literal sense and in the player. Quick, who has taken control, but that time it was Draw who came in clutch in the end to get a nice 1v2 and close that bad boy out for Revan. TSG, finally some life, but still not quite enough. Got a little frantic there on the execute because they were running out of time, and those final 2 players just could not coordinate that swing, and the coverage on that planter, insufficient. Especially if the player trying to get the diffuser down was actually going to get up and take that gunfight. Instead of forcing Draw to expose himself to the hatch, tried to take the gunfight proactively allowing Draw to get away with his life and take 2 individual 1v1s. We talk about the minutia of Siege a lot. That right there is a perfect example of the split-second decisions that could change the course of a round, and as a result could change the course of your team's fate in a map and potentially even in the playoff picture. As we've said, TSG, 11 points to their name. CNE with 8. Mathematically, a win tomorrow over TSG would give CNE the number of points they need. At that point, it would come down to round differential, and that is not something that TSG can afford. Not something they want right now when they've been having such a hot start. As we said, finally seeing a little bit of life in the lobby. We finally saw Caden get on, or Cuervo rather, get on the board. We still see 2 players with no kills. It's been the Elizalde and Alan Durf show so far. So if True Synergy want to find some success, we're going to have to see the entire team start to wake up.
Revan as well, not needing to make too many corrections to their play thus far. This also the previous time they defended Piano Exposition. Got a little close, got into a post plant. Kronk was able to get into the bomb site, get the bomb down, but in a 2v1 against Kronk, he wasn't able to win the rest of the round. And Draw will also start things off. SMG-11 to a Skylight will drop Alan Durf. Caden, though, able to respond on to Quick, the man who has been devastating through many of these rounds, acquiring multi-kill after multi-kill. He'll be laid to rest with no impact left on the round other than his bandit batteries. Good news is, though, there's a Valkyrie on the board for Revan, which means you now have a full-time operator of cameras in Quick, and you've gone 1 for 1 with the IQ, which means those cameras, they should last an exceedingly long time in the round. Selma's detonate from lobby onto the exposition wall. You can see the response from Revan is to double stack onto the bomb site this time around, and impacts from above will still apply pressure towards this lobby push of TSG, but there's a little more site presence this time around. Revan not looking to forego the objective and then play retake. Abadai instead will take aim against Cuervo, put him to sleep inside of reception, and once again grab the man advantage for Revan.
Again, Revan hold the lead. We're going to need to see some magic from TSG. Can they find it for the first time here on Consulate? Not if Draw has anything to say about it. Caden, he's been finished. Kronk and Elizalde now have some work left to do. A 2v4. Spotting 1, that's Elizalde with a chance, now working his way into the B bomb site. He's got the diffuser in pocket. 40 seconds is a good bit of cushion, but where is Kronk? Where is the support? It is nowhere to be found. That is a free gunfight for Lambe as he just blindsides Elizalde there. Kronk now in a 1v3, now 1v2 situation. Watches the hatch has a chance, but Draw wins it anyway. 5 in a row for Revan on Consulate.
Pretty much the same. Is Havana yelling or singing? I really can't tell sometimes. But for Revan, like you said, they end up in pretty much the exact same situation. It's Kronk walking into the bomb site in a 1v2 on Piano Exposition. This time he doesn't even have the opportunity to put the plant down. Draw has the read from the hatch. And unfortunately for TSG, like you said, Jonah, it is nearing a flawless first half. One more round for Revan to secure, to be on to match point. Whether that happens in the first half or after the side swap. Still a difficult proposition for TSG to try and pull out of. And again, TSG on the attack, pretty disjointed right now. There haven't been a lot of opportunities for trades. It's been certainly feeling like a 1v1 fest, and there's no play style that Revan likes to play more than the opportunity to flex their gun skill and flex the ability to win those 1v1s when tasked with a challenge. For TSG at the moment, a lot of these clears have been picked apart one by one, and they haven't really been able to execute the strategy that they want to employ thus far. You can see if there's a bit of a change here, like we talked about. The points, very meaningful for TSG, but also the round differential. So on the side swap here, whether it's a 6-0 or a 5-1 deficit, you'd still like to see some pushback here from TSG just to try and maintain their round differential. It looks like for the time being, Revan have this one locked up. This is just about getting it nice and swiftly to the end, to the conclusion, getting a full 3 points. And again, removing the possibility of CNE catching you in the standings, removing the pressure from your backside. And this bandit trick was attempted by Marteau, but he's going to think better of it.
Oh, I mean, that's just mean. There's nothing that TSG are able to do if Revan are playing like this. Marteau, maybe he doesn't get the bandit trick, but he lands the shots with the MP7. That'll be enough to end Alan Durf's chances of pulling off anything wild here. We've talked about this map being defensive-sided, and yes, it is. And statistically, it might shake up. If it was a close game, you could say, you know what, it's a close battle. It could go either way. We are not seeing that right now. TSG are being stopped at every turn, and they need a miracle. Here it comes. Can they find it with some explosivity? The answer doesn't look like it. You had one player go down to a nitro cell. Quick, he's at least been taken care of by the Claymore, but guess who? The other top fragger in the lobby right now is Draw, and he is hungry for more. He picks up another kill on the round, leaving Kronk and Caden the only danger left to prevent Revan from going flawless on this defensive half and to potentially deny them what could be a flawless map, a 7-0, if TSG aren't careful. Where did that momentum go? Where did that confident TSG team go? They are nowhere to be found right now, and it is flawless for Revan on the first half. 6 rounds, no answer in sight for TSG. They aren't even operating in the same zip code right now. They have not found their stride on Consulate, and that is blatantly apparent.
All it's going to take is one more here for Revan. I mentioned for TSG, you probably don't want to give Revan the same opportunity you did the last time you played them, which was the hot start on Cafe. 2 consecutive, very nearly flawless rounds back-to-back on the defense on Cafe. And then the attempted 1v3 that initiated what led to the following discussions later that evening. But then TSG clawed back into it, and Revan kind of gave them an opening to come back into the match, and that just has not, that has not materialized so far for TSG. The opening has not been there. Revan have been ready and waiting to shut down any aggression and any tempo change from TSG, reading their attacks quite well. Now it's a TSG, with match points staring them down, and the availability of 3 points surrendered on the side of True Synergy. Meaning that even if True Synergy were able to run it all the way back and get it back to overtime against Revan for a second time this stage, the only points on offer would be 2 for the win or 1 for the loss. At the moment, Revan sitting pretty in the driver's seat, and they just need 1 attacking round to get it done in regulation, get the full 3 points, and propel themselves above TSG in the standings. But again, should be said, there's no advantage being the 3 over the 4. You have to play the other one if you're the 3 or the 4 in the first round of the playoffs. So it's about being able to progress further and keep yourself safe from CNE.
Well, can TSG get on the board? That's the question. Revan, you bet that they want to win this now. You're going to see some explosivity, and it's going to come soon. You've got Abonai on the Ying. You've got Quick on the Finka. Lambe, those Grimbees will help isolate those defenders, maybe choke them out of position. Through the first minute, you see Revan setting up, but not going to jump the gun just yet, and I like that. No overdoing it. Just let Quick walk up, maybe solo entry from the other side of the map. That's one way to do it. He's been a little bit successful, but you know who else? Marteau. He's the one who actually gets the kill. Now the Candelas come in. Now the swing comes in from Abonai, and here come the kills. Elizalde whiffing a mag on a player right in front of him. That gives Revan a chance to win this right here. A 5v3, 90 seconds, but it simply doesn't matter because Revan are in, and they are looking to get this done. Locking out Caden. He's got nowhere to go. Diffuser going down in the hands of Marteau, and this thing is unreal what we're seeing from Revan right now. Lambe takes care of Alan Durf as the final hope, the final hero is Kronk. He'll find 1, but he needs 4 more just to stay alive, and Quick is having none of it. An absolutely heroic performance from Quick, a mind-boggling performance from Draw, and Revan wipe the floor with TSG and get their revenge.
Perfect 7-0 win. I think I said it was 3 rounds that were flawless at heart. There was a kill brought back by TSG in a 5v1 3 times. At the end of the day, I'm still going to call those flawless rounds. In my heart of hearts, we'll bring Jacob in to break down what has been a quick day so far in Latam North. I was expecting this one to go much closer and much longer, and yet here we stand. We've completed 2 maps and we've played 15 rounds.
You know how much time we spend doing hype ups, especially for other regions, if we spend a long time doing prep and segments and graphics and trying to find a way to justify why a series matters, and then we have a result like this and we kind of have to come back and go, well, that was for nothing, except for the hype that we might have given Revan, which, to be fair, wasn't a whole lot coming into this game. Literally in post-game, for Game 4, we were like, the chance for Revan maybe falling down a peg and being beatable is way more possible at this stage than it probably ever has been, and yet this is the position that we sit in, and Revan no longer have to worry about getting knocked out. Jonah, now there's a possibility TSG could be the ones getting knocked out?
Yeah, I mean, the roller coaster here in this final week is, well, already clearly upon us. Did not see this one coming, but here it is. There is a world where TSG show up on Wednesday against Cintra Negra and lose that game. The TSG that showed up today against Revan will lose that game against CNE on Wednesday. If that happens, round diff, that's what it will come down to. That's the tiebreaker. TSG 11 points, CNE 8. +3, you're at 11. Round diff is all that matters. And with the performance we saw just now, not picking up a single round against Revan, that is going to sting. And that will, or very could, be the decisive factor that decides whether TSG are making the playoffs or not. I mean, you look at a game like this and think, oh, it's over, TSG, whatever, GG, go next. But they needed some rounds there. Those rounds could have made the difference if they lose in 2 days between playoffs and bye-bye, stage done.
Yeah, you never want it to come down to round differential. You never want it to come down to tiebreakers. But here we are. This is the format. You had 10 play days, and we've now concluded 9 of them for TSG. Some of them good. Today's pretty forgettable. You just move on to Wednesday. It all gets thrown out the window, and it's just one and done. Against CNE and TSG kind of find their form that we've seen in other games where there have been bright spots for them. Because if not, like you said, Jonah, that could be a CNE team walking into the playoffs on round diff. And I think for TSG, this is a performance that probably eliminates Consulate as a game day map. I'm probably not pulling this one out anytime soon if I'm TSG after losing it twice now on the stage. And I think for TSG, it's back to the drawing board, find a new map for Wednesday, and just do what you can, because all you need is that 1 point. You know, you can go to overtime and lose against CNE. That's fine. You just need that 1 point to lock in the playoff spot on Wednesday.
I think if nothing else, it's at least don't pick attack first on Consulate. We only saw one defensive round.
Latam is weird, though.
To bring it back.
Sometimes with the picking of the sides, it's always been confusing. There's some sort of weird rule that I don't know if they actually picked that side. We'll have to go into the rulebook and figure that out. But apparently they did. Apparently they did pick it. But I remain confused by that because it just doesn't make any sense.
No,
it makes no sense.
Your starting side when Revan banned Cafe as the final ban, suddenly going into the... It's interesting, but yeah, it does mean that if you have any chance to play in best of threes in the playoffs, you know what happened on Consulate, at least you now know what to avoid. The problem now is that the final game of the entire stage before we get to playoffs is TSG versus CNE for a potential playoff spot, and now TSG go from a -7 round differential to -14. So it's not looking phenomenal for them. This may have been the one game that they could have let slip through. If you're CNE, you are really, really happy that Revan won this game by that margin, because it still means that you're alive, because Cintra Negra at this point don't have nearly as bad of a round diff, but only by a couple rounds period. So the chance is still there, but we'll have to wait until Wednesday to see who gets in 5th place and who manages to squeak just out of elimination territory. Last game of the night coming up, Lycus Empire and 6 Karma to close out day 9 after the break. Our last match of the night is another example of top versus bottom. We saw that in game number 1 of Latam North, and we get the exact same thing here. Lycus Empire have officially been eliminated from playoff contention due to no actions of their own today, other than just only being able to win one game through the whole stage thus far. But 6 Karma now are in the limelight as they try to advance further and get that number 2 seed locked in, because it still hasn't happened yet, Jonah. They're on the cusp, but they need a couple more points, and Lycus is the perfect target.
Yeah, I mean, the team that hasn't secured more than a single win this stage, of course, they are that perfect target, and that's not going to be a surprise for any of us. Of course, we are seeing a team that has some potential, and they've had this every single play day. We've said this every single play day against a team in 6 Karma who have had a rough couple of days. They've had some wins, they've had some losses, but it certainly hasn't looked pretty. This one on paper is as open and shut as they come, but if that Revan TSG game is any indication, you don't always get exactly what you think you're gonna expect.
No, and I think for Lycus as well, this is about playing for pride and being able to try to amass more than one victory in this stage. And I think right now for Lycus, again, it's been an upward trajectory. You know, you can talk about them being eliminated from playoffs as of today, but I mean, you compare their performance this stage to one stage ago as Orgulus, with a slightly different roster, but also without a coaching staff that we were aware of. Very, very stark contrast. Very nice improvement, and this is a team that seems to have some strategic depth to it now. A few players who have actually shown their potential and their promise of being competitive players in the region. Honestly, you couldn't really ask for more improvement from a team that started where they did in Stage 1 to where they are now in Stage 2. And 6 Karma has been liable to toss a few games off the map.
It's happened before. I think Lycus are hoping that they can take advantage of 6K, but 6K are still a whole other beast. The problem is They're on a 2-game losing streak so far. They're looking for a bounce back. Lycus might just be perfect cannon fodder for them to finally get it, but an 8-7 loss to CNE back on Playday 8, a 7-4 loss to TSG on Playday 7. They don't want to make it a third straight loss on Playday 9, but again, they still sit in the number 2 spot for right now. It will take a little bit more to dethrone them, Flynn, but they still look pretty good. They just have to really lock in these next 2 days.
Yeah, this has been a shakier group stage, I think, than stage number 1 for 6 Karma. Like I said, just dropping some weird games and honestly not looking that composed and not looking that sure of themselves, especially later into games when the pressure starts to ramp up. This has been a team that has been a little bit vulnerable to some late round comebacks and some late map excursions by their opponents. So I think for 6 Karma, again, it's about shoring up that 2 seed. It's about making sure that there's no incursions from underneath you in the standings, but also just shoring up your play and your confidence and making sure that you're walking into the playoffs as a real competitor and not just another hurdle for Cruelty to overcome like it was in stage 1, because that playoff performance while you got through Revan, he came up against Cruelty and all of a sudden it didn't last very long in terms of the run to the finals. So I think for 6 Karma, again, if they want to be a team that is seriously considered to be a challenger to Cruelty and really take the fight to them and battle for that major spot, you got to shape up in the group stage and make sure you really solidify that 2 seed.
And for 6 Karma, I mean, I think at the end of the day, when all the dust settles, they will emerge as one of the top 2 teams here and will have a chance, straight into that Final Four, and we'll get to compete and, well, I guess straight into the second round of playoffs. It's only the top seed that goes straight into that Final Four, and they will have a chance to do what 2 seeds do, and that is go in as the favorite and try to take a victory. On the other hand, it's hard to shake what we saw from them against Cintra Negra on Clubhouse last week.
Yep.
You go to a standard map like Clubhouse, and you expect to see a lot more of a team with so much history as this roster does. Of course, since the import roster and since that has changed up, they've had less success than they had in the past, but they have still had a lot of success. This stage on a map like Clubhouse, losing to Cintra Negra is regrettable, to say the least. And so you go now, right after that loss, trying to make something happen against a team that is weaker than you. It still could happen again. Maybe don't go to Clubhouse this time.
No, they do want this one to be a carbon copy of the last time that they played Lycus. It was a 7-1, and Lycus are looking for anything in this case. We talked about this with Gibson and Whippet earlier on when Malvinas were playing on our first game of the day. At this point, the only thing that they really can play for, if it's pride, fine. If it's for fun, might be even better, because when you've tried to play structure, when you've looked for strats, when you've tried to do anything of note in this stage, it hasn't worked out. So, Jonah, is it ludicrous to say, go and play, do however you want, do whatever you want, don't think about the game too hard and just play to have fun? Is that a sacrilegious thing to say, or can we say that about Lycus, they have nothing left to play for?
It's a tough one, right? Because you want to say, give it your all, be structured, be disciplined, play good Siege. But if we're being honest with the results we've seen, that approach has not worked. And you're here on the last week. It's time to just try to do something new. And if that something new means throw caution to the wind and just go absolutely bananas, go bananas, right? That's fine. You just have to try something different. We know they've got a coaching staff behind them that has shown some promise. This team has shown some promise, but we are now on the final 2 days. It's been long enough. Haven't seen enough productive change to say, keep doing what you're doing. It's time to say, go for it.
Well, if you think back to stage 1 for this Lycus Empire roster, what they were in stage 1 as Orglis, this was definitely a team that could have some fun. We had many fond memories of many interesting endeavors in the face cams during Orglis games in stage 1. We even had a shirtless dude in a Spider-Man mask playing
Nice.
Siege. So this team certainly knows how to have fun. And I think, like I said, the improvement you've seen between stage 1 and stage 2, very representative of a team that wants to take this more seriously and wants to be competitive. But like you said, Jacob, there's nothing left to play for other than pride, maybe some fun. This team has shown a jovial side in the past. Honestly, when you're playing that free and you're playing that loose, just about anything can happen. And think to however many games that we can count on both of our hands and feet of the EG games where they had an easier opponent, cough Fnatic, with a coach on a controller and lost. And there's been many of those stories in the history of Siege. And when you just don't have the pressure, you can play free and fun and relaxed, and you never know what happens.
Last time Lycus and 6K played, that was a 7-1 game on Chalet. We'll see if that comes back in the vetoes or not. It's obviously not something Lycus are keen to do again, but yeah, if they can have fun, maybe that's the best way that they have success in this series. And Chalet gets all the way to the end of the pans for the second consecutive game. We almost see a rematch, but instead, it's Cafe. And whether that's better or not, I don't know. All I know is that both maps take place in cold climates. Rob, what do we think of Chalet?
I like Chalet, but Cafe is also an interesting
that's
one.
the other one. That's the right. They sound
Yeah, they're
similar.
both cold.
Never mind.
That,
And they're both
it's
cold.
tough to
They are
differentiate
both
the cold
cold.
maps.
Yep. Not the first time that's happened.
Again, Cafe is a weird one for me because, again, it's the scene of the murder that was Revan versus 6 Karma to start the year, which was the 7-0. I don't know how that game continues to get brought up, but it's just the first thing that pops in my mind when I hear 6 Karma on Cafe. It's just a map that doesn't have a great history for them. Like I said, the good news is the opponent shouldn't be as strong as Revan was on that fateful day, but still, it's a map that maybe you show now because you're definitely not bringing it out in playoffs.
6 Karma currently sitting at 15 points. If they were to get a dub here, nobody can overtake them. They're totally fine. They get number 2, solidly behind Team Cruelty. But for Lycus, just have fun and go off. Have fun, boys. We'll get through this totally not Chalet matchup together.
All right, thank you, Jacob. You are forgiven. It is almost midnight here on the East Coast, so it's tired. It's tiring. It's late, and we've got one final match tonight. So no, not Chalet. We go to Cafe for our final matchup of our penultimate play day here in the group stage. Flynn, it has been a long road with this double round robin, but we are sitting just at the edge here as we look to close things out. And as we said, for these two teams, doesn't feel like it's a match that has all that much playoff implication riding on it, especially given the top versus bottom nature that you're looking at here between 6 Karma and Lycus Empire respectively. But if 6 Karma want to guarantee that second seed in a first round bye, and Lycus want to still give themselves a statistical chance of trying to make it into the playoffs, then, well, I suppose there is still something to fight for. Here on Cafe, we know how crazy this map can get. Let's see if Lycus want to lean into that. The operator bans don't seem to indicate anything too crazy. Of course, we see these kind of bans on Cafe all the time with the Valkyrie and the Azami taken off the board defensively. Of course, on the attacking side, you're not going to have the Brava and you're not going to have the Ying. So that explosive power of the Candelas will be limited here, Flynn, but still a lot of weapons, including shields, at the use of 6 Karma to start off the map if they want to use it.
You speak of a shield, and it gets spoken into existence. Freyduct immediately swaps on, and he has been the man to hold the giant impervious shield for 6 Karma this stage. He'll return to his friendly Montane operator. We also see a Glaz coming out from Falls. The reemergence of Glaz into the meta worldwide has been interesting to witness in Stage 2 this year. Seems like a lot of teams are witnessing the power of that operator once again, being able to peer through smoke and highlight your opponents some highlighter yellow. I think 6 Karma starting on the attacking side on Cafe again, trying to maintain discipline and make sure that you're not overreaching, even if you do have a man advantage. Lycus, though, starting on the defense, afford to settle in a little bit and play a little bit slower and let 6 Karma come to them. Not have to be the aggressors and not have to be the instigators in these rounds, and it means that it's going to be 6 Karma with the not as favorable starting position, having to be the driving force in most of these rounds. Like you said, banning out the Brava now affords the opportunity to play the Maestro pretty much for free, because there aren't too many other operators that could be brought on the side of 6K to deal with those evil eyes, especially with there being now. The Brava really is that perfect counter, but the Flores, they'll try their best to be able to get into those elevated positions with the Roteros and disable the evil eye cameras.
Swag will get things started with a kill. He'll end up with Skimsy on his back at the same time, but a good start here for 6K as they take care of Aphex on the Goyo. He's been one of the major threats on the Lycus Empire side, so that is a good player to remove early. And as 6 Karma dodged the C4 that was thrown up, that is another just small victory they can take into the last 90 seconds of this round. They don't have to deal with that additional piece of explosive power in Ronnie's pocket. That's the only nitro cell that remained in the hands of Lycus. So it just may come down to if Lycus can win a couple of these gunfights, if those smokes, rather, I should say, those Vulcan canisters can find their purchase. But right now, it is a neutralize that advantage as Ronnie gets his kill. But a 4v4 here with 6 Karma bearing down. Very direct approach here. Not worrying too much about that top floor control, but, well, why should they? It is a 4-man defense looking to hold down this site from within.
Yeah, they have left Unfixed to his device's top side, and he still has a lot of kill holes down in towards the bomb site with lots of utility gathering devices. But here comes Kurtz, bit of a lurk, and he's going to catch one off guard, but he cannot connect onto 2. Owen on the immediate response. Now the detonating Rotaro drone will force Owen out of his position and into the engagements as the plant attempt seemingly formulating for 6 Karma, and Unfixed narrowly missing, right, passing right underneath him inside of prep. More of the Goyo Vulcan canisters being detonated, but Raduk has made it his way into Rice, attempting to get the plant down inside of the prep window, and he's halfway there. It doesn't seem that for the time being that anyone on Lycus Empire can react. As Owen tries to spring into action, he only gets feet, and it leaves him on his backside, leaving Unfixed, the man that was left alone upstairs, against the world. Falls collected with the Glaz. Raduct as well will clean up onto Owen, crediting Falls with a second kill, and it leaves Unfixed alone trying to retreat back through the kitchen double doorway, and he's going to run headlong into the mountain of Raduct, who will continue to bash his way to victory, and 6 Karma. It will claim the first attacking round.
Yeah, for a moment there, I said it was a 4-man defense on the site. Unfixed, he was still up above watching the vertical holes. But I figured there was no way he could be there because there was no pressure, barely any overwatch being applied from that position. A perfect example, the Monty was allowed to walk through prep and plant that diffuser without the top floor player, the second floor player, I should say, being removed. That is wild. That is not supposed to be able to happen because that's Unfixed job. That is his sole purpose in that round is to watch those holes in prep and to not allow any attacker, especially a Monty, free passageway into the site. If anything, maybe you can't land the headshot, you could at least give some information to your team what's about to happen, and maybe he was able to do that. But not able to stop the diffuser from going down, and because the Glaz was still in position, the bakery wall opened up. They had the head holes they needed to provide the coverage from range. They didn't have to actually walk into prep and expose themselves for the holes above because they could just hold those long angles from the big bakery side. So a good start for 6K. I mean, that's exactly what they're looking for. Maybe skipped a step by not clearing out that player above, but Lycus not able to take advantage of it.
Well, it was only a matter of time. We got one. Tech pause momentarily to sort things out between 6 Karma and Lycus, and again, it affords the opportunity for everyone on Lycus to gather themselves. Like you say, Jonah Unfixed with that top control should have had a little more effect on the round and being able to dissuade 6 Karma attackers from walking in underneath him into the bomb and getting the plant down, but Falls also had some very nice coverage on the Glaz. I think that's been the background note for 6 Karma through these last few games is that, well, 6 Karma's win total has not been what they would want, and the end performance hasn't been where they would want. It seems like Falls is really coming into his own, and he's playing a lot of gadget operators and a lot of off-meta picks that have been very successful, and he's been tasked with some very challenging situations that he's been able to overcome and excel in, which is nice to see, because at the beginning of the stage, it really was the Kurtz and Skimsy show against the world, and it's nice to see that Falls is also coming into his own on this team and making an impact, especially on the attacking side, where Skimsy has had, I would say, more impact on the defensive side. Kurtz is the entry. He's usually got an R4C in hand, as he did momentarily, but Skimsy on the defensive side, he has been a wrecker of worlds, and I think for 6 Karma thus far, this has been a team that has had a slow maturation, but is getting there eventually. I think right now for Reduct on the Montaigne once again. It's going to be public enemy number 1 for Lycus to try and deal with. They bring back basically the same operator lineup, subbing the Legion now to try and continue to prod at Reduct and do some damage to the shield operator. But it means that if there is going to be a player left alone upstairs, that 6 Karma, they're going to have to worry about bullets raining down on them from above.
To give this some additional context as to the advantage that 6 Karma have on paper here, 6 Karma, they don't hold any accolades, top spots in any statistical category. Lycus Empire, on the other hand, when looking at the stats in the north, they have the worst attacking win rate, the worst defensive win rate, the fewest entry kills, and fewest plants. That's pretty much every stat line we look at. They hold the bottom spot. That's why they've had such a tough stage, and that's why we hold them in such a regard as we do, a team that we have seen with potential but has failed to deliver on that promise. Is the final week of the stage the time where they can maybe set some of those stats aside and conquer their demons? Maybe. But if so, we're going to have to see them a little bit tidier than some of the mistakes they made in that last round, right? Missing some opportunities that should have been there. On the defense, it's supposed to be a little bit easier to stay coordinated, right? Have those rounds come to you. We'll see what they can do here for this second round, but it is not going to get any easier now that Unfixed is already done for. The Castle, who could have been so pivotal in that last round, will not have a chance at redemption here in round 2, as he is felled first at the hands of Falls. As this attack continues to work this way in, Lycus Empire, still a kitchen defense, they will back off and try to get back to safety as the pressure continues to flood below.
Yeah, I think for 6 Karma, identifying that the previous round was probably getting away with one there. Not dealing with Unfixed topside and really just being able to evade his vision long enough to get into the plant down. They didn't want to risk running that back on the roulette table once again. Instead, they opt for the full clear, and they completely decimated. Faxi was upstairs at some point in time, trying to provide some support for Unfixed. He then retreated down the white stairs just to still meet the same fate. So Lycus, they surrender 2 defenders off the bomb site. The remaining 3 anchors will try and hold out. Inside of Bakery, though, Swag able to sneak his way in on the Nook, and the pre-fire through prep absolutely rips through Aphex, leaving Ronnie alone now as he's laying prone inside of Coffee, waiting to spring into action. Radek, though, as the Montaigne, is the man carrying the diffuser, and he immediately heads back over to prep window to get the plant down. So while the red pings will come out to spring Ronnie into action, the smoke, it's going to be way too late to the party. It's doing damage, but Skimsy also drops in a freezer, and using again that R4C to rip through his opponent's 6 Karma. They're 2 for 2 on plants. They're 2 for 2 on attacking round.
He did not have that. He tried. He did. 1v5, stuck in the corner there in kitchen. Yeah, that's not necessarily going to be a winnable round. Tried his best, though. Did really bring out the smoke. Had a chance to potentially deny that plant if he was maybe a little bit sooner. But unfortunately, unable to make that happen. So I do believe another possible tech pause here as we get things underway here on Cafe. And Flynn, I think we do have to confess of something here. Because, as we know, and as I think many people know, there's something called the caster's curse, right?
Yep.
And generally, we see this happen when you compliment a player and then they do poorly or, say something, and then obviously the opposite comes true. You and I are hyper aware of said curse. And so when in the green room a moment ago, we were having a conversation about the pace of the night, how things were moving along quickly, there came a moment in that conversation where I think we both thought at the same time, oh, there haven't been any tech pause. It's been a relatively fast night. We, of course, acknowledged this, right? We said, hey, let's not say anything.
Yep.
We both thought the thought. We did not say the words. But it's come to my attention that just thinking it is enough. And that's our fault.
We telepathically communicated, shut the hell up to each other. And unfortunately, even that telepathic communication was heard by the universe, and we have been bestowed our lovely reward, which is back-to-back tech pauses on back-to-back rounds.
It's a shame. It really is, because you want to see a team like Lycus, right, get a chance to, build some momentum, right, try to get around, get something going. And I guess for them, this is what you want, if anything. Nobody wants some tech pauses, but, you want to not allow 6K to run away with it, gather some steam. So we'll see. We'll see what they can do in just a few as we work our way through this tech pause. We will step aside so you don't have to hear us yap too much longer. We will not step aside.
I lied.
I was thinking, what is the best way to immediately transition saying we're going to step aside to we're not going to step aside after we're being told by production that we're going back in the game? I just decided to just say it, just straight up.
We back.
We back, baby. Ignore us. If there's any lesson here as viewers here watching the second to last play day of Latam, don't listen to us. And if we think something, also don't listen to that, because that'll also curse you. You know what I'm saying, Flynn?
Anything we think, don't think it. Anything we say, don't listen to it. It's... Why are we here, Jonah? Why are we here?
Oh, man.
Well,
what a night, huh?
What a night. Lycus, they're not going to run it back downstairs for a third time inside of kitchen. Two different philosophies and two different takes on the attacking side for 6 Karma. They've netted the same result each time. A plant down at the hands of Reduct on the Montaigne inside of that Pret double window. And a post plant that was pretty much impossible to come out of for Lycus. So instead, they will turn their attention topside to Cocktail and Bar to try and grab some traction on the defensive side of Cafe. And for 6 Karma, this has been a pretty clinical affair thus far, but they will forego the Montaigne here in round number 3, at the conclusion of a tech pause. We see Reduct opting to bring the gridlock, so flank control and a gun up. Seemingly the preference for Reduct and 6 Karma as they amass on the roof above Skylight. And this might be a bit of a quicker play here. We've got EMPs from Falls, who carries the diffuser with Capitao, with smokes and the gridlocks, and yeah, here we go. Everybody's about to pour like a waterfall down the Skylight.
Flooding in through the site above. Here they come. Torrential downpour into the site. Aphex, he will claim the first kill to try to stop this, but Reduct, he retaliates immediately. Back and forth, though, is Aphex doing what he can to single-handedly shut this down, but with the diffuser on the floor, well, they're going to have to do this one the old-fashioned way. It needs to be a retake for Lycus, and it is going to be tough because Swag up above, Skimsy on the stairwell, and he's got the jump on Aphex all day long. Some information here for Lycus to work with, but only 20 seconds, 7 of which need to be dedicated to counter diffusing that diffuser on the floor. 10 seconds now to make that happen. Ronnie and Owen, where are they? Nowhere to be found. Owen finally sticking this diffuse. Pressure from Swag above. It's not good enough. Wait a minute. Where did they come from? Where did they go? Once again, confusion in the server, but this time it is Lycus on top.
Oh, baby, it is not every day you see this post plant get botched. I quite literally put my hands on the desk and said, we're done here as soon as the plant went down. And yet, Lycus Empire able to hit the shot onto Skylight with the coverage in the counter defuse. I'm going to be completely honest. I have liked Skimsy's stage. I'm not sure what he's holding Red Stairs flank for, but at the end of the day, he's just too far away from the diffuser. And for 6 Karma, a round that was well orchestrated and well coordinated for the first minute and a half, and then really just the last 10 seconds there did not pan out in their favor. Really,
do you know where the two defenders, like, we never saw them. Like, I was fully convinced they weren't even on the site. Like, did you have any idea where they came from?
I mean, what, it was Mira and Legion. Mira was playing the stacks Mira into Freezer. I do not know where the hell
we
Legion was
were
on that
staring
round.
at the AFK Skimsy on the stairs. So, like,
yeah. So I'm pretty sure Mira went planks Freezer out to Bar, presumably. but I do not know where the Legion was.
Dang. Skimsy? What? Okay, redemption? Immediately trying to make up for maybe a slight positioning mistake. He will start off round 4 with a kill. So Aphex, who was a major threat in that last round there, at least at denying the initial entry, he is no more. And look at the pace here that you see from 6K. Kurtz on the Ash. He's got a drone at his feet, and he is just taking space in this map right now, Flynn.
The Grim Beast to assist with the clear as well, trying to catch anyone on the rotations back down white stairs. The cocktail hatch could still be open as the Ash charges now. Start to rip through the mirror windows, and Skimsy still makes his entry known on the white stairs hallway. Able to drop unfixed as well. And we do get some nice expansion of the HUD, feeling like it's probably the first time in a while we've seen the expanded HUD, but you can see the utility, other than the Ash charges, that 6 Karma have spent to grab this top control. The 2-man advantage, it's very little. There hasn't really been a whole lot surrendered onto the side of 6 Karma to give themselves such an advantageous position. Owen on the pulse, we'll see the heartbeat of Kurtz above him, but not really much he can do in this situation. A 1 Nitro cell for an Ash, not really an even trade in a 3v5, and shots up through the floorboards. Paxy's going to take more damage than he deals. He is everyone for Lycus Empire now, addressing 1v1 gunfights that don't really help the cause. 6 Karma circling the wagons and ready to burst their way into Reading to get the plant down to, like you said, Jonah, make up for the errors past. Falls with like 1. Kurtz from up above will rain Hellfire down, leaving Owen alone in the 1v5. Can he stop it from being a flawless, or will this be a flawless at heart for 6 Karma? The plant is going down from Raduk once again, who gets off a gun, returns back to the Montaigne, and indeed. Swag pulls out the Vendetta from the midst of red stairs, and it's 6 Karma back in the W column.
Yeah, I think they realize that they do not have to overcomplicate it. And honestly, I mean, it should have worked that last round. The flood through the skylight, it nearly did. It was just a final positioning mistake that ended up ending that round and giving it to Lycus. But that time, sure, it wasn't necessarily a quote-unquote standard approach, but they knew what worked for them and what they had to do. It was just put a couple of different capable fraggers in the building, give them a drone at their feet, and just let them go to town. I mean, that's exactly what they did. You had Kurtz and Skimsy, kind of this combo on the entry, and it was Skimsy, I think, who got, 2 great kills there. Kurtz who made it happen. Everyone pushing in and just getting it done, never looking back. I mean, a flawless round is a perfect definition of as good as it gets. And it was truly the case the entire round. That was no fluke. Early kills, multiple of them, and Lycus could just not stop the onslaught that 6 Karma were applying there. This is something that I think has been the most positive characteristic of this team, Flynn, from the start of the stage. They're very good at recognizing when their opponents are weak to that kind of play, to that kind of explosivity, that kind of aggressiveness, that kind of just willingness to take gunfights. They clearly identified that weakness and took advantage of that in round number 4.
See Raduk as well, getting back onto the Montaigne, as the only round they've lost has been the round that he wasn't on a shield operator, which really didn't have a whole lot to do with him, to be honest. He did his job, but it's just a funny coincidence that Raduk, when he's on the Montaigne, got a 100% success rate for 6 Karma, and a 0% success rate off of the shield operator. And here comes Kurtz sprinting down with the assist of the boogie drone, but Aphex, even with the crowded noise above him, the boogie drone ripping up the floorboards, he's able to catch and anticipate Kurtz sprinting down the red stairs and establishes a 1-man advantage very early here for Lycus. Flanks will once again be contained by Skimsy this time around on the gridlock, but there's no top contingent being brought for Lycus on the defense. They've opted to go 5 downstairs on a horizontal hold, and it's succeeded in catching Kurtz off guard and doing significant damage to Falls.
Good adjustment here for Lycus. A good pivot nets them the first and now the second kills on the round here. Finally, some difficulty for 6 Karma entering the building. One of the 3 attackers left is Raduk. Doesn't really have a gun he can play with here. He might try, given that it is borderline necessary at this point, given the disadvantage, given how low Falls is. But this is what appears to be and the first time, a confident advantage for Lycus if they can maintain it. Falls trying to get some pressure going from above. Obviously, the destruction with that boogie drone has been quite helpful, but has it been enough? Still, the defenders down below comfortable enough to relocate. He'll pick up the kill onto Ronnie. That's one. But these gunfights, well, they shouldn't be too easy to take. Owen forgets about the pressure up above, though, exposes himself to it. All of a sudden, 6 Karma, they are back in this one, at least just a bit. Smokes to worry about for Falls. He is low enough that he needs to avoid those at all costs. Still 3 relatively full and healthy defenders to worry about right now, but this one is not over yet, Flynn.
Not by a long shot, as Unfixed also gets down from the amassing pressure as of the bakery. Double door Aphex on his backside, and suddenly it's Faxi alone, swinging through Prep, and all 3 remaining attackers for the side of 6K tag into the kill feed to establish a round victory. They snatch it from the jaws of defeat. It was a wonderful early beginnings to the round for Lycus Empire. 2-man advantage and Falls on 22 HP. Yet, 6 Karma, they claw it back with that top control. Lycus surrendering the above real estate for free, and Falls had a field day with it, utilizing the boogie drone and utilizing a high rate of fire on that R4C, wreak havoc onto the anchors on the bomb site. Bakery push, while it wasn't pretty and it wasn't perfect, it was still workable for 6 Karma. So they now have a 4-1 lead. We see Lycus returning to the only bomb site that they have won so far on the defensive side for their last round of the first half, which was Cocktail and Bar. And like we mentioned, the execute for 6 Karma, well orchestrated and well planned for the first 90% of the round. It was the last 10% of the round that didn't quite go according to plan, so we'll look to see 6 Karma remedy the mistakes of rounds past and establish the 5-1 lead into the side swap.
Now, this question may seem a little harsh, but maybe did Lycus think that Big Bakery was the objective that they had to defend? I mean, I've got to ask the question, why are all 3 of the defenders dying there to end the round? It just makes no sense. Like, yes, you've got to defend Big Bakery, and it's where you want to hold to start off the round, but it's a 3v3. The attack is on the back foot. They are the ones struggling to take up the space. You gift them 2 kills above. I get it. You don't know where the angle that Falls is taking is going to be. You don't know how to avoid those gunfights. But then to swing from Small Bakery, to swing from Prep twice, and that's where the round ends is not a good look for a team that is trying to put some respect on their name again after a tough start to the year. Second stage, supposed to be the redemption song, right? The chance for them to get back on their feet. But on Cafe, at least right now, every time they have an opportunity to find some redemption, well, it looks like it just keeps slipping away. There's 2 rounds now. That was the second instance of Lycus having a very winnable position that 6 Karma were able to work their way back in. Of course, credit goes to 6 Karma there, but it is a 2-way street. It's got to go both ways, and if a Monty is still allowed to walk in and get a kill with his pistol, you know that something is going wrong. Swag, he'll get a kill as well onto Unfixed. 5v3 this time, the advantage for 6K.
More information coming out from Skimsy's Grimbees as he definitely avoided that nitro cell, arriving on his windowsill. Did significant damage, but not the lethal blow, and now everyone's seemingly hitting the floor. It will be a trade as Kurtz is able to pick up Owen inside a Cocktail. You surrender Raduct on the Montaigne, but at the end of the day, headshots, they still reign supreme from the assault rifles. And 6 Karma, they get themselves the 5-1 lead at the side swap. Many could and probably will argue it should have been 6-0. But at the end of the day, it's still a valuable lead, and it also means that you're inching closer and closer to locking down that 2 seed, making it near impossible for anyone to overtake you in the advantage in the playoff bracket.
5-1. Such a comfortable lead right now for 6K. We've seen some pretty one-sided matchups so far tonight in the North. It was the day of possible blowouts, and unless Lycus can go crazy here on the attack, we are in for another one. 7-1 to start the night, 7-0. Our second match here in the North. potentially another 7-1 brewing. Unless Lycus can change the way this has been going right now, get some momentum back on their side. Of course, attacking Cafe is no easy feat. Six Karma made it look decently easy given their success in terms of the entry game, their use of the Monty, and frankly, Raduk's ability to get kills with the Monty as well. But we're going to need to see the same thing from Unfixed here, as he is taking up the role of the Monty for Lycus. And Aphex, we've talked about him, important entry player, big gunner for this team, needs to be able to play around that, play around Unfixed in this position, because you look at Owen, you look at Ronnie, both heavily utility-focused operators in this fight right now, playing that supportive position on the Habana, on the Ace. So it is going to come down to Aphex and Faxi and their ability to get some kills.
I think for Six Karma as well is a nice little motivational booster, and you might see them take a few more liberties, being on the defensive side, establishing this lead on the attack, meaning that they can kind of stretch their legs a little bit and try to occupy a little bit more map control than they otherwise would. And yeah, it hasn't been the most competitive day in the North, but it just means that playoff teams and the teams we expected to be pushing their way into the top portions of the bracket, they are cleaning up their act and refining their skills, which is a good thing to see. Swag holding red stairs as Aphex will also wait for the flank that will not come, as Ronnie will try and push Swag further down the red stairs, and he'll be successful in doing so, as we see a very similar ideology coming out from Six Karma on the defense, which was, we don't really want top control. We're going to go 5 wide horizontal downstairs, and instead opt for the extension on the objective floor itself, which leaves a lot of vulnerability to Unfix being able to walk in and start dissuading you and pushing you out of your favorable positions, as the freezer hatch will now get opened, a nitro cell gets burned. It does not connect. It was the only one on the side of Six Karma's defense, so even less utility at their disposal to try and contend with Unfixed Montaigne. You still have the Goyo canisters, smoke grenades, Echo, Maestro, plenty of responses available in toolkit for 6K.
And as long as Skimzy still remains in VIP, I mean, there's not going to be a lot that Lycus Empire can get done here. This VIP position so pivotal to secure as a major component of a freezer execute. If you can't take care of that player will take care of you. It's given teams like Lycus a lot of trouble so far this stage on this map. Almost every time we are seeing this position ignored, and once again, it is going to be a problem. Skimzy, he's got himself a kill. He's also got himself still some support from the Whiskey Bar. He is not alone in this endeavor either. Unfixed is now going to try to walk up and deal with this while Ronnie is in freezer. You now have the drop from the hatch above, and maybe Unfixed can shut this down on the Monty, but this team is just trying to brute force their way in, and they've got 10 seconds to do it. Owen, his head is down, putting this diffuser on the floor. The Evil Eye's been dealt with, so it is possible, but now here comes the collapse. Falls. He's able to get one kill from one side. Skimzy, watch his flank from the back. Swag trying to do the same, but a retake is necessary. There it is. Skimzy's double. Unfixed. He's just a Monty right now. He can't do much. It's going to come down to Aphex if he can get these kills. 20 seconds. The onus still on Six Karma. Up above, needing to drop down and running out of time. Here are the kills for Unfixed. Aphex, there he goes. He's on a triple. The final player, he's not going to be able to stop it. What a turnaround for Lycus as they pull out a round that looked like they had no business winning.
It all comes down to the availability of the plant, and 2 Maestro Evil Eyes dealt with in quick succession in the midst of the plant attempt. And Aphex, like you said, the only gun up in the later portions of that post plant, working miracles with a C8 against the world. Everyone for Six Karma taking their individual turns, going for the swing, trying to retake into their own objective that they had surrendered, and it did not fare very well. That was a lot of utility that I said that Six Karma had at their disposal. Try and respond to not only Unfix's Montaigne, but also the attempted plants. And yet we didn't really see much other than those 2 Evil Eyes get utilized to try and stop the plant into the dying moments of the round, which meant that as soon as you had the site control with no real ability to lose the position from up above, Everyone going for the flank for 6 Karma was caught and locked out. Freezer drop well read there by Unfix and the Montaigne, and Aphex to tag in meant that there was really nowhere to go for 6 Karma in attempting to retake the bomb site. Now for Lycus Empire, that's one more on the board, so you've at least done better than everybody else who's taken an L so far today. Like you said, Jonah, was a 7-1 and then a 7-0, so at the very least, Lycus securing 2 rounds on the round differential, and they can, again, having already been locked out of the playoffs mathematically, they can take pride knowing that they were at least the better side of the teams that we are looking at probably not going to be walking away with 3 points today.
Well, still that 5-2 cushion, a nice 3-round margin at the moment, despite that last one slipping away for 6K. Not too much to worry about. That round was also a messy one, to say the least. And the execute that Lycus ended up working with was, well, kind of the, I don't know, an almost a homemade version, a DIY version of how that attack is supposed to look. The freezer wall not really opened up to give the Monty a chance to rotate. VIP still not dealt with. The coverage was being applied by somebody kind of stuck in freezer while the other 2 attackers were working their way in. But to Lycus' credit, a late round adjustment, some scrappy attackers made it work. And I know they'd like to make it a little easier on themselves if they can this time around. Maybe dealing with some of the more expected positions you can come across. I mean, as casters, we like to refer to those little positions as mini games, right? A little sort of power position that the defenders maintain that attackers need to clear, and something that happens, right, almost every time. Kind of one box to check requires more than just a single kill, right? It requires more than just one player doing one thing at a time. Usually a multifaceted process, but a game that if you win, sets yourselves up for so much more success down the line. On this site, for example, one of those mini games is often clearing that top floor. Lycus will be trying to do that against the 6 Karma team, looking to stop them. As Lycus try to shortcut this a little bit, they'll spot Rayduct on the rotate, and they'll go 1 for 1 to start things off.
Aphex is well dropped from up above, as the Lion EOD did get sent out, but doesn't hold anyone in place for too long. Ronnie, though, erupting into the middle of train, which is coincidentally the bomb site, picking up 2 with the G8. Level us at an even man count. Significant health advantage to the favor of Lycus Empire, and Owen will be attempting to get the plant down. Once again, Evil Eye stand with bulletproof cameras in the bomb site, and yet the plant gets completed all the same. Tap fires up against that G8, but it's Ronnie who's doing more damage than he is receiving. Also got the swing from Kurtz that gets shut down by Owen. Swag on 16 health and a UMP. Trying to retreat back up the red stairs. Owen completes the plant, gets both the kills. And Lycus Empire, they stack back-to-back attacking rounds in the post plant.
Well, the big question, I think, on 6 Karma's mind is, where did the Amaru come from, guys? How did Ronnie get in there? He absolutely blindsided 2 defenders. Here he was inside of dining, sneaking through the fireplace, able to get not 1, but 2 kills. That is not supposed to happen in a situation like that, because that was the objective. Somehow, with so much time remaining, you had an Amaru sneak their way into the middle of the site and wreak havoc on it. I was trying to keep an eye on the hatch to see if he had dropped in from above or from below, but I think it was just the window. I think he just slapped the Gara hook on the window and rappelled in old-fashioned style, and it appears to have worked. 6 Karma could not stop it, and despite the issues that we've been having with what Lycus are showing us here, Flynn, 6 Karma, it's been a rough show of defensive performances so far.
It has been very vulnerable on the bomb site and opting to take a lot of utility that is meant to be used to stop a plant. Whether it's not at the availability of the defense in that crucial moment or the operator that needs to utilize it isn't alive, either way, it has resulted in some successful plants from Lycus in back-to-back rounds, which is probably not what you want to see for a 6 Karma team that we said could have been up 6-0 at the side swap. Could have been wrapping this one up nice and neatly. And all of a sudden now we've got a 5-3 ball game. We've got a tech pause as well. So now there's just even more time for Lycus to formulate how they want to come back in this game. And it means that 6 Karma... Listen, it would be funny. I said it during NAL, I'll say it here. It would be exceptionally funny if they lose this game to Lycus Empire. But man, it seems like this is a 6 Karma team that is shaky in terms of fundamentals, in terms of being able to hold down the bomb on the defensive side. This has been another reminder that the 6K team still has work to be done before the playoffs. And if they can close out here on a 7-3, then you walk away, there's no harm done, there's no foul, and you still get your 3 points and you lock in your 2 seed. But if you let Lycus Empire come back into this game, they will take every opportunity and every advantage you give them to play spoiler. That is what they have left to play for, and they will do it to the bitter end.
Flynn, the thing is, it's not like we would be having the same conversation if Lycus went through back-to-back attacking wins and it looked clean, right? It looked like they had the advantage the entire time. The problem here is that 6 Karma have been in winning positions both times. They have had an attacking team walk into the site looking flustered, unprepared, and somehow 6 Karma suffered the same problem, right? The time before it, where they were defending Kitchen, it was 3 defenders bunched up in Freezer, a Monty, not gun up, but just a Monty with a shield watching over that hallway. That time it was, oh, surprise, there's an Amaru, there's a Ronnie in sight, wreaking havoc. A lot of questions, and I'm sure 6 Karma left scratching their heads. Can they solve the issue? Or will Lycus continue to apply the pressure on the attack? We'll find out after a quick timeout. I never disappoint. I said a quick timeout. And we're back, baby, right into round 9. Thankfully, the tech pause didn't need to breathe much longer as we returned to the action on Cafe. Well, since we had that lengthy pause there, Flynn, let's recap the action so far. Here's what we've seen. 6 Karma, they have looked very strong on the first half of this map. Cafe was theirs. It was a 5-1 to start. And you and I both said that it could have easily been a 6-0. One round that slipped away that they should have won. Here on the attacking side for Lycus, it's been a little different story. They have won the first 2 attacks. Some good stuff from them, but some rough performances from 6K. We're going to have to see one of 2 things here, Flynn, and I think you'd agree. And that is either Lycus cleaning it up, just going crazy and absolutely dominating, taking this win 7-5, or 6K waking up, finding their defensive stride, and closing this one out here.
It's a curious use of the frag grenades on the side of Faxi to open up the roof hatches. You have a DMR. It's right there. You could use it, but no. 2 frag grenades out of the 4 available for Lycus Empire, used in probably not the most efficient ways. Nonetheless, it's going to leave some castle barricades and potentially some of my magnets left standing later on into the rounds. The good news is, though, for Lycus Empire, we now see another objective being brought for 6 Karma, which is the top floor, Bar and Cocktail, which is a bomb site that has historically been a little more vulnerable than the rest on this map. Toxic Bay will be launched at the top of the red stairs. I'm not sure that Faxi has any idea, and it does not appear that he does. As Radok gets a knife, Kurtz with the SMG will cut through the Osa, so Jesse gets to win this battle. As Aphex is as well, down on 18 HP, and Radok, he's outside. So he's outside on a journey, coming back in through lobby door, but it's a one-man advantage and a significant health advantage now established for 6K on the defense, with a lot of battles taking place away from the objective.
Faxi didn't clear Humidor. Cigar box. Pretty typical position there for the defense that will once again net a second kill for 6 Karma. It is Kurtz who is, once again, in a pretty common spot, one of those mini games we refer to, clearing out a player from Humidor. Lycus Empire neglecting to take part in said minigame, and while sometimes that can be the move, ignore a defender and force them to step up, this is not one of those times. And Lycus Empire find themselves on the losing end of several gunfights from that very position. Aphex, he works his way up the stairs just to watch Kurtz blow his teammate's head off, and then to taste the SMG-11 himself. Kurtz does it all that round, getting 4 of the 5 kills, starting the round and ending it for 6K.
Well, that's 6 Karma, stopping the bleeding momentarily, securing themselves at least 1 point, and the assured overtime should Lycus Empire continue to stack attacking rounds later on in this game. But that is 6 Karma, locking in another point in the standings. And that means that now they have the opportunity to close this out, like I said, in a 7-3. The opportunity to walk away from this match without too much damage sustained. Round differential, not really the prime focus here for 6 Karma. Because, again, with the points that they've been able to accrue here, they get 1 now. It puts them to 16, Revan on 13, which means that round diff will be the tiebreaker should 6K lose in regulation to Cruelty, and Revan win in regulation on Wednesday. But still, it's looking like 6 Karma are inching closer and closer to securing that 2 seed and making it impossible to be vaulted in the standings. And they've got 1 more defense left to do it here in regulation. Unfixed back onto the Monte, and we see the return of the Echo, Maestro, Smoke, Goyo. We've seen this amassing of utility previously from 6 Karma not result in a whole lot of repelling planting going on. We'll see if 6 Karma can turn their attentions back towards the objective in the later portions of the round with so much utility designed not allow a plant to go down.
Right, that's the big difference here. Can they stop it from going down this time? Despite all the control they held last time, the utility that it seemed that they had in pocket, Lycus, to their credit, was able to sneak in, drop into Freezer, and get that diffuser on the ground, forcing a very uphill battle for 6 Karma. Quite a retake for them to undertake. Of course, we ended up seeing how that went with Lycus securing the win on this site. So 6 Karma looking for some redemption here and hoping that denying the plant is the way to do it. So much utility in their way. But once again, these positions in Whiskey and in VIP will be pivotal for Lycus to at least attempt to clear if they want to push it from the back. Now, taking it from Big Bakery, we've seen this work plenty of times, and with a Monty at the helm of this attack, you can expect to see a little bit of that pressure too. It does mean, though, that you have to worry about any potential defenders up above, and there is a little bit of that pressure to worry about. They won't have to worry about that Nitro Cell anymore, though, as that is sent up in the air by Kurtz, and it will not find its target.
Once again, that's the only Nitro Cell that was at the availability of defense. I've said it a few times now, and it's worth repeating. There is a lot of utility at the disposal of the defense, regardless of Nitro Cells or not. Owen, though, will get the opener onto Rayduck, the Echo, which means that half of that utility that is designed to delay or deny a plant, well, it'll still be able to red ping and still be able to yellow ping and give comms, but it won't be able to actually utilize the stun to disrupt the planting attempt. The barbed wire being punched away by Unfixed as he continues to progress down the white stairs towards VIP, cordoned off momentarily by the toxic gas. Now, Skimzy's position is being collapsed upon from both the table's window and the bottom of the white stairs, but 6 Karma, they stack Kurtz at the front door. Unfixed is unaware of the positioning. Ronnie on the entry, though, into tables, goes 1 for 1. Skimzy still persists inside of VIP. He also has support from Swag behind the whiskey bar. So the power positions for 6 Karma's defense, they still stand tall, and they weather the test that Lycus have brought. 20 seconds tick away as Skimzy tries to vacate the position as the double drop into Freezer has not netted too much ground, and Swag is being held from up above. Skimzy downed. The plant maybe attempted momentarily as Owen is starting to put it down on the ground, and Swag is going to have to go the long way around to try and interrupt the plant, but he gets completed once again by Lycus. Swag looking the wrong direction direction is Faxi, catches him off guard. It's just Falls alone with an ACS-12 trying to return to the bomb site, and Aphex will not let that happen. It is, once again, a Lycus Empire attacking victory.
And that one, I think for the first time, really felt like Lycus had more control there. That one, less frantic on the execute. It was progressive. It was a slow take. And it was a pretty clean take. There was a long time where even we didn't know which side of the map Lycus wanted to approach from. They made up their mind that Freezer would be the move. And when it came down to it, they still had a lot of defenders, a lot of utility in their way. We mentioned the Whiskey Bar player, the VIP player, both of them. A menace until their last breath, and a nuisance for 6K, a nuisance for Lycus to deal with. But they did it, and that was the big difference. They actually took the time to take care of those players, and so when there were only a couple of defenders left at Diffuser, despite all the utility we highlighted coming into the round, that Diffuser could go down, and Lycus could secure their 4th win here on Cafe. So odd that we're seeing a map that appears to be a little attacker-sided right now, Flynn. It's not something we say every day in this region of all things, but on this map, I mean, this is Cafe, not a map where attacking teams typically thrive.
No, and I think right now, Lycus Empire, just seemingly through the Okay, let's not shoot our own teammates with a shotgun through the floor. I'm telling you, man, there's something about 6 Karma games that never feel like they're quite secure. Doesn't matter the lead, doesn't matter the man count, doesn't matter the positioning. It feels like there's always a way to lose for 6 Karma. And unfortunately, for 6K and their fans, Lycus Empire, again, like I said, you give them an inch, they will take a mile. And they are certainly doing so. Every opening that 6 Karma are leaving for these plants to be attempted, Lycus are filling that gap immediately, and with some significant success thus far. You see Unfixed return to the Montaigne once again, standing on a 1-9 kill line. And he's the shield player. He doesn't need to be stacking kills. And for 6 Karma's defense, again, trying to find traction, trying to find a location to secure the regulation win. But it's Skimzy who's taking a handful of pressure from the midst of White Stairs, the dining window. The collapse for Lycus Empire on the clear, trying to deal with Scopos as the immediate target.
Early fight here. First one goes the way of Falls. 6 Karma on match point. An early kill, looking to put this one out of reach for good. The push, though, for Lycus comes in. A C4 shot out by Ronnie. Good flick to remove that valuable piece of utility and spare his life. That could have been bad as he's on the rappel. A critical instrument in covering Unfixed, but here's the run out. Eventually, Ronnie is dealt with, whether it's by Nitro Cell or in a hailstorm of bullets. He goes down regardless. And now, oh no. Now it is just Unfixed and Owen. Aphex, he's blindsided by Swag as he popped around the corner before he knew what was coming. And now 6 Karma, oh, they're clearly feeling good. You've got players outside, rotating all over the place. And Lycus, a last-ditch effort in a 2 versus 5 to see if this team can claim a second victory in the stage. Keep their playoff hopes, albeit slightly alive. And that is not looking likely at this point. 6 Karma, that second seed, about to lock that in unless Lycus can absolutely do something crazy. Here is Unfixed on the Monty, staring down the barrel of 2 6 Karma defenders. He's in a crossfire. He dodges the C4, but he has no support from Owen, who is still working his way around towards Reading, trying to sneak in from the back. This could be a bit of a surprise, but Swag saw it coming. Falls was ready, and 6K maybe took them a second, but they get the job done 7-4.
There it is, 6K. I said it was no harm, no foul if they walked away with the 7-3. Same result at a 7-4. Took a little bit longer than I'm sure they would have liked, but still 3 points in the standings all the same. That does secure themselves the second seed, so the top third of Latam North is established and locked in stone. We head into the conclusion of Playday number 9. I think right now for 6 Karma, this is again a demonstration that maybe Cafe is not the map for them in terms of defense. Very strong attacks, but defenses some work to be done there. We'll bring Jacob in to wrap up our 9th play day of LATAM already. It's crazy how fast the time flies, but we've only got 1 day left to group stage.
You say days go by quick. I say where, because I have to cover 6 games overall every time a LATAM play day comes up, and y'all only have 3. Good work overall, though, still. It's nice for 6 Karma to get another win. We finally see them secure that second place position that they probably should have locked in realistically, given how good this team is. 2 weeks ago, maybe even last week, this 2-game losing streak that they had shouldn't have happened, but they finally correct course. They get the 2 seed locked in. Now North is finally starting to look how I think, Jonah, we thought North was going to look, with the exception of what the bottom of the table would look like. Now we're starting to even out about where most people probably thought this region was going to be when the stage began a couple weeks ago.
Oh, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, the stage began, first couple of days, we're like, all right, this looks normal. Next couple of days, what the heck is going on? And now we're back to, okay, we've got 6K, we've got Cruelty, we've got Revan, the top 3 teams in the mix. Did they get there how they thought they would get there? No, they did not, but they are there nonetheless. And as Flynn likes to say, right, it doesn't necessarily matter how, it just matters how many, right? Did I get that right, Flynn?
Yeah, buddy. I mean, listen, for 6 Karma, again, like, it's a tricky balancing act between not wanting to show your hand before playoffs. You don't want to be giving Cruelty or Revan or TSG any intel on maps heading into playoffs, knowing that you've already secured a slot. But you also want to close out games in a clinical fashion and secure the round differential that you need just in case there was a tie. Thankfully, they do get enough points now that round differential does not matter. We can walk in and they can lose 7-0 on Wednesday, and nothing will change in terms of their position in the standings. So, good job for 6 Karma for at least pulling it out of the bag at the end there. And again, maybe you've learned some lessons that Cafe may not be the game day ready map for playoffs, and maybe again playing it today was by design.
We'll do a quick recap on how day 9 went. Fast day overall in the North. No team that lost ended up securing any more than 1 round, or 2 rounds in this case, up until the very, very end. And for the most part, the favorites in every game across the board between both North and South ended up winning, with the notable exception of Maycam Evolve knocking off Alpha Team and meaning that Alpha's place in LATAM South at this point is still not yet confirmed. For everybody else, though, things are all starting to even out. The fast games today means that all of the other games that relied upon round differential going into Playday 10 on Wednesday are going to be a lot more chaotic as we end up going down to those last games, mostly because looking at North standings, things are about as close as they could have been coming into today. But Jonah, now there's starting to be some real separation, with the exception of how close True Synergy can still work their way up the standings. It's not looking great considering their 7-0 loss, but still, there is hope.
There's hope, but the 7-0 loss is devastating, because here is what it means definitively. Take a look at the round differential there on the far right side of your screen. You see True Synergy -14, Cintra Negra -11. And now what this means is that if CNE win the game against TSG on Wednesday, not only will they have enough points to tie True Synergy, send it to a round differential tiebreaker, now there is no possible way that they can be losing that round differential matchup. You could be wondering, how is TSG have worse round diff? When they've won games fine, but they've lost games at 7-1, 7-0, and they've done this a few times now. That's why their round diff is in the dumps, the worst round diff you're seeing right now. This Lycus round diff is not correct, by the way. It is much, much worse than that. But the most important part is TSG and CNE, because now it is a very simple case for Cintra Negra. If they win the game, they make the playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, right now for TSG, not the most confidence-inspiring performance today, heading into your final play day. But there's still time to course correct, and I mean, similar could be said for CNE and their performance
also
earlier
true.
today. So, yeah, round differential, it might come into play, but at the end of the day, you get 1 point if you're TSG and it's locked up. Revan also secured the playoff spot by the results of the day, so we do have a pretty structured order here in LATAM North. We've just got 1 spot left to figure out on Wednesday. Everything else is pretty much playing for pride and for, well, not even seeding. It's not even the seeding can change for those top 3. So it's a it's an interesting one, and we'll see how that goes on Wednesday. This is the schedule for you.
Oh,
as
yes.
we break it down.
Last game. Match 6,
Last game.
baby. Let's go.
It's
Have to
the
wait till
very
the
last
very
game of the
end.
night.
Dude, in order for the one that matters the most, you have to trudge through all of these other matchups, of which there are some that aren't going to matter for anything in the long run. Alpha and Malvinas, we already know Alpha's going to playoffs, it's just a matter of where. Malvinas can't qualify. Lycus against Revan, Revan's in playoffs, Lycus can't qualify. So a lot of these games will just be to make sure that the teams at the bottom of the table have a chance to not be the worst that they've ever been. But for teams at the top, especially ones that are still fighting for spots, where does Vasco end up in seeding? Where do Knights go? Where do Maycam Evolve end up in seeding? Like, how high does Revan climb? And then we get to the end. Does TSG hold on to their minuscule 3-point lead against a Cintra Negra squad with a better round diff as our main event of Playday 10? I don't really think there's a game on the docket that matters more than that one, Yoda.
No, and I said it, win and they're in. It's basically that. They do have to win in regulation, and they're in. That's an important qualification, because if they get the 2 points, that is not enough. They need the full 3. TSG cannot get any. But their fate is in their own hands. It is not something that they or the other teams at the bottom of the table here in the North have been able to say for the majority of the stage. There is no better place to be. It is the spot you imagine yourself coming into the stage. You know, it's like, I don't know, when you think about golf, you know, making that putt on 18 to win the Masters, that's what you're visioning on the practice screen when you're locking in and grinding it. In the scrims, when you're locked in, you are picturing a moment to win the World Championship. This is obviously not the Six Invitational, but it is a chance to go to an international event. You make the playoffs and you go absolutely crazy. CNE could now do that if they win that game.
Yeah, and I think for TSG as well, this is an opportunity to, again, overcome the qualifier team curse, basically. We had the qualifier teams in stage number 1, and NXT came in and they snuck into that 4 spot. Didn't last very long in the playoffs, but they still were in there. They were able to sneak their way in as a qualifier team in stage 1 into that 4 seed, into the playoffs. So for TSG as well, they don't want to be the first pair of qualifier teams with Lycus to miss out on the playoffs this year. They also want to sneak their way in there and overtake CNE, who, again, was an invited team, and TSG had to slog their way through the quals in a 6-man roster. There's a lot of people pulling for TSG and their story, and it all comes down to at least getting 1 point on Wednesday.
Only 2 spots so far in Latin America in playoffs have been confirmed, and both of them are in the North. Cruelty will take the number 1 seed, and now 6 Karma finally locked into number 2. But for everybody else, for the other 6 positions still left in playoffs, that still has yet to be decided, and all roads lead right back to Playday number 10. We'll be back again on Wednesday night, same time, same place, 6 p.m. Eastern, for even more Latin American League action to decide which team, which sole representative will be going to the Montreal Major. Thanks a lot, everybody, for joining us. We'll be back on Wednesday. See you then.